kingdom. By gifts I desire to acquire knowledge, and by truth and the protection of Brahmanas, I desire to attain regions of blessedness in heaven. By service I attach myself to my preceptors. I have no fear of Rakshasas. In my kingdom there are no widows, no wicked Brahmanas, no Brahmana that has fallen away from his duties, no deceitful person, no thief, no Brahmana that officiates in the sacrifices of people for whom he should never officiate, and no perpetrator of sinful deeds. I have no fear of Rakshasas. There is no space in my body, of even 2 fingers' breadth, that does not bear the scar of a weapon wound. I always fight for the sake of righteousness. How hast thou been able to possess my heart? The people of my kingdom always invoke blessings upon me in order that I may always be able to protect kine and brahmanas and perform sacrifices. How then hast thou been able to possess me? The Rakshasas said, Since thou art observant of the duties under all circumstances, therefore, O king of the Kakeyas, go back to thy abode. Blessed be thou, I leave thee. They, O king of the Kakeyas, who protect kine and brahmanas and all their subjects, have nothing to fear from Rakshasas, and much less from sinful persons. Those kings that give the lead to Brahmanas and whose might depends upon that of the Brahmanas, and whose subjects discharge the duties of hospitality, always succeeds in acquiring heaven. Bhishma continued, Thou shouldst, therefore, protect the Brahmanas. Protected by thee, they will protect thee in return. Their blessings, O king, would surely descend upon kings of righteous behavior. For the sake of righteousness, those Brahmanas that are not observant of the duties of their order should be chastised and separated into a distinct class from their superiors. A king who conducts himself in this way towards the people of his city and the provinces obtains prosperity here and residence in heaven with Indra. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, It has been said that in seasons of distress a Brahmana may support himself by the practice of Kshatriya duties. Can he, however, at any time, support himself by the practice of the duties laid down for the Vaisyas? Bhishma said, When a Brahmana loses his means of support and falls into distress, he may certainly betake himself to the practices of a Vaisya and derive his support by agriculture and keeping cattle, if, of course, he is incompetent for Kshatriya duties. Yudhishthira said, If a Brahmana, O bull of Bharata's race, betakes himself to the duties of a Vaisya, what articles may he sell without losing his prospect of heaven? Bhishma said, Wines, salt, sesamum seeds, animals having manes, bulls, honey, meat, and cooked food, O Yudhishthira, under all circumstances, a Brahmana should avoid. A Brahmana, by selling these, would sink into hell. A Brahmana, by selling a goat, incurs the sin of the selling the god of fire. By selling a sheep, the sin of the selling the god of water. By selling a horse, the sin of selling the god of the sun. By selling cooked food, the sin of selling land. And by selling a cow, the sin of selling sacrifice and the soma juice. These, therefore, should not be sold by a Brahmana. They that are good do not applaud the purchase of uncooked food by giving cooked food in exchange. Uncooked food, however, may be given for procuring cooked food, O Bharata. 234. We will eat this cooked food of thine. Thou mayst cook these raw things that we give in exchange. In a compact of this kind there is no sin. Listen, O Yudhishthira, I shall speak to thee of the eternal practice, existing from days of old, of persons conducting themselves according to approved usages. I give thee this. Give me this other thing in return. Exchange by such agreement is righteous. To take things by force, however, is sinful. Even such is the course of the usage followed by the rishis and others. Without doubt, this is righteous. Yudhishthira said, When, O sire, all the orders, giving up their respective duties, take up arms against the king, then, of course, the power of the king decreases. By what means should the king then become the protector and refuge of the people? Resolve this doubt of mine, O king, by speaking to me in detail. Bhishma said, by gifts, by penances, by sacrifices, by peacefulness, and by self-restraint, all the orders headed by the Brahmanas should, on such occasions, seek their own good. Those amongst them that are endued with Vedic strength should rise up on every side and, like the gods strengthening Indra, contribute, by Vedic rites, to enhancing the strength of the king. Brahmanas are said to be the refuge of the king while his power suffers decay. A wise king seeks the enhancement of his power by means of the power of the Brahmanas. When the king, crowned with victory, seeks the re-establishment of peace, all the orders then betake themselves to their respective duties. When robbers, breaking through all restraints, spread devastation around, all the orders may take up arms. By so doing they incur no sin, O Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira said, if all the Kshatriyas become hostile towards the Brahmanas, who then will protect the Brahmanas and their Vedas? What then should be the duty of the Brahmanas, and who will be their refuge? Bhishma said, by penances, by brahmacharya, by weapons, and by physical might, applied with or without the aid of deceit, the Kshatriyas should be subjugated. If the Kshatriya misconducts himself, especially towards Brahmanas, the Vedas themselves will subjugate them. The Kshatriyas have sprung from the Brahmanas. Fire has sprung from water, the Kshatriya from the Brahmana, and iron from stone. The energy of fire, the Kshatriya, and iron, are irresistible. But when these come into contact with the sources of their origin, their force becomes neutralized. When iron strikes stone, or fire battles with water, or the Kshatriya becomes hostile to the Brahmana, then the strength of each of those three becomes destroyed. Thus, O Yudhishthira, the energy and might, howsoever great and irresistible, of Kshatriyas become quelled as soon as they are directed against the Brahmanas. When the energy of the Brahmanas becomes mild, when Kshatriya energy becomes weak, when all men misbehave themselves towards the Brahmanas, they that engage in battle then, casting off all fear of death, for protecting the Brahmanas, morality, and their own selves, those persons, moved by righteous indignation and possessed of great strength of mind, succeed in winning high regions of bliss hereafter. All persons should take up arms for the sake of Brahmanas. Those brave persons that fight for Brahmanas attain to those felicitous regions in heaven that are reserved for persons that have always studied the Vedas with attention, that have performed the austerest of penances, and that have, after fasting, cast off their bodies into blazing fires. The Brahmana, by taking up arms for the three orders, does not incur sin. People say that there is no higher duty than casting off life under such circumstances. I bow to them, and blessed be they that thus lay down their lives in seeking to chastise the enemies of Brahmanas. Let us attain to that region which is intended for them. Manu himself has said that those heroes repair to the region of Brahman. As persons become cleansed of all their sins by undergoing the final bath on a horse sacrifice, even so they that die at the edge of weapons while fighting wicked people become cleansed of their sins. Righteousness becomes unrighteousness, and unrighteousness becomes righteousness, according to place and time. Such is the power of place and time in determining the character of human acts. The friends of humanity, by doing even acts of cruelty, have attained to high heaven. Righteous Kshatriyas, by doing even sinful acts, have attained to blessed ends. 235. The Brahmana, by taking up arms on these three occasions, does not incur sin, viz., for protecting himself, for compelling the other orders to betake themselves to their duties, and for chastising robbers. Yudhishthira said, If when robbers raise their heads and an intermixture of the orders begins to take place in consequence of confusion, and kshatriyas become incompetent, some powerful person other than a kshatriya seeks to subdue those robbers for the sake of protecting the people. 236. Indeed, O best of kings, if that powerful person happens to be a Brahmana or a Vaisya or a Sudra, and if he succeeds in protecting the people by righteously wielding the rod of chastisement, is he justified in doing what he does, or is he restrained by the ordinances from accomplishing that duty? It seems that others, when the kshatriyas prove so wretched, should take up weapons. Bhishma said, be he a Sudra or be he the member of any other orders, he that becomes a raft on a raftless current, or a means of crossing where means there are none, certainly deserves respect in every way. That person, O king, relying upon whom helpless men, oppressed and made miserable by robbers, live happily, deserves to be lovingly worshipped by all as if he were a near kinsman. The person, O thou of Kuru's race, that dispels the fears of others, always deserves respect. What use is there of bulls that would not bear burthens, or of kine that would not yield milk, or of a wife that is barren? Similarly, what need is there for a king that is not competent to grant protection? As an elephant made of wood, or a deer made of leather, as a person without wealth, or one that is a eunuch, or a field that is sterile, even so is a Brahmana that is void of Vedic law and a king incapable of granting protection. Both of them are like a cloud that does not pour rain. That person who always protects the good and restrains the wicked deserves to become a king and to govern the world. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, what, O grandsire, should be the acts and what the behavior of persons employed as priests in our sacrifices? What sort of persons should they be, O king? Tell me all this, O foremost of speakers. Bhishma said, it is laid down from those Brahmanas that are eligible as priests that they should be conversant with the Khandas, including the Samans, and all the rites inculcated in the Srutis, and that they should be able to perform all such religious acts as lead to the prosperity of the king. They should be devotedly loyal and utter agreeable speeches in addressing kings. They should also be friendly towards one another, and cast equal eyes on all. They should be devoid of cruelty, and truthful in speech. They should never be usurers, and should always be simple and sincere. One that is peaceful in temper, destitute of vanity, modest, charitable, self-restrained, and contented, possessed of intelligence, truthful, observant of vows, and harmless to all creatures, without lust and malice, and endued with the three excellent qualities, devoid of envy and possessed of knowledge, deserves the seat of Brahman himself. Persons with such qualities, O sire, are the best of priests and deserve every respect. Yudhishthira said, there are Vedic texts about the gift of dakshina in sacrifices. There is no ordinance, however, which lays down that so much should be given. This ordinance, about the gift of dakshina, has not proceeded from motives connected with the distribution of wealth. The command of the ordinance, in consequence of the provision in cases of incapacity, is terrible. That command is blind to the competence of the sacrificer. 237. The audition occurs in the Vedas that a person should, with devotion, perform a sacrifice. But what can devotion do when the sacrificer is stained by falsehood? 238. Bhishma said, no man acquires blessedness or merit by disregarding the Vedas or by deceit or falsehood. Never think that it is otherwise. Dakshina constitutes one of the limbs of sacrifice and conduces to the nourishment of the Vedas. A sacrifice without dakshina can never lead to salvation. The efficacy, however, of a single purnapatra is equal to that of any dakshina, however rich. Therefore, O sire, everyone belonging to the three orders should perform sacrifices. 239. The Vedas have settled that Soma is as the king himself to the Brahmanas. Yet they desire to sell it for the sake of performing sacrifices, though they never wish to sell it for gaining a livelihood. Rishis of righteous behavior have declared, agreeably to the dictates of morality, that a sacrifice performed with the proceeds of the sale of Soma serves to extend sacrifices. 240. These three, viz., a person, a sacrifice and Soma, must be of good character. A person that is of bad character is neither for this nor for the other world. This audition has been heard by us that the sacrifice which high-souled Brahmanas perform by wealth earned by excessive physical labor is not productive of great merit. There is a declaration in the Vedas that penances are higher than sacrifices. I shall now speak to thee of penances. O learned prince, listen to me. Abstention from injury, truthfulness of speech, benevolence, compassion, these are regarded as penances by the wise and not the emaciation of the body. Disregard of the Vedas, disobedience to the dictates of the scriptures, and violation of all wholesome restraints, are productive of self-destruction. Listen, O son of Pritha, to what has been laid down by those that pour 10 libations upon the fire at 10 times of the day. For them that perform the sacrifice of penance, the yoga they endeavour to effect with Brahma is their ladle, the heart is their clarified butter, and high knowledge constitutes their pavitra. 241. All kinds of crookedness mean death, and all kinds of sincerity are called Brahma. This constitutes the subject of knowledge. The rhapsodies of system builders cannot effect this. Section LXXX. Yudhishthira said, the most trifling act, O grandsire, cannot be accomplished by any man if unaided. What then need be said of the king, who has to govern a kingdom? What should be the behavior and what the acts of the king's minister? Upon whom should the king repose confidence and upon whom should he not? Bhishma said, kings, O monarch, have 4 kinds of friends. They are he that has the same object, he that is devoted, he that is related by birth, and he that has been won over by gifts and kindness. A person of righteous soul, who would serve one and not both sides, is the 5th in the enumeration of the king's friends. Such a person adopts that side on which righteousness is, and accordingly acts righteously. With respect to such a person, the king should never disclose such purposes of his as would not enlist his sympathy. Kings desirous of success are obliged to adopt both kinds of paths, righteous and unrighteous. Of the 4 kinds of friends, the 2nd and the 3rd are superior, while the 1st and the 4th should ever be regarded with suspicion. In view, however, of those acts which the king should do in person, he should always regard with suspicion all the 4. The king should never act heedlessly in the matter of watching his friends. A king that is heedless is always overpowered by others. A wicked man assumes the garb of honesty, and he that is honest becomes otherwise. A foe may become a friend and a friend may become a foe. A man cannot always be of the same mind. Who is there that would trust him completely? All the chief facts, therefore, of a king he should accomplish in his own presence. A complete reliance on his ministers is destructive of both morality and profit. A want of trust again in respect of all is worse than death. Trustfulness is premature death. One incurs danger by truthfulness. If one trusts another completely, he is said to live by the sufferance of the trusted person. For this reason everyone should be trusted as also mistrusted. This eternal rule of policy, O sire, should be kept in view. One should always mistrust that person who would, upon one's desire, obtain one's wealth. The wise declare such a person to be one's enemy. A person whose joy knows no bounds upon beholding the aggrandizement of the king and who feels miserable upon seeing the king's decay, furnishes the indications of one of the best friends of the king. He whose fall would be brought about by thy fall, should be trusted by thee completely, even as thou shouldst trust thy sire. Thou shouldst, to the best of thy power, aggrandize him as thou winnest aggrandizement for thyself. One who, in even thy religious rites, seeks to rescue thee from harm, would seek to rescue thee from harm's way in every other business. Such a one should be regarded as thy best friend. They, on the other hand, that wish one harm are one's foes. That friend is said to be like thy own self, who is inspired with fear when calamity overtakes thee, and with joy when prosperity shines on thee. A person possessed of beauty, fair complexion, excellent voice, liberality, benevolence, and good birth, cannot be such a friend. That person who is possessed of intelligence and memory, who is clever in the transaction of business, who is naturally averse from cruelty, who never indulges in wrath, and who, whether regarded or disregarded, is never dissatisfied, be he thy priest or preceptor or honoured friend, should always receive thy worship if he accepts the office of thy counsellor and resides in thy abode. Such a person may be informed of thy most secret counsels and the true state of all thy affairs, religious or pertaining to matters of profit. Thou mayst confide in him as in thy own sire. One person should be appointed to one task, and not two or three. Those may not tolerate each other. It is always seen that several persons, if set to one task, disagree with one another. That person who achieves celebrity, who observes all restraints, who never feels jealous of others that are able and competent, who never does any evil act, who never abandons righteousness from lust or fear or covetousness or wrath, who is clever in the transaction of business, and who is possessed of wise and weighty speech, should be thy foremost of ministers. Persons possessed of good birth and good behaviour, who are liberal and who never indulge in brag, who are brave and respectable, and learned and full of resources, should be appointed as ministers for supervising all thy affairs. Honoured by thee and gratified with wealth, they would act for thy good and be of great help to thee. Appointed to offices connected with profit and other important matters, they always bring about great prosperity. Moved by a feeling of healthy rivalry, they discharge all duties connected with profit, holding consultations with one another when necessary. Thou shouldst fear thy kinsmen as thou shouldst death itself. A kinsman can never bear a kinsman's prosperity, even as a feudatory chief cannot bear to see the prosperity of his overlord. None but a kinsman can feel joy at the destruction of a kinsman adorned with sincerity, mildness, liberality, modesty, and truthfulness of speech. They, again, that have no kinsman, cannot be happy. No men can be more contemptible than they that are destitute of kinsmen. A person that has no kinsman is easily overridden by foes. Kinsmen constitute the refuge of one that is afflicted by other men, for kinsmen can never bear to see a kinsman afflicted by other people. When a kinsman is persecuted by even his friends, every kinsman of the persecuted regards the injury to be inflicted upon himself. In kinsmen, therefore, there are both merits and faults. A person destitute of kinsmen never shows favours to anyone nor humbles himself to anyone. In kinsmen, therefore, both merit and demerit may be marked. One should, for this reason, always honour and worship his kinsmen in words and acts, and do them agreeable offices without injuring them at any time. Mistrusting them at heart, one should behave towards them as if he trusted them completely. Reflecting upon their nature, it seems that they have neither faults nor merits. A person who heedfully conducts himself in this way finds his very foes disarmed of hostility and converted into friends. One who always conducts himself in this way amid kinsmen and relatives and bears himself thus towards friends and foes, succeeds in winning everlasting fame. Section C. Yiddish theory said, if one does not succeed in winning over one's kinsmen and relatives, by this course, they that are intended for becoming friends become foes. How should one, then, conduct oneself so that the hearts of both friends and foes may be won. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old history of a discourse between Vasudeva and celestial sage Narada. On a certain occasion Vasudeva said, neither an illiterate and foolish friend, nor a learned friend of fickle soul, deserves, O Narada, to know unsecret counsels. Relying on thy friendship for me, I shall say something to thee, O sage. O thou that canst go to heaven at thy pleasure, one should speak to another if one be convinced of the intelligence of that other. I never behave with slavish obsequiousness towards my kinsmen by flattering speeches about their prosperity. I give them half of what I have, and forgive their evil speeches. As a fire stick is grinded by a person desirous of obtaining fire, even so my heart is ground by my kinsmen with their cruel speeches. Indeed, O celestial Rishi, those cruel speeches burn my heart every day. Might resides in Sankarsana, mildness in Gada, and as regards Pradama, he surpasses even myself in beauty of person. Although I have all these on my side, yet I am helpless, O Narada. Many others among the Andakas and the Vrishnis are possessed of great prosperity and might, and daring courage and constant perseverance. He on whose side they do not range themselves meets with destruction. He, on the other hand, on whose side they do range themselves, achieves everything. Dissuaded, in turns, by both, viz., Ahuka and Akrura, I do not side either of them. What can be more painful for a person than to have both Ahuka and Akrura on his side? What, again, can be more painful for one than not to have both of them on his side? 242. I am like the mother of two brothers gambling against each other, invoking victory to both. I am thus, O Narada, afflicted by both. It behoveth thee to tell me that which is for the good of both myself and my kinsmen. Narada said, calamities, O Krishna, are of two kinds, viz., external and internal. They arise, O thou of Vrishni's race, from one's own acts or from the acts of others. The calamity that has now overtaken thee is an internal one and is born of thy own acts. Valadeva and others of the Boa race are partisans of Akrura, and have taken up his side either for the sake of wealth, or mere caprice, or moved by words or by hate. As regards thyself, thou hast given away wealth obtained by thee to another. Though possessed of men who should be your friends, thou hast, however, by thy own act, brought calamity over thy head. Thou canst not take back that wealth, even as one cannot swallow again the food that he has vomited himself. The kingdom cannot be taken back from Babu and Ugrasena, and to whom it has been given. Thyself, O Krishna, cannot, in particular, take it back from them, from fear of producing intestine dissensions. Supposing the endeavour succeeds, it will do so after much trouble and after the accomplishment of the most difficult feats. A great slaughter and a great loss of wealth will ensue, perhaps, even total destruction. Use then a weapon that is not made of steel, that is very mild and yet capable of piercing all hearts. Sharpening and resharpening that weapon correct the tongues of thy kinsmen. Vasudeva said, what is that weapon, O sage, which is not made of steel, which is mild, which still pierces all hearts, and which I must use for correcting the tongues of my kinsmen? Narada said, the giving of food to the best of thy power, forgiveness, sincerity, mildness, and honor to whom honor is due. These constitute a weapon that is not made of steel. With soft words alone turn away the anger of kinsmen about the utter cruel speeches, and mollify their hearts and minds and slanderous tongues. None who is not a great man with cleansed soul and possessed of accomplishments and friends can bear a heavy burthen. Take up this great weight of governing the Vrishnis, and bear it on thy shoulders. All oxen can bear heavy burthens on the level road. The stronger ones only among them can bear such burthens on a difficult road. From disunion destruction will spring and overtake all the Bajars and the Vrishnis. Thou, O Kosovo, art the foremost one among them. Do thou act in such a manner that the Bajars and the Vrishnis may not meet with destruction. Nothing but intelligence and forgiveness, restraint of the senses, and liberality are present in a person of wisdom. Advancing one's own race is always praiseworthy and glorious and conducive to long life. Do thou, O Krishna, act in such a way that destruction may not overtake thy kinsman. There is nothing unknown to thee in respect of policy and the art of war, O Lord. The Yadavas, the Kukaras, the Bajars, the Andakas, and the Vrishnis are all dependent on thee, even as all the worlds and all the regions of those worlds, O mighty armed one. The Rishis, O Madhava, always pray for thy advancement. Thou art the Lord of all creatures. Thou knowest the past, the present, and the future. Thou art the foremost one among all the Yadavas. Relying on thee, they expect to live in happiness. Section XXI. Bhishma said, This that I have told thee constitutes the first means. Listen now, O Bharata, to the second means. That man who seeks to advance the interests of the king should always be protected by the king. If a person, O Yudhishthira, that is paid or unpaid, comes to thee for telling thee of the damage done to thy treasury when its resources are being embezzled by a minister, thou shouldst grant him an audience in private and protect him also from their impeached minister. The ministers guilty of peculation seek, O Bharata, to slay such informants. They who plunder the royal treasury combine together for opposing the person who seeks to protect it, and if the latter be left unprotected, he is sure to be ruined. In this connection also an old story is cited of what the sage Kalakavrikshiya had said unto the king of Kosala. It hath been heard by us that once on a time the sage Kalakavrikshiya came to Kshimadasan, who had ascended the throne of the kingdom of Kosala. Desirous of examining the conduct of all the officers of Kshimadasan, the sage, with a crow kept within a cage in his hand, repeatedly travelled through every part of that king's dominions. And he spoke unto all the men, and said, Study ye the Corvin science. The crows tell me the present, the past, and the future. Proclaiming this in the kingdom, the sage, accompanied by a large number of men, began to observe the misdeeds of all the officers of the king. Having ascertained all the affairs in respect of that kingdom, and having learnt that all the officers appointed by the king were guilty of malversation, the sage, with his crow, came to see the king. Of rigid vows, he said unto the king, I know everything about thy kingdom. Arrived at the presence of the king, he said unto his minister adorned with the insignia of his office that he had been informed by his crow that the minister had done such a misdeed in such a place, and that such and such persons know that he had plundered the royal treasury. My crow tells me this. Admit or prove the falsehood of the accusation quickly. The sage then proclaimed the names of other officers who had similarly been guilty of embezzlement, adding, My crow never says anything that is false. Thus accused and injured by the sage, all the officers of the king, O thou of Kuru's race, united together and pierced his crow, while the sage slept at night. Beholding his crow pierced with a shaft within the cage, the regenerate Rishi, repairing to Kshimadasan in the morning, said unto him, O king, I seek thy protection. Thou art all-powerful, and thou art the master of the lives and wealth of all. If I receive thy command, I can then say what is for thy good. Grieved on account of thee whom I regard as a friend have come to thee, impelled by my devotion and ready to serve thee with my whole heart. Thou art being robbed of thy wealth. I have come to thee for disclosing it without showing any consideration for the robbers. Like a driver that urges a good steed, I have come hither for awakening thee whom I regard as a friend. A friend who is alive to his own interests and desirous of his own prosperity and aggrandizement, should forgive a friend that intrudes himself forcibly, impelled by devotion and wrath, for doing what is beneficial. The king replied unto him, saying, Why should I not bear anything thou wilt say, since I am not blind to what is for my good? I grant thee permission, O regenerate one. Tell me what thou pleasest. I shall certainly obey the instructions thou wilt give me, O Brahman. The sage said, Ascertaining the merits and faults of thy servants, as also the dangers thou incurrest at their hands, I have come to thee, impelled by my devotion, for representing everything to thee. The teachers of mankind have of old declared what the curses are, O king, of those that serve others. The lot of those that serve the king is very painful and wretched. He who has any connection with kings is to have connection with snakes of virulent poison. Kings have many friends as also many enemies. They that serve kings have to fear all of them. Every moment, again, they have fear from the king himself, O monarch. A person serving the king cannot, with impunity, be guilty of heedlessness in doing the king's work. Indeed, a servant who desires to win prosperity should never display heedlessness in the discharge of his duties. His heedlessness may move the king to wrath, and such wrath may bring down destruction on the servant. Carefully learning how to behave himself, one should sit in the presence of the king as he should in the presence of a blazing fire. Prepared to lay down life itself at every moment, one should serve the king attentively. For the king is all-powerful and master of the lives and the wealth of all, and therefore, like unto a snake of virulent poison. He should always fear to indulge in evil speeches before the king, or to sit cheerlessly or in irreverent postures, or to wait in attitudes of disrespect, or to walk disdainfully or display insolent gestures and disrespectful motions of the limbs. If the king becomes gratified, he can shower prosperity like God. If he becomes enraged, he can consume to the very roots like a blazing fire. This, O king, was said by Yama. Its truth is seen in the affairs of the world. I shall now, acting according to these precepts, do that which would enhance thy prosperity. Friends like ourselves can give unto friends like thee the aid of their intelligence in seasons of peril. This grow of mine, O king, has been slain for doing thy business. I cannot, however, blame thee for this. Thou art not loved by those that have slain this bird. Ascertain who are thy friends and who thy foes. Do everything thyself without surrendering thy intelligence to others. They who are on thy establishment are all peculators. They do not desire the good of thy subjects. I have incurred their hostility. Conspiring with those servants that have constant access to thee, they covet the kingdom after thee by compassing thy destruction. Their plans, however, do not succeed in consequence of unforeseen circumstances. Through fear of those men, O king, I shall leave this kingdom for some other asylum. I have no worldly desire, yet those persons of deceitful intentions have shot this shaft at my crow, and have, O Lord, dispatched the bird to Yama's abode. I have seen this, O king, with eyes whose vision had been improved by penances. With the assistance of this single crow I have crossed this kingdom of thine that is like a river abounding with alligators and sharks and crocodiles and whales. Indeed, with the assistance of that bird, I have passed through thy dominions like unto a Himalayan valley, impenetrable and inaccessible in consequence of trunks of fallen trees and scattered rocks and thorny shrubs and lions and tigers and other beasts of prey. The learned say that a region inaccessible in consequence of gloom can be passed through with the aid of the light, and a river that is unfordable can be crossed by means of a boat. No means, however, exist for penetrating or passing through the labyrinth of kingly affairs. Thy kingdom is like an inaccessible forest enveloped with gloom. Thou, that art the lord of it, canst not trust it. How then can I? Good and evil are regarded here in the same light. Residence here cannot, therefore, be safe. Here a person of righteous deeds meets with death, while one of unrighteous deeds incurs no danger. According to the requirements of justice, a person of unrighteous deeds should be slain, but never one who is righteous in his acts. It is not proper, therefore, for one to stay in this kingdom long. A man of sense should leave this country soon. There is a river, O king, of the name of Sita. Boats sink in it. This thy kingdom is like that river. An all-destructive net seems to have been cast around it. Thou art like the fall that awaits collectors of honey, or like attractive food containing poison. Thy nature now resembles that of dishonest men and not that of the good. Thou art like a pit, O king, abounding with snakes of virulent poison. Thou resemblest, O king, a river full of sweet water but exceedingly difficult of access, with steep banks overgrown with carairas and thorny canes. Thou art like a swan in the midst of dogs, vultures and jackals. Grassy parasites, deriving their sustenance from a mighty tree, swell into luxuriant growth, and at last covering the tree itself overshadow it completely. A forest conflagration sets in, and catching those grassy plants first, consumes the lordly tree with them. Thy ministers, O king, resemble those grassy parasites of which I speak. Do thou check and correct them. They have been nourished by thee. But conspiring against thee, they are destroying thy prosperity. Concealing from thee the faults of thy servants, I am living in thy abode in constant dread of danger, even like a person living in a room with a snake within it, or like the lover of a hero's wife. My object is to ascertain the behavior of the king who is my fellow lodger. I wish to know whether the king has his passions under control, whether his servants are obedient to him, whether he is loved by them, and whether he loves his subjects. For the object of ascertaining all these points, O best of kings, I have come to thee. Like food to a hungry person, thou hast become dear to me. I dislike thy ministers, however, as a person whose thirst has been slaked dislikes drink. They have found fault with me because I seek thy good. I have no doubt that there is no other cause for that hostility of theirs to me. I do not cherish any hostile intentions towards them. I am engaged in only marking their faults. As one should fear a wounded snake, every one should fear a foe of wicked heart. 243. The king said, Reside in my palace, O Brahmana. I shall always treat thee with respect and honor, and always worship thee. They that will dislike thee shall not dwell with me. Do thou thyself do what should be done next unto those persons, of whom thou hast spoken. Do thou see, O Holy One, that the rod of chastisement is wielded properly, and that everything is done well in my kingdom. Reflecting upon everything, do thou guide me in such a way that I may obtain prosperity. The sage said, Shutting thy eyes in the first instance to this offense of theirs, viz., the slaughter of the crow, do thou weaken them one by one. Prove their faults then, and strike them one after another. When many persons become guilty of the same offense, they can, by acting together, soften the very points of thorns. Lest thy ministers, being suspected, act against thee and disclose thy secret counsels, I advise thee to proceed with such caution. As regards ourselves, we are Brahmanas, naturally compassionate and unwilling to give pain to anyone. We desire thy good as also the good of others, even as we wish the good of ourselves. I speak of myself, O king. I am thy friend. I am known as the sage Kalakavrikshiya. I always adhere to truth. Thy sire regarded me lovingly as his friend. When distress overtook this kingdom during the reign of thy sire, O king, I performed many penances for driving it off, abandoning every other business. From my affection for thee I say this unto thee, so that thou mayst not again commit the fault of reposing confidence on undeserving persons. Thou hast obtained a kingdom without trouble. Reflect upon everything connected with its weal and woe. Thou hast ministers in thy kingdom. But why, O king, shouldst thou be guilty of heedlessness? After this, the king of Kosala took a minister from the Kshatriya order, and appointed that bull among Brahmanas, viz., the sage Kalakavrikshiya, as his purocrator. After these changes had been effected, the king of Kosala subjugated the whole earth and acquired great fame. The sage Kalakavrikshiya worshipped the gods in many grand sacrifices performed from the king. Having listened to his beneficial counsels, the king of Kosala conquered the whole earth and conducted himself in every respect as the sage directed. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, What should be the characteristics, O grandsire, of the legislators, the ministers of war, the courtiers, the generalissimos, and the councillors of a king? Bhishma said, Such persons as are possessed of modesty, self-restraint, truth, sincerity, and courage to say what is proper, should be thy legislators. They that are always by thy side, that are possessed of great courage, that are of the regenerate caste, possessed of great learning, well pleased with thee, and endued with perseverance in all acts, should, O son of Kunti, be desired by thee for becoming thy ministers of war at all seasons of distress, O Bharata. One who is of high descent, who, treated with honour by thee, always exerts his powers to the utmost on thy behalf, and who will never abandon thee in weal or woe, illness or death, should be entertained by thee as a courtier. They that are of high birth, that are born in thy kingdom, that have wisdom, beauty of form and features, great learning, and dignity of behaviour, and that are, besides, devoted to thee, should be employed as officers of thy army. Persons of low descent and covetous dispositions, who are cruel and shameless, would court thee, O sire, as long as their hands would remain wet. 244. They that are of good birth and good behaviour, that can read all signs and gestures, that are destitute of cruelty, that know what the requirements are of place and time, that always seek the good of their master in all acts, should be appointed as ministers by the king in all his affairs. They that have been won over with gifts of wealth, honours, regardful receptions, and means of procuring felicity, and who on that account may be regarded by thee as persons inclined to benefit thee in all thy affairs, should always be made sharers of thy happiness. They that are unchangeable in conduct, possessed of learning and good behaviour, observant of excellent vows, large-hearted, and truthful in speech, will always be attentive to thy affairs and will never abandon thee. They, on the other hand, that are disrespectable, that are not observant of restraints, that are of wicked souls, and that have fallen away from good practices, should always be compelled by thee to observe all wholesome restraints. When the question is which of two sides should be adopted, thou shouldst not abandon the many for adopting the side of one. When, however, that one person transcends the many in consequence of the possession of many accomplishments, then thou shouldst, for that one, abandon the many. These are regarded as marks of superiority, viz., prowess, devotion to pursuits that bring fame, and observance of wholesome restraints. He, again, that honours all persons possessed of ability, that never indulges in feelings of rivalry with persons possessed of no merit, that never abandons righteousness from lust or fear or wrath or covetousness, that is adorned with humility, that is truthful in speech and forgiving in temper, that has his soul under control, that has a sense of dignity, and that has been tried in every situation, should be employed by thee as thy counsellor. High descent, purity of blood, forgiveness, cleverness, and purity of soul, bravery, gratefulness, and truth, are, O son of Pritha, marks of superiority and goodness. A wise man who conducts himself in this way, 245, succeeds in disarming his very foes of their hostility and converting them into friends. A king that has his soul under restraint, that is possessed of wisdom, and that is desirous of prosperity, should carefully examine the merits and demerits of his ministers. A king desirous of prosperity and of shining in the midst of his contemporaries should have for ministers persons connected with his trusted friends, possessed of high birth, born in his own kingdom, incapable of being corrupted, unstained by adultery and similar vices, well-tested, belonging to good families, possessed of learning, sprung from sires and grandsires that held similar offices, and adorned with humility. The king should employ 5 such persons to look after his affairs as are possessed of intelligence unstained by pride, a disposition that is good, energy, patience, forgiveness, purity, loyalty, firmness, and courage, whose merits and faults have been well tested, who are of mature years, who are capable of bearing burthens, and who are free from deceit. Men that are wise in speech, that are possessed of heroism, that are full of resources under difficulties, that are of high birth, that are truthful, that can read signs, that are free from cruelty, that are conversant with the requirements of place and time, and that desire the good of their masters, should be employed by the king as his ministers in all affairs of the kingdom. One who is bereft of energy and who has been abandoned by friends can never work with perseverance. Such a man, if employed, fails in almost every business. A minister possessed of little learning, even if blessed with high birth and attentive to virtue, profit, and pleasure, becomes incompetent in choosing proper courses of action. Similarly, a person of low descent, even if possessed of great learning, always errs, like a blind man without a guide, in all acts requiring dexterity and foresight. A person, again, who is of infirm purposes, even if possessed of intelligence and learning, and even if conversant with means, cannot long act with success. A man of wicked heart and possessed of no learning may set his hand to work, but he fails to ascertain what the results will be of his work. A king should never repose trust on a minister that is not devoted to him. He should, therefore, never disclose his counsels to a minister that is not devoted to him. Such a wicked minister, combining with the other ministers of the king, may ruin his master, like a fire consuming a tree by entering its entrails through the holes in its body with the aid of the wind. Giving way to wrath, a master may one day pull down a servant from his office or reprove him, from rage, in harsh words, and restore him to power again. None but a servant devoted to the master can bear and forgive such treatment. Ministers also become sometime highly offended with their royal masters. That one, however, amongst them, who subdues his wrath from desire of doing good to his master, that person who is a sharer with the king of his weal and woe, should be consulted by the king in all his affairs. A person who is of crooked heart, even if he be devoted to his master and possessed of wisdom and adorned with numerous virtues, should never be consulted by the king. One who is allied with foes and who does not regard the interests of the king's subjects should be known as an enemy. The king should never consult with him. One who is possessed of no learning, who is not pure, who is stained with pride, who pays court to the king's enemies, who indulges in brag, who is unfriendly, wrathful, and covetous should not be consulted by the king. One who is a stranger, even if he be devoted to the king and possessed of great learning, may be honored by the king and gratified with assignment of the means of sustenance, but the king should never consult him in his affairs. A person whose sire was unjustly banished by royal edict should not be consulted by the king, even if the king may have subsequently bestowed honours upon him and assigned to him the means of sustenance. A well-wisher whose property was once confiscated for a slight transgression, even if he be possessed of every accomplishment, should not still be consulted by the king. A person possessed of wisdom, intelligence, and learning, who is born within the kingdom, who is pure and righteous in all his acts, deserves to be consulted by the king. One who is endued with knowledge and wisdom, who is acquainted with the dispositions of his friends and foes, who is such a friend of the king as to be his second self, deserves to be consulted. One who is truthful in speech and modest and mild, and who is a hereditary servant of the king, deserves to be consulted. One who is contented and honored, who is truthful and dignified, who hates wickedness and wicked men, who is conversant with policy and the requirements of time, and who is courageous, deserves to be consulted by the king. One who is competent to win over all men by conciliation should be consulted, O monarch, by the king that is desirous of ruling according to the dictates of the science of chastisement. One upon whom the inhabitants of both the capital and the provinces repose confidence for his righteous conduct, who is competent to fight and conversant with the rules of policy, deserves to be consulted by the king. Therefore, men possessed of such qualities, men conversant with the dispositions of all and desirous of achieving high acts, should be honored by the king and made his ministers. Their number also should not be less than 246. Ministers should be employed in observing the laches of their masters, of themselves, of the subjects, and of the foes of their master. The kingdom has its root in the councils of policy that flow from ministers, and its growth proceeds from the same source. Ministers should act in such a way that the enemies of their master may not be able to detect his laches. On the other hand, when their laches become visible, they should then be assailed. Like the tortoise protecting its limbs by withdrawing them within its shell, ministers should protect their own counsels. They should, even thus, conceal their own laches. Those ministers of the kingdom that succeed in concealing their counsels are said to be possessed of wisdom. Counsels constitute the armor of a king, and the limbs of his subjects and officers. A kingdom is said to have its roots in spies and secret agents, and its strength is said to lie in councils of policy. If masters and ministers follow each other for deriving support from each other, subduing pride and wrath, and vanity and envy, they may then both become happy. A king should also consult with such ministers as are free from the 5 kinds of deceit, ascertaining well, in the first instance, the different opinions of the 3 amongst them whom he has consulted. The king should, for subsequent deliberation, repair to his preceptor for informing him of those opinions and his own. His preceptor should be a Brahmana well versed in all matters of virtue, profit, and pleasure. Repairing, for such subsequent deliberation, to him, the king should, with collected mind, ask his opinion. When a decision is arrived at after deliberation with him, the king should then, without attachment, carry it out into practice. They that are conversant with the conclusions of the science of consultation say that kings should always hold consultation in this way. Having settled counsels in this way, they should then be reduced to practice, for then they will be able to win over all the subjects. There should be no dwarfs, no humpbacked persons, no one of an emaciated constitution, no one who is lame or blind, no one who is an idiot, no woman, and no eunuch, at the spot where the king holds his consultations. Nothing should move there before or behind, above or below, or in transverse directions. Getting up on a boat, or repairing to an open space destitute of grass or grassy bushes, and whence the surrounding land may be clearly seen, the king should hold consultations at the proper time, avoiding faults of speech and gestures. Section Xxxif. Bhishma said, in this connection, O Yudhishthira, the old account of a conversation between Vrihaspati and Sakra is cited. Sakra said, what is that one act, O regenerate one, by accomplishing which with care, a person may become the object of regard with all creatures and acquire great celebrity? Vrihaspati said, agreeableness of speech, O Sakra, is the one thing by practicing which a person may become an object of regard with all creatures and acquire great celebrity. This is the one thing, O Sakra, which gives happiness to all. By practicing it, one may always obtain the love of all creatures. The person who does not speak a word and whose face is always furrowed with frowns, becomes an object of hatred with all creatures. Abstention from agreeable speeches makes him so. That person who, upon beholding others, addresses them first and does so with smiles succeeds in making everyone gratified with him. Even gifts, if not made with agreeable speeches, do not delight the recipients, like rice without curry. If even the possessions of men, O Sakura, be taken away with sweet speeches, such sweetness of behavior succeeds in reconciling the robbed. A king, therefore, that is desirous of even inflicting chastisement should utter sweet words. Sweetness of speech never fails of its purpose, while, at the same time, it never pains any heart. A person of good acts and good, agreeable, and sweet speeches has no equal. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by his priest. Sakura began to act according to those instructions. Do thou also, O son of Kunti, practice this virtue. Section LXXXV. Yudhishthira said, O foremost of kings, what is that method by which a king ruling his subjects may, in consequence of it, obtain great blessedness and eternal fame? Bhishma said, a king of cleansed soul and attentive to the duty of protecting his subjects earns merit and fame, both here and hereafter, by conducting himself righteously. Yudhishthira said, with whom should the king behave in what way? Asked by me, O thou of great wisdom, it behoveth thee to tell me everything duly. Those virtues of which thou hast already spoken with respect to a person, cannot, it is my belief, be found to exist in any single individual. Bhishma said, thou art endued with great intelligence, O Yudhishthira. It is even so as thou sayest. The person is very rare who is possessed of all those good qualities. To be brief, conduct like this, viz., the presence of all the virtues spoken of, is very difficult to be met with even upon careful search. I shall, however, tell thee what kinds of ministers should be appointed by thee. 4 Brahmanas, learned in the Vedas, possessed of the sense of dignity, belonging to the Snataka order, and of pure behavior, and 8 Kshatriyas, all of whom should be possessed of physical strength and capable of wielding weapons, and 21 Vaisyas, all of whom should be possessed of wealth, and 3 Sudras, every one of whom should be humble and of pure conduct and devoted to his daily duties, and 1 man of the Sutta caste, possessed of a knowledge of the Puranas and the 8 cardinal virtues, should be thy ministers. Every one of them should be 50 years of age, possessed of a sense of dignity, free from envy, conversant with the Srutis and the Smritis, humble, impartial, competent to readily decide in the midst of dispute and surging different courses of action, free from covetousness, and from the 7 dreadful vices called Vyasanas. The king should consult with those 8 ministers and hold the lead among them. He should then publish in his kingdom, for the information of his subjects, the results of such deliberation. Thou shouldst always, adopting such a conduct, watch over thy people. Thou shouldst never confiscate what is deposited with thee or appropriate as thine the thing about whose ownership 2 persons may dispute. Conduct such as this would spoil the administration of justice. If the administration of justice be thus injured, sin will afflict thee, and afflict thy kingdom as well, and inspire thy people with fear as little birds at the sight of the hawk. Thy kingdom will then melt away like a boat wrecked on the sea. If a king governs his subjects with unrighteousness, fear takes possession of his heart and the door of heaven is closed against him. A kingdom, O bull among men, has its root in righteousness. That minister, or king's son, who acts unrighteously, occupying the seat of justice, and those officers who, having accepted the charge of affairs, act unjustly, moved by self-interest, all sink in hell along with the king himself. those helpless men who are oppressed by the powerful and who indulge on that account in piteous and copious lamentations, have their protector in the king. In cases of dispute between two parties, the decision should be based upon the evidence of witnesses. If one of the disputants has no witnesses and is helpless, the king should give the case his best consideration. The king should cause chastisement to be meted out to offenders according to the measure of their offences. They that are wealthy should be punished with fines and confiscations, they that are poor, with loss of liberty. Those that are of very wicked conduct should be chastised by the king with even corporal inflictions. The king should cherish all good men with agreeable speeches and gifts of wealth. He who seeks to compass the death of the king should be punished with death to be effected by diverse means. The same should be the punishment of one who becomes guilty of arson or theft or such cohabitation with women as may lead to a confusion of castes. A king, O monarch, who inflicts punishments duly and conformably to the dictates of the science of chastisement, incurs no sin by the act. On the other hand, he earns merit that is eternal. That foolish king who inflicts punishments capriciously, earns infamy here and sinks into hell hereafter. One should not be punished for the fault of another. Reflecting well upon their criminal code, a person should be convicted or acquitted. A king should never slay an envoy under any circumstances. That king who slays an envoy sinks into hell with all his ministers. That king observant of Kshatriya practices who slays an envoy that faithfully utters the message with which he is charged, causes the manes of his deceased ancestors to be stained with the sin of killing a fetus. An envoy should possess these 7 accomplishments, viz., he should be high-born, of a good family, eloquent, clever, sweet-speeched, faithful in delivering the message with which he is charged, and endued with a good memory. The aide-de-camp of the king that protects his person should be endued with similar qualities. The officer also that guards his capital or citadel should possess the same accomplishments. The king's minister should be conversant with the conclusions of the scriptures and competent in directing wars and making treaties. He should, further, be intelligent, possessed of courage, modest, and capable of keeping secrets. He should also be of high birth endued with strength of mind, and pure in conduct. If possessed of these qualities, he should be regarded worthy. The commander of the king's forces should be possessed of similar accomplishments. He should also be conversant with the different kinds of battle array and with the uses of engines and weapons. He should be able to bear exposure to rain, cold, heat, and wind, and watchful of the lackeys of foes. The king, O monarch, should be able to lull his foes into a sense of security. He should not, however, himself trust anyone. The reposing of confidence on even his own son is not to be approved of. I have now, O sinless one, declared to thee what the conclusions of the scriptures are. Refusal to trust anyone has been said to be one of the highest mysteries of kingcraft. Section V. Yiddish theory said, what should be the kind of city within which the king should himself dwell? Should he select one already made, or should he cause one to be especially constructed? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, it is proper, O Bharata, to inquire about the conduct that should be followed and the defences that should be adopted with respect to the city in which, O son of Kunti, a king should reside. I shall, therefore, discourse to thee on the subject, referring especially to the defences of citadels. Having listened to me, thou shouldst make the arrangements required and conduct thyself attentively as directed. Keeping his eye on the 6 different kinds of citadels, the king should build his cities containing every kind of affluence and every other article of use in abundance. Those 6 varieties are water citadels, earth citadels, hill citadels, human citadels, mud citadels, and forest citadels. 247. The king, with his ministers and the army thoroughly loyal to him, should reside in that city which is defended by a citadel which contains an abundant stock of rice and weapons, which is protected with impenetrable walls, and a trench which teems with elephants and steeds and cars, which is inhabited by men possessed of learning and versed in the mechanical arts, where provisions of every kind have been well stored, whose population is virtuous in conduct and clever in business, and consists of strong and energetic men and animals, which is adorned with many open squares and rows of shops, where the behavior of all persons is righteous, where peace prevails, where no danger exists, which blazes with beauty and resounds with music and songs, where the houses are all spacious, where the residents number among them many brave and wealthy individuals, which echoes with the chant of Vedic hymns, where festivities and rejoicings frequently take place, and where the deities are always worshipped. 248. Residing there, the king should be employed in filling his treasury, increasing his forces, enhancing the number of his friends, and establishing courts of justice. He should check all abuses and evils in both his cities and his provinces. He should be employed in collecting provisions of every kind and in filling his arsenals with care. He should also increase his stores of rice and other grain, and strengthen his counsels with wisdom. He should further enhance his stores of fuel, iron, chaff, charcoal, timber, horns, bones, bamboos, marrow, oils and ghee, fat, honey, medicines, flax, resinous exudations, rice, weapons, shafts, leather catgut, for bowstrings, carries, and strings and cords made of manger grass and other plants and creepers. He should also increase the number of tanks and wells containing large quantities of water, and should protect all juicy trees. 249. He should entertain with honor and attention preceptors of different sciences, writwages, and priests, mighty bowmen, persons skilled in architecture, astronomers and astrologers, and physicians, as also all men possessed of wisdom and intelligence and self-restraint and cleverness and courage and learning and high birth and energy of mind, and capable of close application to all kinds of work. The king should honor the righteous and chastise the unrighteous. He should, acting with resolution, set the several orders to their respective duties, ascertaining properly, by means of spies, the outward behavior and the state of mind of the inhabitants of his city and provinces. He should adopt those measures that may be required. The king should himself supervise his spies and councils, his treasury, and the agencies for inflicting chastisements. Upon these everything may be said to depend. With spies constituting his sight, the king should ascertain all the acts and intentions of his foes, friends, and neutrals. He should then, with heedfulness, devise his own measures, honoring those that are loyal to him and punishing those that are hostile. The king should always adore the gods in sacrifices and make gifts without giving pain to anybody. He should protect his subjects, never doing anything that may obstruct or thwart righteousness. He should always maintain and protect the helpless, the masterless, and the old, and women that are widows. The king should always honor the ascetics and make unto them gifts, at proper seasons, of cloths and vessels and food. The king should, with attentive care, inform the ascetics, within his dominions, of the state of his own self, of all his measures, and of the kingdom, and should always behave with humility in their presence. When he sees ascetics of high birth and great learning that have abandoned all earthly objects, he should honor them with gifts of beds and seats and food. Whatever the nature of the distress into which he may fall, he should confide in an ascetic. The very robbers repose confidence upon persons of that character. The king should place his wealth in charge of an ascetic and should take wisdom from him. He should not, however, always wait upon them or worship them on all occasions. 250. From among those residing in his own kingdom, he should select one for friendship. Similarly, he should select another from among those that reside in the kingdom of his foe. He should select a third from among those residing in the forests, and a fourth from among those dwelling in the kingdoms paying tribute to him. He should show hospitality towards and bestow honors upon them and assign them the means of sustenance. He should behave towards the ascetics dwelling in the kingdoms of foes and in the forests in the same way as towards those that reside in his own kingdom. Engaged in penances and of rigid vows they would, if calamity overtakes the king and if he solicits protection, grant him what he wants. I have now told thee in brief the indications of the city in which the king should reside. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, How, O king, may a kingdom be consolidated, and how should it be protected? I desire to know this. Tell me all this, O bull of Bharata's race. Bhishma said, Listen to me with concentrated attention. I shall tell thee how a kingdom may be consolidated, and how also it may be protected. A headman should be selected for each village. Over the 10 villages, or 10 headmen, there should be 1 superintendent. Over the 2 such superintendents there should be 1 officer, having the control, therefore, of 20 villages. Above the latter should be appointed persons, under each of whom should be a century of villages, and above the last kind of officers should be appointed men each of whom should have 1,000 villages under his control. The headman should ascertain the characteristics of every person in the village and all the faults also that need correction. He should report everything to the officer who is above him and is in charge of 10 villages. The latter, again, should report the same to the officer who is above him and is in charge of 20 villages. The latter, in his turn, should report the conduct of all the persons within his dominion to the officer who is above him and is in charge of 100 villages. The village headman should have control over all the produce and the possessions of the village. Every headman should contribute his share for maintaining the lord of 10 villages, and the latter should do the same for supporting the lord of 20 villages. The lord of 100 villages should receive every honor from the king and should have for his support a large village, O chief of the Bharatas, populous and teeming with wealth. Such a village, so assigned to a lord of 100 villages, should be, however, within the control of the lord of 1,000 villages. That high officer, again, viz., the lord of 1,000 villages, should have a minor town for his support. He should enjoy the grain and gold and other possessions derivable from it. He should perform all the duties of its wars and other internal affairs pertaining to it. Some virtuous minister, with wrathfulness, should exercise supervision over the administration affairs and mutual relations of those officers. In every town, again, there should be an officer for attending to every matter relating to his jurisdiction. Like some planet of dreadful form moving above all the asterisms below, the officer, with plenary powers, mentioned last should move and act above all the officers subordinate to him. Such an officer should ascertain the conduct of those under him through his spies. Such high officers should protect the people from all persons of murderous disposition, all men of wicked deeds, all who rob other people of their wealth, and all who are full of deceit, and all of whom are regarded to be possessed by the devil. Taking note of the sales and the purchases, the state of the roads, the food and dress, and the stocks and profits of those that are engaged in trade, the king should levy taxes on them. Ascertaining on all occasions the extent of the manufactures, the receipts and expenses of those that are engaged in them, and the state of the arts, the king should levy taxes upon the artisans in respect of the arts they follow. The king, O Yudhishthira, may take high taxes, but he should never levy such taxes as would emasculate his people. No tax should be levied without ascertaining the outturn and the amount of labour that has been necessary to produce it. Nobody would work or seek for outturns without sufficient cause. 251. The king should, after reflection, levy taxes in such a way that he and the person who labours to produce the article taxed may both share the value. The king should not, by his thirst, destroy his own foundations as also those of others. He should always avoid those acts in consequence of which he may become an object of hatred to his people. Indeed, by acting in this way he may succeed in winning popularity. The subjects hate that king who earns an notoriety for voraciousness of appetite in the matter of taxes and imposts. Whence can a king who becomes an object of hatred have prosperity? Such a king can never acquire what is for his good. A king who is possessed of sound intelligence should milk his kingdom after the analogy of men acting in the matter of calves. If the calf be permitted to suck, it grows strong, O Bharata, and bears heavy burthens. If, on the other hand, O Yudhishthira, the cow be milked too much, the calf becomes lean and fails to do much service to the owner. Similarly, if the kingdom be drained much, the subjects fail to achieve any act that is great. That king who protects his kingdom himself and shows favour to his subjects in the matter of taxes and imposts, and supports himself upon what is easily obtained, succeeds in earning many grand results. Does not the king then obtain wealth sufficient for enabling him to cope with his wants? 252. The entire kingdom, in that case, becomes to him his treasury, while that which is his treasury becomes his bedchamber. If the inhabitants of the cities and the provinces be poor, the king should, whether they depend upon him immediately or mediately, show them compassion to the best of his power. Chastising all robbers that infest the outskirts, the king should protect the people of his villages and make them happy. The subjects, in the case, becoming sharers of the king's weal and woe, feel exceedingly gratified with him. Thinking, in the first instance, of collecting wealth, the king should repair to the chief centres of his kingdom one after another and endeavour to inspire his people with fright. He should say unto them, Here, calamity threatens us. A great danger has arisen in consequence of the acts of the foe. There is every reason, however, to hope that the danger will pass away, for the enemy, like a bamboo that has flowered, will very soon meet with destruction. Many foes of mine, having risen up and combined with a large number of robbers, desire to put our kingdom into difficulties, for meeting with destruction themselves. In view of this great calamity fraught with dreadful danger, I solicit your wealth for devising the means of your protection. When the danger passes away, I will give you what I now take. Our foes, however, will not give back what they, if unopposed, will take from you by force. On the other hand, if unopposed, they will even slay all your relatives, beginning with your very spouses. You certainly desire wealth for the sake of your children and wives. I am glad at your prosperity, and I beseech you as I would my own children. I shall take from you what it may be within your power to give me. I do not wish to give pain to anyone. In seasons of calamity, you should, like strong bulls, bear such burthens. In seasons of distress, wealth should not be so dear to you. A king conversant with the considerations relating to time should, with such agreeable, sweet, and complimentary words, send his agents and collect imposts from his people, pointing out to them the necessity of repairing his fortifications and of defraying the expenses of his establishment and other heads, inspiring them with the fear of foreign invasion, and impressing them with the necessity that exists for protecting them and enabling them to ensure the means of living in peace. The king should levy imposts upon the vassiers of his realm. If the king disregards the vassiers, they become a loss to him, and abandoning his dominions remove themselves to the woods. The king should, therefore, behave with leniency towards them. The king, O son of Pritha, should always conciliate and protect the vassiers, adopt measures for inspiring them with a sense of security and for ensuring them in the enjoyment of what they possess, and always do what is agreeable to them. The king, O Bharata, should always act in such a way towards the Vaisyas that their productive powers may be enhanced. The Vaisyas increase the strength of a kingdom, improve its agriculture, and develop its trade. A wise king, therefore, should always gratify them. Acting with heedfulness and leniency, he should levy mild imposts upon them. It is always easy to behave with goodness towards the Vaisyas. There is nothing productive of greater good to a kingdom, O Yudhishthira, than the adoption of such behavior towards the Vaisyas of the realm. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandsire, how should the king behave if, notwithstanding his great wealth, he desires for more?" Bhishma said, "A king, desirous of earning religious merit, should devote himself to the good of his subjects and protect them according to considerations of place and time and to the best of his intelligence and power. He should, in his dominions, adopt all such measures as would in his estimation secure good as also his own. A king should milk his kingdom like a bee gathering honey from plants. 253. He should act like a keeper of the cow who draws milk from her without boring her udders and without starving the calf. The king should, in the matter of taxes, act like the leech drawing blood mildly. He should conduct himself towards his subjects like a tigress in the matter of carrying her cubs, touching them with her teeth but never piercing them therewith. He should behave like a mouse which, though possessed of sharp and pointed teeth, still cuts the feet of sleeping animals in such a manner that they do not at all become conscious of it. A little by little should be taken from a growing subject, and by this means should he be shorn. The demand should then be increased gradually till what is taken assumes a fair proportion. The king should enhance the burthens of his subjects gradually, like a person gradually increasing the burthens of a young bullock. Acting with care and mildness, he should at last put the reins on them. If the reins are thus put, they would not become intractable. Indeed, adequate measures should be employed for making them obedient. Mere entreaties to reduce them to subjection would not do. It is impossible to behave equally towards all men. Conciliating those that are foremost, the common people should be reduced to obedience. Producing disunion, through the agency of their leaders, among the common people who are to bear the burthens, the king should himself come forward to conciliate them and then enjoy in happiness what he will succeed in drawing from them. The king should never impose taxes unseasonably and on persons unable to bear them. He should impose them gradually and with conciliation, in proper season and according to due forms. These contrivances that I declare unto thee are legitimate means of kingcraft. They are not reckoned as methods fraught with deceit. One who seeks to govern steeds by improper methods only makes them furious. Drinking shops, public women, pimps, actors, gamblers and keepers of gaming houses, and other persons of this kind, who are sources of disorder to the state, should all be checked. Residing within the realm, these afflict and injure the better classes of the subjects. Nobody should ask anything of anyone when there is no distress. Manu himself in days of old has laid down this injunction in respect of all men. 254. If all men were to live by asking or begging and abstain from work, the world would doubtless come to an end. The king alone is competent to restrain and check. That king who does not restrain his subjects from sin earns a fourth part of the sins committed by his people, in consequence of the absence of royal protection. This is the declaration of the Srutis. Since the king shares the sins of his subjects like their merits, he should, therefore, O monarch, restrain those subjects of his that are sinful. The king that neglects to restrain them becomes himself sinful. He earns, as already said, a fourth part of their sins as he does a fourth part of their merits. The following faults of which I speak should be checked. They are such as impoverish everyone. What wicked act is there that a person governed by passion would not do? A person governed by passion indulges in stimulants and meat, and appropriates the wives and the wealth of other people, and sets a bad example for imitation by others. They that do not live upon alms may beg in seasons of distress. The king should, observant of righteousness, make gifts unto them from compassion, but not from fear. Let there be no beggars in thy kingdom, nor robbers. It is the robbers, and not virtuous men, that give unto beggars. Such givers are not real benefactors of men. Let such men reside in thy dominions as advance the interests of others and do them good, but not such as exterminate others. Those officers, O king, that take from the subjects more than what is due should be punished. Thou shouldst then appoint others so that these will take only what is due. Agriculture, rearing of cattle, trade and other acts of a similar nature should be caused to be carried on by many persons on the principle of division of labour. 255. If a person engaged in agriculture, cattle rearing, or trade, becomes inspired with a sense of insecurity, in consequence of thieves and tyrannical officers, the king, as a consequence, incurs infamy. The king should always honour those subjects of his that are rich, and should say unto them, Do ye, with me, advance the interest of the people. In every kingdom, they that are wealthy constitute an estate in the realm. Without doubt, a wealthy person is the foremost of men. 256. He that is wise, or courageous, or wealthy, or influential, or righteous, or engaged in penances, or truthful in speech, or gifted with intelligence, assists in protecting his fellow subjects. For these reasons, O monarch, do thou love all creatures, and display the qualities of truth, sincerity, absence of wrath, and abstention from injury. Thou shouldst thus wield the rod of chastisement, and enhance thy treasury and support thy friends and consolidate thy kingdom thus, practicing the qualities of truthfulness and sincerity and supported by thy friends, treasury and forces. Section 6. Bhishma said, Let not such trees as yield edible fruits be cut down in thy dominions. Fruits and roots constitute the property of the Brahmanas. The sages have declared this to be an ordinance of religion. The surplus, after supporting the Brahmanas, should go to the support of other people. Nobody should take anything by doing an injury to the Brahmanas. 257. If a Brahmana, afflicted for want of support, desires to abandon a kingdom for obtaining livelihood elsewhere, the king, O monarch, should, with affection and respect, assign unto him the means of sustenance. If he does not still abstain from leaving the kingdom, the king should repair to an assembly of Brahmanas and say, Such a Brahmana is leaving the kingdom. In whom shall my people then find an authority for guiding them? 258. If after this, he does not give up his intention of leaving, and says anything, the king should say unto him, Forget the past. This, O son of Kunti, is the eternal way of royal duty. 259. The king should further say unto him, Indeed, O Brahmana, people say that only should be assigned to a Brahmana which would be just sufficient for maintaining him. I, however, do not accept that opinion. On the other hand, I think that if a Brahmana seeks to leave a kingdom for the king's neglect in providing him with means of support, such means should be assigned to him, and, further, if he intends to take that step for procuring the means of luxury, he should still be requested to stay unsupplied with ever those means. 260. Agriculture, cattle rearing, and trade provide all men with the means of living. A knowledge of the Vedas, however, provide them with the means of obtaining heaven. They, therefore, that obstruct the study of the Vedas and the cause of Vedic practices, are to be regarded as enemies of society. 261. It is for the extermination of these that Brahman created Kshatriyas. Subdue thy foes, protect thy subjects, worship the deities in sacrifices, and fight battles with courage, O delighter of the chorus. A king should protect those that deserve protection. The king who does this is the best of rulers. Those kings that do not exercise the duty of protection live a vain life. For the benefit of all his subjects, the king should always seek to ascertain the acts and thoughts of all, O Yudhishthira, and for that reason he should set spies and secret agents. 262. Protecting others from thy own, and thy own from others, as also others from others, and thy own from thy own, do thou always cherish thy people. Protecting his own self first from everyone, the king should protect the earth. Men of knowledge have said that everything has its root in self. The king should always reflect upon these, viz., what are his lackers, to what evil habits he is addicted, what are the sources of his weakness, and what are the sources of his faults. The king should cause secret and trusted agents to wander through the kingdom for ascertaining whether his conduct as displayed on the previous day has or has not met with the approbation of the people. Indeed, he should ascertain whether his conduct is or is not generally praised, or is always not acceptable to the people of the provinces, and whether he has or has not succeeded in earning a good name in his kingdom. Amongst those that are virtuous and possessed of wisdom, those that never retreat from battle, and those that do not reside in thy kingdom, those that are dependent on thee, and those that are thy ministers, as well as those that are independent of party, they that praise or blame thee should never be objects of disregard with thee, O Yudhishthira. 263. No man, O sire, can succeed in earning the good opinion of all persons in the world. All persons have friends, foes, and neutrals, O Bharata. Yudhishthira said, among persons all of whom are equal in might of arms and accomplishments, whence does one acquire superiority over all the rest, and whence does that one succeed in ruling over them? Bhishma said, creatures that are mobile devour things that are immobile. Animals, again, that have teeth devour those that have no teeth. Wrathful snakes of virulent poison devour smaller ones of their own species. Upon this principle, among human beings also, the king, who is strong, preys upon those that are weak. The king, O Yudhishthira, should always be heedful of his subjects as also of his foes. If he becomes heedless, they fall upon him like vultures on carrion. Take care, O king, that the traders in thy kingdom who purchase articles at prices high and low, for sale, and who in course of their journeys have to sleep or take rest in forest and inaccessible regions, 264, be not afflicted by the imposition of heavy taxes. Let not the agriculturists in thy kingdom leave it through oppression. They, who bear the burthens of the king, support the other residents also of the kingdom. 265. The gifts made by thee in this world support the gods, Pitras, men, Nagas, Rakshasas, birds, and animals. These, O Bharata, are the means of governing the kingdom and protecting its rulers. I shall again discourse to thee on the subject, O son of Pandu. Section XC. Bhishma said that foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas, viz., Uttathiya Vangirasa's race, discoursed cheerfully, on former occasion, and to Yavanas was son mandatory. I shall now, O Yudhishthira, recite to thee everything that Uttathiya, that foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas, had said unto that king. Uttathiya said, one becomes a king for acting in the interests of righteousness and not for conducting himself capriciously. Know this, O mandatory, the king is, indeed, the protector of the world. If the king acts righteously, he attains to the position of a god. 266. On the other hand, if he acts unrighteously, he sinks into hell. All creatures rest upon righteousness. Righteousness, in its turn, rests upon the king. That king, therefore, who upholds righteousness, is truly a king. That king who is endued with a righteous soul and with every kind of grace is said to be an embodiment of virtue. If a king fails to chastise unrighteousness, the gods desert his mansion and he incurs obloquy among men. The efforts of men who are observant of their own duties are always crowned with success. For this reason all men seek to obey the dictates of righteousness which are productive of prosperity. When sinfulness is not restrained, righteous behavior comes to an end and unrighteous behavior increases greatly. When sinfulness is not restrained, no one can, according to the rights of property as laid down in the scriptures, say, "This thing is mine and this is not mine." When sinfulness prevails in the world, men cannot own and enjoy their own wives and animals and fields and houses. The deities receive no worship, the Pitres no offerings in sraddhas, and guests no hospitality, when sinfulness is not restrained. The regenerate classes do not study the Vedas, or observe high vows, or spread out sacrifices, when sinfulness is not restrained. The minds of men, O king, become weak and confounded like those of persons wounded with weapons, when sinfulness is not restrained. Casting their eyes on both the worlds, the rishis made the king, that superior being, intending that he should be the embodiment of righteousness on earth. 267. He is called Rajan, in whom righteousness shines. That king, again in whom there is no righteousness, is called Vrishala. 268. The divine Dharma, righteousness, has another name, viz., Vrisha. He who weakens Vrisha is called by the name of Vrishala. A king should, therefore, advance the cause of righteousness. All creatures grow in the growth of righteousness, and decay with its decay. Righteousness, therefore, should never be permitted to decay. Righteousness is called Dharma because it aids the acquisition and preservation of wealth, Dharna. The sages, O king, have declared that Dharma restrains and sets bounds to all evil acts of men. The self-born Brahman created Dharma for the advancement and growth of creatures. For this reason, a king should act according to the dictates of Dharma for benefiting his subjects. For this reason also, O tiger among kings, Dharma has been said to be the foremost of all things. That foremost of men who rules his subjects righteously is called a king. Disregarding lust and wrath, observe thou the dictates of righteousness. Among all things, O chief of Bharata's race, that conduce to the prosperity of kings, righteousness is the foremost. Dharma, again, has sprung from the Brahmana. For this reason, the Brahmana should always be worshipped. Thou shouldst, O mandatory, gratify with humility the wishes of Brahmanas. By neglecting to gratify the wishes of Brahmanas, the king brings danger on himself. In consequence of such neglect, he fails to obtain any accession of friends while his foes increase in number. In consequence of malice towards the Brahmanas springing from his folly, the goddess of prosperity who had formerly dwelt with him became enraged and deserted the Azura Valley, the son of Virochana. Deserting the Azura, she repaired to Indra, the chief of the deities. Beholding the goddess living with Purandara, Vali indulged in many vain regrets. This, O puissant one, is the result of malice and pride. Be thou awakened, O mandatory, so that the goddess of prosperity may not in wrath desert thee. The Srutis declare that unrighteousness begat a son named Pride upon the goddess of prosperity. This pride, O king, led many among the gods and the Asuras to ruin. Many royal sages also have suffered destruction on his account. Do thou, therefore, awaken, O king. He who succeeds in conquering him becomes a king. He, on the other hand, who suffers himself to be conquered by him, becomes a slave. If, O mandatory, Thou wishest for an eternal life of felicity. Live as a king should that does not indulge in these two, viz., pride and unrighteousness. Abstain from companionship with him that is intoxicated with pride, him that is heedless of the dictates of honesty, him that is a scoffer of religion, him that is insensate, and forbear to pay court to all of them when united. Keep thyself aloof from the company of ministers whom thou hast once punished, and especially of women, as also from mountains and uneven lands and inaccessible fastnesses and elephants and horses and noxious reptiles. Thou shouldst also give up wandering in the night, and avoid the faults of stinginess and vanity and boastfulness and wrath. Thou shouldst never have intercourse with unknown women, or those of equivocal sex, or those that are lewd, or those that are the wives of other men, or those that are virgins. When the king does not restrain vice, a confusion of castes follows, and sinful rakshasas, and persons of neutral sex, and children destitute of limbs or possessed of thick tongues, and idiots, begin to take birth in even respectable families. Therefore, the king should take particular care to act righteously, for the benefit of his subjects. If the king acts heedlessly, a great evil becomes the consequence. Unrighteousness increases, causing a confusion of castes. Cold sets in during the summer months, and disappears when its proper season comes. Drought and flood and pestilence afflict the people. Ominous stars arise and awful comets appear on such occasions. Diverse other portents, indicating destruction of the kingdom, make their appearance. If the king does not take measures for his own safety and does not protect his subjects, the latter first meet with destruction, and then destruction seizes the king himself. Two persons combining together snatch the wealth of one, and many acting in concert rob the two. Maidens are deflowered. Such a state of things is said to arise from the king's faults. All rights of property come to an end among men, when the king, abandoning righteousness, acts heedlessly. Section XCI. Utathaya said, if the deity of the clouds pours rain seasonably and the king acts virtuously, the prosperity that ensues maintain the subjects in felicity. That washerman who does not know how to wash away the filth of cloth without taking away its dye, is very unskillful in his profession. That person among Brahmanas or Kshatriyas or Vaisyas who, having fallen away from the proper duties of his order, has become a Sudra, is truly to be compared to such a washerman. Menial service attaches to the Sudra, agriculture to the Vaisya, the science of chastisement to the Kshatriya, and Brahmacharya, penances, mantras, and truth, attached to the Brahmana. That Kshatriya who knows how to correct the faults of behavior of the other orders and to wash them clean like a washerman is really their father and deserves to be their king. The respective ages called Krita, Treta, Dwapara and Kali, O bull of Bharata's race, are all dependent on the conduct of the king. It is the king who constitutes the age. 269. The four orders, the Vedas and the duties in respect of the four modes of life, all become confused and weakened when the king becomes heedless. The three kinds of fire, the three Vedas, and sacrifices with dakshina, all become lost when the king becomes heedless. The king is the creator of all creatures, and the king is their destroyer. That king who is of righteous soul is regarded as the creator, while he that is sinful is regarded as the destroyer. The king's wives, sons, kinsmen, and friends all become unhappy and grieve when the king becomes heedless. Elephants and steeds and kine and camels and mules and asses and other animals all lose their vigor when the king becomes unrighteous. It is said, O mandatory, that the Creator created power, represented by the king, for the object of protecting weakness. Weakness is, indeed, a great being, for everything depends upon it. 270. All creatures worship the king. All creatures are the children of the king. If, Therefore, O monarch, the king becomes unrighteous, all creatures come to grief. The eyes of the weak, of the moon, and of the snake of virulent poison, should be regarded as unbearable. Do not, therefore, come into hostile contact with the weak. Thou shouldst regard the weak as always subject to humiliation. Take care that the eyes of the weak do not burn thee with thy kinsmen. In a race scorched by the eyes of the weak, no children take birth. Such eyes burn the race to its very roots. Do not, therefore, come into hostile contact with the weak. Weakness is more powerful than even the greatest power, for that power which is scorched by weakness becomes totally exterminated. If a person who has been humiliated or struck fails, while shrieking for assistance, to obtain a protector, divine chastisement overtakes the king and brings about his destruction. Do not, O sire, while in enjoyment of power, take wealth from those that are weak. Take care that the eyes of the weak do not burn thee like a blazing fire. The tears shed by weeping men afflicted with falsehood slay the children and animals of those that have uttered those falsehoods. Like a cow, a sinful act perpetrated does not produce immediate fruits. 271. If the fruit is not seen in the perpetrator himself, it is seen in his son or in his son's son or daughter's son. When a weak person fails to find a rescuer, the great rod of divine chastisement falls upon the king. When all subjects of the king are obliged by distress to live like Brahmanas, by mendicancy, such mendicancy brings destruction upon the king. When all the officers of the king posted in the provinces unite together and act with injustice, the king is then said to bring about a state of unmixed evil upon his kingdom. When the officers of the king extort wealth, by unjust means or acting from lust or avarice, from persons piteously soliciting mercy, a great destruction then is sure to overtake the king. A mighty tree, first starting into life, grows into large proportions. Numerous creatures then come and seek its shelter. When, however, it is cut down or consumed in a conflagration, those that had recourse to it for shelter all become homeless. 272. When the residents of the kingdom perform acts of righteousness and all religious rites, and applaud the good qualities of the king, the latter reaps an accession of affluence. When, on the other hand, the residents, moved by ignorance, abandon righteousness and act unrighteously, the king becomes overtaken by misery. When sinful men whose acts are known are allowed to move among the righteous, without being punished for their misdeeds, Kali then overtakes the rulers of those realms. 273. When the king causes chastisement to overtake all wicked people, his kingdom thrives in prosperity. The kingdom of that king certainly thrives who pays proper honors to his ministers and employs them in measures of policy and in battles. Such a ruler enjoys the wide earth forever. That king who duly honors all good acts and good speeches succeeds in earning great merit. The enjoyment of good things after sharing them with others, paying proper honors to the ministers, and subjugation of persons intoxicated with strength, are said to constitute the great duty of a king. Protecting all men by words, body, and deeds, and never forgiving his son himself, if he has offended, constitute the great duty of the king. The maintenance of those that are weak by sharing with them the things he has, and thereby increasing their strength constitute the duty of the king. Protection of the kingdom, extermination of robbers, and conquering in battle, constitute the duty of the king. Never to forgive a person, however dear, if he has committed an offense by act or word, constitutes the duty of the king. Protecting those that solicit shelter, as he would protect his own children, and never depriving one of the honors to which he is entitled constitute the duty of the king. 274. Adoring the deities, with a devoted heart, in sacrifices completed by presents, and subduing lust and envy, constitute the duty of the king. Wiping the tears of the distressed, the helpless, and the old, and inspiring them with joy, constitute the duty of the king. Aggrandizing friends, weakening foes, and honoring the good, constitute the duty of the king. Cheerfully observing the obligations of truth, always making gifts of land, entertaining guests, and supporting dependents, constitute the duty of the king. That king who favors those that deserve favors and chastises those that deserve chastisement turns great merit both here and hereafter. The king is Yama himself. He is, O mandatory, the God, incarnate, unto all that are righteous. By subduing his senses he succeeds in acquiring great affluence. By not subduing them he incurs sin. 275. Paying proper honours unto retwigers and priests and preceptors, and doing good offices unto them constitute the duty of the king. Yama governs all creatures without observing distinctions. The king should imitate him in his behaviour by restraining all his subjects duly. The king is said to resemble the thousand-eyed Indra in every respect. That, O bull among men, should be regarded as righteousness which is regarded as such by him. Thou shouldst, without being heedless, cultivate forgiveness, intelligence, patience, and the love of all creatures. Thou shouldst also ascertain the strength and weakness of all men and learn to distinguish between right and wrong. Thou shouldst conduct thyself with propriety towards all creatures, make gifts, and utter agreeable and sweet words. Thou shouldst maintain the residence of thy city and the provinces in happiness. A king who is not clever never succeeds in protecting his subjects. Sovereignty, O sire, is a very happy burthen to bear. Only that king who is possessed of wisdom and courage, and who is conversant with the science of chastisement, can protect a kingdom. He, on the other hand, who is without energy and intelligence, and who is not versed in the great science, is incompetent to bear the burthen of sovereignty. Aided by ministers of handsome features and good birth, clever in business, devoted to their master, and possessed of great learning, thou shouldst examine the hearts and acts of all men, including the various ascetics in the forests. Conducting thyself thus, thou wilt be able to learn the duties of all orders of men. That will aid thee in observing thy own duties, whether when thou art in thy country or when thou repairest to other realms. Amongst these three objects, viz., virtue, profit, and pleasure, virtue is the foremost. He that is a virtuous soul obtains great happiness both here and hereafter. If men be treated with honour, they can abandon, for the sake of the honour thou mayst give them, their very wives and sons. By attaching good men to himself, by doing good offices unto them, by gifts, sweet words, heedfulness and purity of behaviour, a king may win great prosperity. Do not, therefore, O mandatory, be heedless to these qualities and acts. The king should never be heedless in looking after his own lackeys, as also after those of his foes. He should act in such a way that his foes may not be able to detect his lackeys, and he should himself assail them when theirs are visible. This is the way in which Vasava, and Yama, and Varuna, and all the great royal sages have acted. Do thou observe the same conduct. Do thou, O great king, adopt this behaviour which was followed by those royal sages. Do thou soon, O bull of Bharata's race, adapt this heavenly road. The gods, the rishis, the Pitras, and the Gandharvas, possessed of great energy, sing the praises, both here and hereafter, of that king whose conduct is righteous. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Utathaya, O Bharata, mandatory unhesitatingly did as he was directed, and became the sole lord of the wide earth. Do thou also, O king, act righteously like mandatory. Thou wilt then, after ruling the earth, obtain an abode in heaven. Section XI. Yudhishthira said, How should a righteous king, who is desirous of adhering to a course of righteousness, behave? I ask thee this, O foremost of men. Answer me, O grandsire. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story of what Vamadeva, gifted with great intelligence and acquainted with the true import of everything, sang in ancient time. Once upon a time, King Vasumanas, possessed of knowledge and fortitude and purity of behavior, asked the great Rishi Vamadeva of high ascetic merit, saying, instruct me, O Holy One, in words fraught with righteousness and of grave import, as to the conduct to be observed by me, so that I may not fall away from the duties prescribed for me. And to him of a golden complexion and seated at his ease like Yayati, son of Nuashaw, that foremost of ascetics, viz., Vamadeva, of great energy, said as follows. Vamadeva said, do thou act righteously. There is nothing superior to righteousness. Those kings that are observant of righteousness succeed in conquering the whole earth. That king who regards righteousness to be the most efficacious means for accomplishing his objects, and who acts according to the counsels of those that are righteous, blazes forth with righteousness. That king who disregards righteousness and desires to act with brute force, soon falls away from righteousness and loses both righteousness and profit. That king who acts according to the counsels of a vicious and sinful minister becomes a destroyer of righteousness and deserves to be slain by his subjects with all his family. Indeed, he very soon meets with destruction. That king who is incompetent to discharge the duties of statecraft, who is governed by caprice in all his acts, and who indulges in brag, soon meets with destruction even if he happens to be ruler of the whole earth. That king, on the other hand, who is desirous of prosperity, who is free from malice, who has his senses under control, and who is gifted with intelligence, thrives in affluence like the ocean swelling with the waters discharged into it by 100 streams. He should never consider himself to have a sufficiency of virtue, enjoyments, wealth, intelligence, and friends. Upon these depends the conduct of the world. By listening to these counsels, a king obtains fame, achievements, prosperity, and subjects. Devoted to virtue, that king who seeks the acquisition of virtue and wealth by such means, and who begins all his measures after reflecting upon their objects, succeeds in obtaining great prosperity. That king who is illiberal, and without affection, who afflicts his subjects by undue chastisements, and who is rash in his acts, soon meets with destruction. That king who is not gifted with intelligence fails to see his own faults. Covered with infamy here, he sinks into hell hereafter. If the king gives proper honor to them that deserve it, makes gifts, and recognizes the value of sweet speeches by himself uttering them on all occasions, his subjects then dispel the calamities that overtake him, as if these had fallen upon themselves. That king who has no instructor in the ways of righteousness and who never asks others for counsels, and who seeks to acquire wealth by means that caprice suggests, never succeeds in enjoying happiness long. That king, on the other hand, who listens to the instructions of his preceptors in matters connected with virtue, who supervises the affairs of his kingdom himself, and who in all his acquisitions is guided by considerations of virtue, succeeds in enjoying happiness for a long time. 276. Section XI. Vamadeva continued, when the king, who is powerful, acts unrighteously towards the weak, they who take their birth in his race imitate the same conduct. Others, again, imitate that wretch who sets sin a-going. Such imitation of the man ungoverned by restraints soon brings destruction upon the kingdom. The conduct of a king who is observant of his proper duties is accepted by men in general as a model for imitation. The conduct, however, of a king who falls away from his duties is not tolerated by his very kinsfolk. That rash king who, disregarding the injunctions laid down in the scriptures, acts with high-handedness in his kingdom, very soon meets with destruction. That Kshatriya who does not follow the conduct observed from days of old by other Kshatriyas, conquered or unconquered, is said to fall away from Kshatriya duties. Having seized in battle a royal foe that did some good to the conqueror on a former occasion, that king who does not, actuated by malice, pay him honors, is said to fall away from Kshatriya duties. The king should display his power, live cheerfully, and do what is necessary in seasons of danger. Such ruler becomes the beloved of all creatures and never falls away from prosperity. If thou dost disservice to any person, thou shouldst, when the turn comes, do him service. One who is not loved becomes an object of love, if he does what is agreeable. Untruthful speeches should be avoided. Thou shouldst do good to others without being solicited. Thou shouldst never abandon righteousness from lust or wrath or malice. Do not give harsh answers when questioned by anybody. Do not utter undignified speeches. Never be in a hurry to do anything. Never indulge in malice. By such means is a foe won over. Do not give way to exclusive joy when anything agreeable occurs, nor suffer thyself to be overwhelmed with sorrow when anything disagreeable occurs. Never indulge in grief when thy pecuniary resources are exhausted, and always remember the duty of doing good to thy subjects. That king who always does what is agreeable by virtue of his disposition achieves success in all his measures and is never shorn of prosperity. The king should always, with heedfulness, cherish that devoted servant who abstains from doing what is injurious to his master and who always does what is for his good. He should appoint in all great affairs persons that have subjugated their senses, that are devotedly loyal and of pure behavior, and that are possessed of ability. That person, who by the possession of such qualifications pleases the king and who is never heedless in taking care of the interests of his master, should be appointed by the king in the affairs of his kingdom. On the other hand, the king becomes divested of prosperity by appointing to important offices men that are fools and slaves of their senses, that are covetous and of disrespectable conduct, that are deceitful and hypocritical, that are malicious, wicked souled, and ignorant, that are low-minded, and addicted to drink, gambling, women, and hunting. That king, who, first protecting his own self, protects others that deserve protection, feels the satisfaction of finding his subjects growing in prosperity. Such a king succeeds also in obtaining greatness. A king should, by secret agents that are devoted to him, watch the conduct and acts of other kings. By such means can he obtain superiority. Having injured a powerful king, one should not comfort himself with the thought that he, the injurer, lives at a great distance from the injured. Such a king when injured falls upon the injurer like the hawk swooping down upon its prey, in moments of heedlessness. A king whose power has been consolidated and who is confident of his own strength, should assail a neighbor who is weaker than himself but never one that is stronger. A king who is devoted to virtue, having acquired the sovereignty of the earth by prowess, should protect his subjects righteously and slaughter foes in battle. Everything belonging to this world is destined to destruction. Nothing here is durable. For this reason, the king, adhering to righteousness, should protect his subjects righteously. The defense of forts, battle, administration of justice, consultations on questions of policy, and keeping the subjects in happiness, these 5 acts contribute to enlarge the dominions of a king. That king who takes proper care of these is regarded to be the best of kings. By always attending to these, a king succeeds in protecting his kingdom. It is impossible, however, for one man to supervise all these matters at all times. Making over such supervision to his ministers, a king may govern the earth forever. 277. The people make such a person their king who is liberal, who who shares all objects of enjoyment with others, who is possessed of a mild disposition, who is of pure behavior, and who will never abandon his subjects. He is obeyed in the world who, having listened to counsels of wisdom, accepts them, abandoning his own opinions. That king who does not tolerate the counsels of a well-wisher in consequence of their opposition to his own views, who listens with inattention to what is said unto him in opposition to his views, and who does not always follow the conduct of high and noble persons conquered or unconquered, is said to fall away from the duties of kshatriyas. From ministers that have once been chastised, from women in especial, from mountains and inaccessible regions, from elephants and horses and reptiles, the king should always, with heedfulness, protect his own self. 278. That king who, abandoning his chief ministers, makes favourites of low persons, soon falls into distress, and never succeeds in compassing their intended ends of his measures. That king of infirm soul, who, yielding to the influence of wrath and malice, does not love and honour those amongst his kinsmen that are possessed of good qualities, is said to live on the very verge of destruction. That king, who attaches to himself accomplished persons by doing good to them even though he may not like them at heart, succeeds in enjoying fame forever. Thou shouldst never impose taxes unseasonably. Thou shouldst not be grieved at the occurrence of anything disagreeable, nor rejoice exceedingly at anything agreeable. Thou shouldst always set thyself to the accomplishment of good acts. Who amongst the dependent kings is truly devoted to thee, and who is loyal to thee from fear, and who amongst them has faults, should always be ascertained by thee. The king, even if he be powerful, should trust them that are weak, for in moments of heedlessness the weak may assail the powerful like a flock of vultures seizing their prey. A man of sinful soul seeks to injure his master even if the latter be sweet-speeched and possessed of every accomplishment. Do not, therefore, place thy confidence upon such men. Nuasho's son Yayati, in declaring the mysteries of kingcraft, said that a person engaged in ruling men should slay even foes that are contemptible. Section Sif. Vamadeva said, the king should win victories without battles. Victories achieved by battles are not spoken of highly, O monarch, by the wise. When the sovereign's own power has not been confirmed, he should not seek to make new acquisitions. It is not proper that a king whose power has not been consolidated should seek to make such acquisitions. The power of that king whose dominions are wide and abound with wealth, whose subjects are loyal and contented, and who has a large number of officers, is said to be confirmed. That king whose soldiery are contented, gratified, with pay and prize, and competent to deceive foes can with even a small force subjugate the whole earth. The power of that king whose subjects, whether belonging to the cities or the provinces, have compassion for all creatures, and possessed of wealth and grain, is said to be confirmed. When the king thinks that his power is greater than that of a foe, he should then, aided by his intelligence, seek to acquire the latter's territories and wealth. A king whose resources are increasing, who is compassionate unto all creatures, who never loses any time by procrastination, and who is careful in protecting his own self, succeeds in earning advancement. That king who behaves deceitfully towards his own people that have not been guilty of any fault, shears his own self like a person cutting down a forest with an axe. If the king does not always attend to the task of slaying his foes, the latter do not diminish. That king, again, who knows how to kill his own temper finds no enemies. If the king be possessed of wisdom, he would never do any act that is disapproved by good men. He would, on the other hand, always engage himself in such acts as would lead to his own benefit and that of others. That king who, having accomplished all his duties, becomes happy in the approbation of his own conscience, has never to incur the reproach of others and indulge in regrets. That king who observes such conduct towards men succeeds in subjugating both the worlds and enjoy the fruits of victory. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Vamadeva, King Vasumana did as he was directed. Without doubt, thyself also, following these counsels, shalt succeed in conquering both the worlds. Section XCV. Yudhishthira said, if a Kshatriya desires to subjugate another Kshatriya in battle, how should the former act in the matter of that victory? Questioned by me, do thou answer it. Bhishma said, the king, with or without an army at his back, entering the dominions of the king he would subjugate, should say unto all the people, I am your king. I shall always protect you. Give me the just tribute or encounter me in battle. If the people accept him for their king, there need not be any fighting. If, without being Kshatriyas by birth, they show signs of hostility, they should then, observant as they are of practices not laid down for them, be sought to be restrained by every means. People of the other orders do take up arms for resisting the invader, if they behold the Kshatriya unarmed for fight, incapable of protecting himself, and making too much of the enemy. 279. Yudhishthira said, tell me, O grandsire, how that Kshatriya king should conduct himself in fight who advances against another Kshatriya king. Bhishma said, a Kshatriya must not put on armor for fighting a Kshatriya unclad in mail. One should fight one, and abandon the opponent when the latter becomes disabled. 280. If the enemy comes clad in mail, his opponent also should put on mail. If the enemy advances backed by an army, one should, backed by an army, challenge him to battle. If the enemy fights aided by deceit, he should be met with the aid of deceit. If, on the other hand, he fights fairly, he should be resisted with fair means. One should not on horseback proceed against a car warrior. A car warrior should proceed against a car warrior. When an antagonist has fallen into distress, he should not be struck, nor should one that has been frightened, nor one that has been vanquished. 281. Neither poisoned nor barbed arrows should be used. These are the weapons of the wicked. One should fight righteously, without yielding to wrath or desiring to slay. A weak or wounded man should not be slain, or one that is sonless, or one whose weapon has been broken, or one that has fallen into distress, or one whose bowstring has been cut, or one that has lost his vehicle. A wounded opponent should either be sent to his own home, or, if brought to the victor's quarters, should have his wounds attended to by skillful surgeons. When in consequence of a quarrel between righteous kings, a righteous warrior falls into distress, his wounds should be attended to and, when cured, he should be set at liberty. This is the eternal duty. Manu himself, the son of the self-born Brahman, has said that battles should be fought fairly. The righteous should always act righteously towards those that are righteous. They should adhere to righteousness without destroying it. If a Kshatriya, whose duty it is to fight righteously, wins a victory by unrighteous means, he becomes sinful. Of deceitful conduct, such a person is said to slay his own self. Such is the practice of those that are wicked. Even he that is wicked should be subdued by fair means. It is better to lay down life itself in the observance of righteousness than to win victory by sinful means. Like a cow, O king, perpetrated sin does not immediately produce its fruits. That sin overwhelms the perpetrator after consuming his roots and branches. A sinful person, acquiring wealth by sinful means, rejoices greatly. But the sinner, gaining advancement by sinful ways, becomes wedded to sin. Thinking that virtue has no efficacy, he jeers at men of righteous behavior. Disbelieving in virtue, he at last meets with destruction. Though enmeshed in the noose of Varuna, he still regards himself immortal. Like unto a large leathern bag puffed up with wind, the sinner dissociates himself entirely from virtue. Soon, however, he disappears like a tree on the riverside, washed away with its very roots. Then people, beholding him resemble an earthen pot broken on a stony surface, speak of him as he deserves. The king should, therefore, seek both victory and the enhancement of his resources by righteous means. Section XCVI. Bhishma said, a king should never desire to subjugate the earth by unrighteous means, even if such subjugation would make him the sovereign of the whole earth. What king is there that would rejoice after obtaining victory by unfair means? A victory stained by unrighteousness is uncertain and never leads to heaven. Such a victory, O bull of Bharata's race, weakens both the king and the earth. A warrior whose armor has fallen off, or who begs for quarter, saying, I am thine, or joining his hands, or who has laid aside his weapon, may simply be seized but never slain. If the hostile king be vanquished by the troops of the invader, the latter should not himself fight his vanquished foe. On the other hand, he should bring him to his palace and persuade him for a whole year to say, I am thy slave. Whether he says or does not say this, the vanquished foe, by living for a year in the house of his victor, gains a new lease of life. 282. If a king succeeds in bringing by force a maiden from the house of his vanquished foe, he should keep her for a year and ask her whether she would wed him or anyone else. If she does not agree, she should then be sent back. He should behave similarly in respect of all other kinds of wealth, such as slaves, that are acquired by force. The king should never appropriate the wealth confiscated from thieves and others awaiting execution. The kind taken from the enemy by force should be given away to the Brahmanas so that they may drink the milk of those animals. The bulls taken from the enemy should be set to agriculture work or returned to the enemy. 283. It is laid down that a king should fight one that is a king. One that is not a king should never strike one that is a king. If a Brahmana, desirous of peace, fearlessly goes between two contending red armies, both should immediately abstain from fight. He would break an eternal rule that would slay or wound a Brahmana. If any Kshatriya breaks that rule, he would become a wretch of this order. In addition to this, that Kshatriya who destroys righteousness and transgresses all wholesome barriers does not deserve to be reckoned as a Kshatriya and should be driven from society. A king desirous of obtaining victory should never follow such conduct. What gain can be greater than victory won righteously? The excitable classes of a kingdom recently conquered should, without delay, be conciliated with soothing speeches and gifts. This is a good policy for the king to adopt. If instead of doing this, these men be sought to be governed with impolicy, they would then leave the kingdom and side with the victors, foes, and wait for the accession of the calamities, in order that they may then make head against the victor. Discontented men, watching for the calamities of the king, promptly side with the latter's foes, O monarch, in times of danger. An enemy should not be deceived by unfair means, nor should be wounded mortally. For, if struck mortally, his very life may pass away. 284. If a king possessed of little resources be gratified therewith, he would regard life alone to be much. 285. That king whose dominions are extensive and full of wealth, whose subjects are loyal, whose servants and officers are all contented, is said to have his roots firm. That king whose Ritwajas and priests and preceptors and others about him that are well versed in all scriptures and deserving of honours are duly respected, is said to be conversant with the ways of the world. It was by such behaviour that Indra got the sovereignty of the world. It is by this behaviour that earthly kings succeed in obtaining the status of Indra. King Pratadana, subjugating his foes in a great battle, took all their wealth, including their very grain and medicinal herbs, but left their land untouched. King Divodasa, after subjugating his foes, brought away the very remnants of their sacrificial fires, their clarified butter, intended for libations, and their food. For this reason he was deprived of the merit of his conquests. 286. King Nabagha, after his conquests, gave away whole kingdoms with their rulers as sacrificial presents unto the Brahmanas, accepting the wealth of learned Brahmanas and ascetics. The behavior, O Yudhishthira, of all the righteous kings of old, was excellent, and I approve of it wholly. That king who desires his own prosperity should seek for conquests by the aid of every kind of excellence, but never with that of deceit or with pride. Section XV. Yudhishthira said, There are no practices, O king, more sinful than those of the Kshatriyas. In marching or in battle, the king slays large multitudes. 287. By what acts then does the king win regions of felicity? O bull of Bharata's race, tell this, O learned one, unto me that desire to know. Bhishma said, By chastising the wicked, by attaching and cherishing the good, by sacrifices and gifts, kings become pure and cleansed. It is true, kings desirous of victory afflict many creatures, but after victory they advance and aggrandize all. By the power of gifts, sacrifices, and penances, they destroy their sins, and their merit increases in order that they may be able to do good to all creatures. The reclaimer of a field, for reclaiming it, takes up both paddy blades and weeds. His action, however, instead of destroying the blades or paddy, makes them grow more vigorously. They that wield weapons destroy many that deserve destruction. Such extensive destruction, however, causes the growth and advancement of those that remain. He who protects people from plunder, slaughter, and affliction, in consequence of thus protecting their lives from robbers, comes to be regarded as the giver of wealth, of life, and of food. The king, therefore, by thus adoring the deities by means of a union of all sacrifices whose dakshina is the dispelling of everybody's fear, enjoys every kind of felicity here and attains to a residence in Indra's heaven hereafter. 288. That king who, going out, fights his foes in battles that have arisen for the sake of Brahmanas and lays down his life, comes to be regarded as the embodiment of a sacrifice with illimitable presents. If a king, with his quivers full of shafts, shoots them fearlessly at his foes, the very gods do not see anyone on earth that is superior to him. In such a case, equal to the number of shafts with which he pierces the bodies of his enemies, is the number of regions that he enjoys, eternal and capable of granting every wish. The blood that flows from his body cleanses him of all his sins along with the very pain that he feels on the occasion. Persons conversant with the scriptures say that the pains a Kshatriya suffers in battle operate as penances for enhancing his merit. Righteous persons, inspired with fear, stay in the rear, soliciting life from heroes that have rushed to battle, even as men solicit rain from the clouds. If those heroes, without permitting the besiegers to incur the dangers of battle, keep them in the rear by themselves facing those dangers and defend them at that time of fear, great becomes their merit. If, again, those timid persons, appreciating that deed of bravery, always respect those defenders, they do what is proper and just. By acting otherwise they cannot free themselves from fear. There is great difference between men apparently equal. Some rush to battle, amid its terrible din, against armed ranks of foes. Indeed, the hero rushes against crowds of foes, adopting the road to heaven. He, however, who is inspired with dastardly fear, seeks safety in flight, deserting his comrades in danger. Let not such wretches among men be born in thy race. The very gods with Indra at their head send calamities unto them that desert their comrades in battle and come with unwounded limbs. He who desires to save his own life breaths by deserting his comrades should be slain with sticks or stones, or rolled in a mat of dry grass, or being burnt to death. Those amongst the Kshatriyas that would be guilty of such conduct should be killed after the manner of killing animals. 289. Death on a bed of repose, after rejecting phlegm and urine and uttering piteous cries, is sinful for a Kshatriya. Persons acquainted with the scriptures do not applaud the death which a Kshatriya encounters with unwounded body. The death of a Kshatriya, O sire, at home is not praiseworthy. They are heroes. Any unheroic act of theirs is sinful and inglorious. In disease, one may be heard to cry, saying, "What sorrow! How painful! I must be a great sinner." With face emaciated and stench issuing from in his body and clothes, the sick man plunges his relatives into grief. Coveting the condition of those that are hale, such a man, amidst his tortures, repeatedly desires for death itself. One that is a hero, having dignity and pride, does not deserve such an inglorious death. Surrounded by kinsmen and slaughtering his foes in battle, a Kshatriya should die at the edge of keen weapons. Moved by desire of enjoyment and filled with rage, a hero fights furiously and does not feel the wounds inflicted on his limbs by foes. Encountering death in battle, he earns that high merit fraught with fame and respect of the world which belongs to his order, and ultimately obtains a residence in Indra's heaven. The hero, by not showing his back in fight and contending by every means in his power, in utter recklessness of life itself, at the van of battle, obtains the companionship of Indra. Wherever the hero encountered death in the midst of foes without displaying ignoble fear or cheerlessness, he has succeeded in earning regions hereafter of eternal bliss. Section Xkvi. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandsire, what regions are earned by unreturning heroes by encountering death in battle?" Bhishma said, "In this connection, O Yudhishthira, is cited the old story of the discourse between Amvarisha and Indra. Amvarisha, the son of Nabhaga, having repaired to heaven that is so difficult of acquisition, beheld his own generalissimo in those celestial regions in the company of Indra. The king saw his puissant general blazing with every kind of energy, endued with celestial form, seated on a very beautiful car, and journeying, in that vehicle, up and up towards still higher regions. Beholding the prosperity of his general Sudeva, and observing how he traversed regions that were still higher, the high-souled Amvarisha, filled with surprise, addressed Vasava in the following words. Amvarisha said, "Having duly governed the whole earth bounded by the seas, having from desire of earning religious merit practiced all those duties that are common to the four orders as declared by the scriptures, having practiced with rigid austerity all the duties of the Brahmacharya mode, having waited with dutiful obedience upon my preceptors and other reverend seniors, having studied with due observances the Vedas and the scriptures on kingly duties, having gratified guests with food and drink, the Pitras with offerings and sraddhas, the Rishis with attentive study of the scriptures and with initiation, under proper forms into the mysteries of religion, and the gods with many excellent and high sacrifices, having duly observed Kshatriya duties according to the injunctions of the scriptures, having cast my eyes fearlessly upon hostile troops, I won many victories in battle, O Vasava. This Sudeva, O chief of the deities, was formerly the generalissimo of my forces. It is true, he was a warrior of tranquil soul. For what reason, however, has he succeeded in transcending me? He never worshipped the gods in high and great sacrifices. He never gratified the Brahmanas by frequent and costly presents, according to the ordinance. For what reason, then, has he succeeded in transcending me? Indra said, regarding this Sudeva, O sire, the great sacrifice of battle had often been spread out by him. The same becomes the case with every other man that engages in fight. every warrior coated in armor, by advancing against foes in battle array, becomes installed in that sacrifice. Indeed, it is a settled conclusion that such a person, by acting in this way, comes to be regarded as the performer of the sacrifice of battle. Amvarisha said, "What constitutes the libations in that sacrifice? What constitutes its liquid offerings? What is its dakshina? Who, again, are regarded its ritwajas? Tell me all this, O performer of 100 sacrifices." Indra said, "Elephants constitute the ritwajas of that sacrifice, and steeds are its ordarius. The flesh of foes constitutes its libations, and blood is its liquid offering. 290 jackals and vultures and ravens, as also winged shafts, constitute its sardasyas. These drink the remnants left of the liquid offering in the sacrifice, and eat the remnants of its libations. Heaps of lances and spears, of swords and darts and axes, blazing, sharp, and well-tempered, constitute the ladles of the sacrificer. Straight, sharp, and well-tempered arrows, with keen points and capable of piercing the bodies of foes, impelled from well-stretched bows, constitute its large double-mouthed ladles. Sheathed in scabbards made of tiger skin and equipped with handles made of ivory, and capable of cutting off the elephant's trunk, the swords form the spices of the sacrifice. 291. The strokes inflicted with blazing and keen lances and darts and swords and axes, all made of hard iron, constitute its profuse wealth procured from the respectable people by agreement in respect of the amount and period. The blood that runs over the field in consequence of the fury of the attack constitutes the final libation, fraught with great merit and capable of granting every wish, in the honor of this sacrifice. Cut, pierce, and such other sounds, that are heard in the front ranks of the array, constitute the same and sung by its Vedic chanters in the abode of Yama. The front ranks of the enemy's array constitute the vessel for the keep of its libations. The crowd of elephants and steeds and men equipped with shields are regarded to constitute the cyanogen fire of that sacrifice. The headless drunks that rise up after thousands have been slaughtered constitute the octagonal stake, made of Kadira wood, for the hero who performs that sacrifice. The shrieks that elephants utter when urged on with hooks constitute its cider mantras. The kettle drums, with the slaps of palms forming the vashats, O king, are its trisamanugajri. When the property of a brahmana is being taken away, he who casts off his body that is so dear for protecting that property, does, by that act of self-devotion, acquire the merit of the sacrifice with infinite presents. That hero who, for the sake of his master, displays prowess at the van of the array and shows not his back through fear, earns those regions of felicity that are mine. He who strews the altar of the sacrifice constituted by battle, with swords cased in blue scabbards and severed arms resembling heavy bludgeons, succeeds in winning regions of felicity like mine. That warrior who, resolved upon obtaining victory, penetrates into the midst of the enemy's ranks without waiting for any assistance, succeeds in winning regions of felicity like mine. That warrior who in battle causes a river of blood to flow, terrible and difficult to cross, having kettle drums for its frogs and tortoises, the bones of heroes for its sands, blood and flesh for its mire, swords and shields for its rafts, the hair of slain warriors for its floating weeds and moss, the crowds of steeds and elephants and cars for its bridges, standards and banners for its bushes of cane, the bodies of slain elephants for its boats and huge alligators, swords and scimitars for its larger vessels, vultures and cankers and ravens for the rafts that float upon it. That warrior who causes such a river, difficult of being crossed by even those that are possessed of courage and power and which inspires all timid men with dread, is said to complete the sacrifice by performing the final ablutions. That hero whose altar, in such a sacrifice, is strewn over with their severed heads of foes, of steeds, and of elephants, obtains regions of felicity like mine. The sages have said that that warrior who regards the van of the hostile army as the chambers of his wives, who looks upon the van of his own army as the vessel for the keep of sacrificial offering, who takes the combatants standing to his south for his Sardassias and those to his north as his Agniras, and who looks upon the hostile forces as his wedded wife, succeeds in winning all regions of felicity. 292. The open space lying between two hosts drawn up for fight constitutes the altar of such a sacrificer, and the three Vedas are his three sacrificial fires. Upon that altar, aided by the recollection of the Vedas, he performs his sacrifice. The inglorious warrior who, turning away from the fight in fear, is slain by foes, sinks into hell. There is no doubt in this. That warrior, on the other hand, whose blood drenches the sacrificial altar already strewn with hair and flesh and bones, certainly succeeds in attaining a high end. That powerful warrior who, having slain the commander of the hostile army, mounts the vehicle of his fallen antagonist, comes to be regarded as possessed of the prowess of Vishnu himself and the intelligence of Brihaspati, the preceptor of the celestials. That warrior who can seize alive the commander of the hostile army or his son or some other respected leader, succeeds in winning regions of felicity like mine. One should never grieve for a hero slain in battle. A slain hero, if nobody grieves for him, goes to heaven and earns the respect of its denizens. Men do not desire to dedicate, for his salvation, food and drink. Nor do they bathe, after receiving the intelligence, nor go into mourning for him. Listen to me as I enumerate the felicity that is in store for such a person. Foremost of Apsaras, numbering by thousands, go out with great speed, for receiving the spirit of the slain hero, coveting him for their lord. That Kshatriya who duly observes his duty in battle, acquires by that act the merit of penances and of righteousness. Indeed, such conduct on his part conforms with the eternal path of duty. Such a man obtains the merits of all the four modes of life. The aged and the children should not be slain, nor one that is a woman, not one that is flying away, nor one that holds a straw in his lips. 293, nor one that says, I am thine. Having slain in battle Jamba, Vritra, Vala, Parka, Satamaya, Virachana, the irresistible Namachi, Samvara of innumerable illusions, Viprashati, all these sons of Diti and Danu, as also Prahlada, I myself have become the chief of the celestials. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of Sakra and approving of them. King Amvarisha comprehended how warriors succeed by battle as their means, encompassing success for themselves, in respect of winning regions of beatitude in heaven. Section 6. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story of the battle between Pratardana and the ruler of Mithila. The ruler of Mithila, viz. Janaka, after installation in the sacrifice of battle, gladdened all his troops on the eve of fight. Listen to me as I recite the story. Janaka, the high-souled king of Mithila, conversant with the truth of everything, showed both heaven and hell unto his own warriors. He addressed them, saying, Behold, these are the regions, endued with great splendor, for those that fight fearlessly. Full of Gandharva gills, those regions are eternal and capable of granting every wish. There, on the other side, are the regions of hell, intended for those that fly away from battle. They would have to rot there for eternity in everlasting ingloriousness. Resolved upon casting away your very lives, ye conquer your foes. Do not fall into inglorious hell. The laying down of life, in battle, constitutes, in respect of heroes, their happy door of heaven. Thus addressed by their king, O subjugator of hostile towns, their warriors of Mithila, gladdening their rulers, vanquished their foes in battle. They that are of firm souls should take their stand in the van of battle. The car warriors should be placed in the midst of elephants. Behind the car warriors should stand the horsemen. Behind the last should be placed the foot soldiers, all accoutred in mail. That king who forms his array in this manner always succeeds in vanquishing his foes. Therefore, O Yudhishthira, the array of battle should always be thus formed. Filled with rage, heroes desire to win blessedness in heaven by fighting fairly. Like Maccas agitating the ocean, they agitate the ranks of the foe. Assuring one another, they should gladden those amongst them that are cheerless. The victor should protect the land newly conquered from acts of aggression. He should not cause his troops to pursue too much the routed foe. The onset is irresistible of persons that rally after the rout and that, despairing of safety, assail their pursuers. For this reason, O king, thou shouldst not cause thy troops to pursue too much the routed foe. Warriors of courage do not wish to strike them that run away with speed. That is another reason why the routed foe should not be pursued hotly. Things that are immobile are devoured by those that are mobile. Creatures that are toothless are devoured by those that have teeth. Water is drunk by the thirsty. Cowards are devoured by heroes. Cowards sustain defeat though they have, like the victors, similar backs and stomachs and arms and legs. They that are afflicted with fear bend their heads, and joining their hands stay before those that are possessed of courage. This world rests on the arms of heroes like a son on those of his sire. He, therefore, that is a hero deserves respect under every circumstance. There is nothing higher in the three worlds than heroism. The hero protects and cherishes all, and all things depend upon the hero. Section C. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, how kings desirous of victory should, O bull of Bharata's race, lead their troops to battle even by offending slightly against the rules of righteousness. Bhishma said, Some say that righteousness is made stable by truth, some by reasoning, some by good behavior, and some by the application of means and contrivances. 294. I shall presently tell thee what the means and contrivances, productive of immediate fruit, are. Robbers, transgressing all wholesome bounds, very often become destroyers of property and religious merit. For resisting and restraining them, I shall tell thee what the contrivances are, as indicated in the scriptures. Listen to me as I speak of those means for the success of all acts. Both kinds of wisdom, straight and crooked, should be within call of the king. Though acquainted with it, he should not, however, apply that wisdom which is crooked, for injuring others. He may use it for resisting the dangers that may overtake him. Enemies frequently injure a king by producing disunion among his ministers or troops or allies or subjects. The king, conversant with deceit, may, by the aid of deceit, counteract those enemies. Leathern armor for protecting the bodies of elephants, armor of the same material for bovine bulls, bones, thorns, and keen-pointed weapons made of iron, coats of mail, yak tails, sharp and well-tempered weapons, all kinds of armor, yellow and red, banners and standards of diverse hues, swords, and lances and scimitars of great sharpness and battle-axes, and spears and shields, should be manufactured and stored in abundance. The weapons should all be properly whetted. The soldiers should be inspired with courage and resolution. It is proper to set the troops in motion in the month of Chaitra or Agrahana. The crops ripen about that time, and water also does not become scarce. That time of the year, O Bharata, is neither very cold nor very hot. Troops should, therefore, be moved at that time. If the enemy, however, be overtaken by distress, troops should immediately be set in motion, without waiting for such a favorable time. These, too, are the best occasions for the motion of troops with a view to subjugate foes. That road which has abundance of water and grass along it, which is level and easy of march, should be adopted in moving the troops. The regions lying near the road, on both its sides, should previously be well ascertained through spies possessed of skill and having an intimate knowledge of the woods. The troops must not, like animals, be marched through woody regions. Kings desirous of victory should, therefore, adopt good roads for marching their troops. In the van should be placed a division of brave men, endued with strength and high birth. As regards forts, that which has walls and a trench full of water on every side and only one entrance, is worthy of praise. In respect of invading foes, resistance may be offered from within it. In pitching the camp, a region lying near the woods is regarded as much better than one under the open sky by men conversant with war and possessed of military accomplishments. The camp should be pitched for the troops not far from such a wood. Pitching the camp at such a place, planting the foot soldiers in a position of safety, and collision with the foe as soon as he comes, are the means for warding off danger and distress. Keeping the constellation called Ursa Major 295, behind them, the troops should fight taking up their stand like hills. By this means, one may vanquish even foes that are irresistible. The troops should be placed in such a position that the wind, the sun, and the planet Sucre 296 should blow and shine from behind them. As means for ensuing victory, the wind is superior to the sun, and the sun is superior to Sucre, O Yiddish Thera. Men conversant with war approve of a region that is not miry, not watery, not uneven, and not abounding with bricks and stone, as well fitted for the operations of cavalry. A field that is free from mire and holes is fitted for car warriors. A region that is overgrown with bushes and large trees and that is under water is fitted for elephant warriors. A region that has many inaccessible spots, that is overgrown with large trees and tops of cane bushes, as also a mountainous or woody tract, is well fitted for the operations of infantry. An army, Mahabharata, which has a large infantry force, is regarded very strong. An army in which cars and horsemen predominate is regarded to be very effective in a clear, unrainy day. An army, again, in which foot soldiers and elephants predominate becomes effective in the rainy season. Having attended to these points, about the characters of the different kinds of forces and the manner of marching, quartering, and leading them, the king should turn his attention to the characteristics of place and time. That king, who having attended to all these considerations, sets out under a proper constellation and on an auspicious lunation, always succeeds in obtaining victory by properly leading his troops. No one should slay those that are asleep or thirsty or fatigued, or those whose accoutrements have fallen away, or one that has set his heart on final emancipation, 297, or one that is flying away, or one that is walking, unprepared, along a road, or one engaged in drinking or eating, or one that is mad, or one that is insane, or one that has been wounded mortally, or one that has been exceedingly weakened by his wounds, or one that is staying trustfully, or one that has begun any task without having been able to complete it, 298, or one that is skilled in some especial art, as mining, etc., or one that is in grief, or one that goes out of the camp for procuring forage or fodder, or men who set up camps or are camp followers, or those that wait at the gates of the king or of his ministers, or those that do menial services, and to the chiefs of the army, or those that are chiefs of such servants. Those amongst thy warriors that break the rank of foes, or rally thy retreating troops, should have their pay doubled and should be honoured by thee with food, drink, and seats equal to thy own. Those amongst such that are chiefs of 10 soldiers should be made chiefs of 100. That heedful hero again, amongst them, who is the chief of 100 soldiers, should be made the chief of 1,000. Collecting together the principal warriors, they should be addressed thus: let us swear to conquer, and never to desert one another. Let those that are inspired with fear stay here. Let those also stay here that would cause their chiefs to be slain by themselves, neglecting to act heroically in the press of battle. Let such men come as would never break away from battle or cause their own comrades to be slain. Protecting their own selves as also their comrades, they are certain to slay the enemy in fight. The consequence of flying away from battle are loss of wealth, death, infamy, and reproach. Disagreeable and cutting speeches have to be heard by that man who flies away from battle, who loses his lips and teeth, 299, who throws away all his weapons, or who suffers himself to be taken as a captive by the foe. Let such evil consequences always overtake the warriors of our foes. Those that fly away from battle are wretches among men. They simply swell the tale of human beings on earth. For true manhood, however, they are neither here nor hereafter. Victorious foes, O sire, proceed cheerfully, their praises recited the while by bards, in pursuit of the flying combatants. When enemies, coming to battle, tarnish the fame of a person, the misery the latter feels is more poignant, I think, than that of death itself. Know that victory is the root of religious merit and of every kind of happiness. That which is regarded as the highest misery by cowards is cheerfully borne by those that are heroes. 300. Resolved upon acquiring heaven, we should fight, regardless of life itself, and determined to conquer or die, attain a blessed end in heaven. Having taken such an oath, and prepared to throw away life itself, heroes should courageously rush against the enemy's ranks. In the van should be placed a division of men armed with swords and shields. In the rear should be placed the cart division. In the space intervening should be placed other classes of combatants. This should be the arrangement made for assailing the foe. Those combatants in the army that are veterans should fight in the van. They would protect their comrades behind them. Those amongst the army that would be regarded as foremost for strength and courage should be placed in the van. The others should stand behind them. They that are inspired with fear should, with care, be comforted and encouraged. These weaker combatants should be placed on the field, without being withdrawn, for at least showing the number of the army to the foe. 301. If the troops are few, they should be drawn close together for the fight. At times, if their leader wishes, the close array may be extended wide. When a small number of troops is to fight with a great army, the array called Sakaimuka should be formed. 302. When a small force is engaged with a large one, the leader of the former may shake hands with his men and utter loud cries to effect, "The enemy has broken! The enemy has broken!" Those among them that are endued with strength should resist the enemy, loudly unto their comrades. Fresh friends have arrived. Fearlessly strike at your foes. Those that are in advance of the rest should utter loud shouts and make diverse kinds of noises, and should blow and beat crackashes, cow horns, drums, cymbals, and kettle drums. Section 6. Yiddish theory said, of what disposition, of what behavior, of what form, how accoutred, and how armed should the combatants be in order that they may be competent for battle. Bhishma said, it is proper that those weapons and vehicles should be adopted by particular bodies of combatants, with which they have become familiar by use. Brave soldiers, adopting those weapons and vehicles, engage in battle. The Gandhras, the Centaurs, and the Sauviras fight best with their nails and lances. They are brave and endued with great strength. Their armies are capable of vanquishing all forces. The Usunaras are possessed of great strength and skilled in all kinds of weapons. The Easterners are skilled in fighting from the backs of elephants and are conversant with all the ways of unfair fight. The Yavanas, the Kambojas, and those that dwell around Mathura are well skilled in fighting with bare arms. The Southerners are skilled in fighting sword in hand. It is well known that persons possessed of great strength and great courage are born in almost every country. Listen to me as I describe their indications. They that have voices and eyes like those of the lion or the tiger, they that have a gait like that of the lion and the tiger, and they that have eyes like those of the pigeon or the snake, are all heroes capable of grinding hostile ranks. 303. They that have a voice like deer, and eyes like those of the leopard or the bull, are possessed of great activity. They whose voice resembles that of bulls, are excitable, wicked, and wrathful. They that have a voice deep as that of the clouds, that have wrathful face, or faces like those of camels, they that have hooked noses and tongues, are possessed of great speed and can shoot or hurl their weapons to a great distance. They that have bodies curved like that of the cat, and thin hair and thin skin, become endued with great speed and restlessness and almost invincible in battle. Some that are possessed of eyes closed like those of the iguana, disposition that is mild, and speed and voice like the horses, were competent to fight all foes. They that are of well-knit and handsome and symmetrical frames, and broad chests, that become angry upon hearing the enemy's drum or trumpet, that take delight in affrays of every kind, that have eyes indicative of gravity, or eyes that seem to shoot out, or eyes that are green, they that have faces darkened with frowns, or eyes like those of the monks, are all brave and capable of casting away their lives in battle. They that have crooked eyes and broad foreheads, and cheekbones not covered with flesh, and arms strong as thunderbolts, and fingers bearing circular marks, and that are lean with arteries and nerves that are visible, rush with great speed when the collision of battle takes place. Resembling infuriated elephants, they become irresistible. They that have greenish hair ending in curls, that have flanks, cheeks, and faces fat and full of flesh, that have elevated shoulders and broad necks, that have fearful visages and fat calves, that are fiery like Vasudeva's horse, Sugriva, or like the offspring of Garuda, the son of Vinata, that have round heads, large mouths, faces like those of cats, shrill voice and wrathful temper, that rush to battle, guided by its din, that are wicked in behavior and full of haughtiness, that are of terrible countenances, and that live in the outlying districts, are all reckless of their lives and never fly away from battle. Such troops should always be placed in the van. They always slay their foes in fight and suffer themselves to be slain without retreating. Of wicked behavior and outlandish manners, they regard soft speeches as indications of defeat. If treated with mildness, they always exhibit wrath against their sovereign. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, "What are the well-known indications, O bull of Bharata's race, of the future success of an army? I desire to know them." Bhishma said, "I shall tell thee, O bull of Bharata's race, all the well-known indications of the future success of an army. When the gods become angry and men are urged by fate, persons of learning, beholding everything with the eye of heavenly knowledge, perform diverse auspicious acts and expiatory rites, including Homa and the silent recitation of mantras, and thus allay all evils." 304. That army in which the troops and the animals are all undepressed and cheerful, O Bharata, is sure to win a decided victory. The wind blows favorably from behind such troops. Rainbows appear in the sky. The clouds cast their shadows upon them, and at times the sun shines upon them. The jackals become auspicious to them, and ravens and vultures as well. When these show such regard to the army, high success is sure to be won by it. There, sacrificial fires blaze up with a pure splendor, the light going upwards and the smokeless flame slightly bending towards the south. The libations poured thereon emit an agreeable fragrance. These have been said to be the indications of future success. The conches and drums, blown and beat, send forth loud and deep peals. The combatants become filled with alacrity. These have been said to be the indications of future success. If deer and other quadrupeds be seen behind or to the left of those that have already set out for battle or of those that are about to set out, they are regarded auspicious. If they appear to the right of the warriors while about to engage in slaughter, that is regarded as an indication of success. If, however, they make their appearance in the van of such persons, they indicate disaster and defeat. If these birds, viz., swans and cranes and satypatras and chashers utter auspicious cries, and all the able-bodied combatants become cheerful, these are regarded as indications of future success. They whose array blazes forth with splendor and becomes terrible to look at in consequence of the sheen of their weapons, machines, armor, and standards, as also of the radiant complexion of the faces of the vigorous men that stand within it, always succeed in vanquishing their foes. If the combatants of a host be of pure behavior and modest deportment, and attend to one another in loving kindness, that is regarded as an indication of future success. If agreeable sounds and odors and sensations of touch prevail, and if the combatants become inspired with gratitude and patience, that is regarded as the root of success. The grow on the left of a person engaged in battle and on the right of him who is about to engage in it is regarded auspicious. Appearing at the back, it indicates non-fulfillment of the objects in view, while its appearance in the front forebodes danger. Even after enlisting a large army consisting of the 4 kinds of forces, thou shouldst, O Yudhishthira, first behave peacefully. If thy endeavours after peace fail, then mayst thou engage in battle. The victory, O Bharata, that one acquired by battle is very inferior. Victory in battle, it seems, is dependent on caprice or destiny. When a large army breaks and the troops begin to fly away, it is exceedingly difficult to check their flight. The impetuosity of the flight resembles that of a mighty current of water or of a frightened herd of deer. Some have broken. For this, without adequate cause, others break, even they that are brave and skilled in fight. A large army, consisting of even brave soldiers, is like a large herd of deer. 305. Sometimes again it may be seen that even 50 men, resolute and relying upon one another, cheerful and prepared to lay down their lives, succeed in grinding enemies numerically much superior. Sometimes even 5, or 6, or 7 men, resolute and standing close together, of high descent and enjoying the esteem of those that know them, vanquish foes much superior to them in number. The collision of battle is not desirable as long as it can be avoided. The policy of conciliation, or producing disunion, and making gifts should first be tried. The battle, it is said, should come after these. At the very sight of a hostile force, fear paralyzes the timid, even as at the sight of the blazing bolt of heaven they ask, "Oh, upon what would it fall?" 306. Having ascertained that a battle is raging, the limbs of those that go to join it, as also of him that is conquering, perspire profusely. 307. The entire country, O king, that is the seat of war, becomes agitated and afflicted with all its mobile and immobile population. The very marrow of embodied creatures, scorched with the heat of weapons, languishes with pain. A king should, therefore, on all occasions, apply the arts of conciliation, mixing them with measures of severity. When people are afflicted by foes, they always show a disposition to come to terms. 308. Secret agents should be sent for producing disunion amongst the allies of the foe. Having produced disunion, It is very desirable that peace should then be made with that king who happens to be more powerful than the foe, sought to be crushed. If the invader does not proceed in the way, he can never succeed in completely crushing his foe. In dealing with the foe, care should be taken for hemming him in from all sides. Forgiveness always comes to those that are good. It never comes to those that are bad. Listen now, O Pather, to the uses of forgiveness and of severity. The fame of the king who displays forgiveness after conquest spreads more widely. The very foes of a person that is of a forgiving disposition trust him even when he becomes guilty of a grave transgression. Samvara has said that having afflicted a foe first, forgiveness should be shown afterwards, for a wooden pole, if made straight without the application of heat in the first instance, very soon assumes its former state. Persons skilled in the scriptures do not, however, applaud this, nor do they regard this as an indication of a good king. On the other hand, they say that a foe should be subdued and checked, like a sire subduing and checking his son, without anger and without destroying him. If, O Yudhishthira, a king becomes severe, he becomes an object of hatred with all creatures. If, on the other hand, he becomes mild, he becomes disregarded by all. Do thou, therefore, practice both severity and mildness. Before smiting, O Bharata, and while smiting, utter sweet words, and having smitten, show them compassion and let them understand that thou art grieving and weeping for them. Having vanquished an army, the king should address the survivors saying, I am not at all glad that so many have been slain by my troops. Alas, the latter, though repeatedly dissuaded by me, have not obeyed my direction. I wish they, that are slain, were all alive. They do not deserve such death. They were all good men and true, and unretreating from battle. Such men, indeed, are rare. He that has slain such a hero in battle, has surely done that which is not agreeable to me. Having uttered such speeches before the survivors of the vanquished foe, the king should in secret honor those amongst his own troops that have bravely slain the foe. For soothing the wounded slayers for their sufferings at the hand of the foe, the king, desirous of attaching them to himself, should even weep, seizing their hands affectionately. The king should thus, under all circumstances, behave with conciliation. A king that is fearless and virtuous becomes the beloved of all creatures. All creatures, also, O Bharata, trust such a ruler. Winning their trust, he succeeds in enjoying the earth as he pleases. The king should, therefore, by abandoning deceitfulness, seek to obtain the trust of all creatures. He should also seek to protect his subjects from all fears if he seek to enjoy the earth. Section CI. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, how a king should behave towards foe that is mild, towards one that is fierce, and towards one that has many allies and a large force. Bhishma said, In this connection is cited, O Yudhishthira, the old narrative of the discourse between Vrihaspati and Indra. Once on a time, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz. Vasava, the chief of the Celestials, joining his palms, approached Vrihaspati, and saluting him, said these words. Indra said, How, O regenerate one, should I behave towards my foes? How should I subdue them by means of contrivances, without exterminating them? In a collision between two armies, victory may be won by either side. In what way should I behave so that this blazing prosperity that I have won and that scorches all my enemies may not desert me? Thus addressed, Vrihaspati, skilled in virtue, profit, and pleasure, possessed of a knowledge of kingly duties, and endued with great intelligence, answered Indra in the following words. Vrihaspati said, One should never wish to subdue one's foes by quarrel. Excited with wrath and bereft of forgiveness, boys only seek quarrel. One that desires the destruction of a foe should not put that foe on his guard. On the other hand, one should never exhibit one's ire or fear or joy. He should conceal these within his own bosom. Without trusting one's foe in reality, one should behave towards him as if one trusted him completely. One should always speak sweet words unto one's foes and never do anything that is disagreeable. One should abstain from fruitless acts of hostility as also from insolence of speech. As a fowler, carefully uttering cries similar to those of the birds he wishes to seize or kill, captures and brings them under his power, even so should a king, O Purandara, bring his foes under subjection and then slay them if he likes. Having overcome one's foes, one should not sleep at ease. A foe that is wicked raises his head again like a fire carelessly put out, making its appearance again. When victory may be won by either side, a hostile collision of arms should be avoided. Having lulled a foe into security, one should reduce him into subjection and gain one's object. Having consulted with his ministers and with intelligent persons conversant with policy, a foe that is disregarded and neglected, being all along unsubdued at heart, smites at the proper season, especially when the enemy makes a false step. By employing trusted agents of his own, such a foe would also render the other's forces inefficient by producing disunion. Ascertaining the beginning, the middle and the end of his foes. 309. A king should in secret cherish feelings of hostility towards them. He should corrupt the forces of his foe, ascertaining everything by positive proof, using the arts of producing disunion, making gifts, and applying poison. A king should never live in companionship with his foes. A king should wait long and then slay his foes. Indeed, he should wait, expecting the opportunity, so that he might come down upon his foe at a time when the latter would not expect him in the least. A king should never slay a large number of the troops of his foe, although he should certainly do that which would make his victory decisive. The king should never do such an injury to his foe as would rankle in the latter's heart. 310. Nor should he cause wounds by wordy darts and shafts. If the opportunity comes, he should strike at him, without letting it slip. Such, O chief of the gods, should be the conduct of the king desirous of slaying his foes towards those that are his foes. If an opportunity, with respect to the man who waits for it, once passes away, it can never be had again by the person desirous of acting. Acting according to the opinions of the wise, a king should only break the strength of his foe. He should never, when the opportunity is not favorable, seek to accomplish his objects. Nor should he, when the opportunity is at hand, persecute his foe. 311. Giving up lust and wrath and pride, the king should, acting with heedfulness, continually watch for the lackeys of his foes. His own mildness, the severity of his punishments, his inactivity and heedlessness, O chief of the gods, and the deceitful contrivances well applied by his foes, ruin a foolish ruler. That king who can conquer these four faults and counteract the deceitful contrivances of his enemies succeeds, without doubt, in smiting them all. When only one minister, without needing any help, is competent to accomplish a secret object of the king should consult with that one minister only in respect of such object. Many ministers, if consulted, endeavour to throw the burden of the task upon one another's shoulders and even give publicity to that object which should be kept secret. If consultation with one be not proper, then only should the king consult with many. When foes are unseen, divine chastisement should be invoked upon them. When seen, the army, consisting of 4 kinds of forces, should be moved. 312. The king should first use the arts of producing disunion, as also those of conciliation. When the time for each particular means comes, that particular means should be applied. At times, the king should even prostrate himself before a powerful foe. It is again desirable that acting heedfully himself, he should seek to compass the victor's destruction when the latter becomes heedless. By prostrating oneself, by gift of tribute, by uttering sweet words, one should humble oneself before a more powerful king. One should, when the occasion for such acts comes, never do anything that may arouse the suspicions of one's powerful foe. The weaker ruler should, under such circumstances, carefully avoid every act that may awaken suspicion. A victorious king, again, should not trust his vanquished foes, for they that are vanquished always remain wakeful. There is nothing, O best of deities, that is more difficult of accomplishment than the acquisition of prosperity, O ruler of the immortals, by persons of a restless disposition. The very existence of persons of restless disposition is fraught with danger. Kings should, therefore, with close attention, ascertain their friends and foes. If a king becomes mild, he is disregarded. If he becomes fierce, he inspires people with dread. Therefore, do not be fierce. Do not, again, be mild. But be both fierce and mild. As a rapid current ceaselessly eats away the high bank and causes large landslips, even so heedlessness and error cause a kingdom to be ruined. Never attack many foes at the same time. By applying the arts of conciliation, or gift, or production of a disunion, O Purandara, they should be ground one by one. As regards the remnant, being few in number, the victor may behave peacefully towards them. An intelligent king, even if competent for it, should not begin to crush all his foes at once. 313. When a king happens to have a large army consisting of sixfold forces 314, and teeming with horse, elephants, cars, foot, and engines, all devoted to him, when he thinks himself superior to his foe in many respects upon a fair comparison, then should he openly smite the foe without hesitation. If the foe be strong, the adoption of a policy of conciliation towards him is not worthy of approbation. On the other hand, chastisement by secret means is the policy that should be adopted. Nor should mildness of behavior be adopted towards such foes, nor repeated expedition for loss of crops, poisoning of wells and tanks, and suspicion in respect of the 7 branches of administration should be avoided. 315. The king should, on such occasions, apply diverse kinds of deception, diverse contrivances for setting his foes against one another, and different kinds of hypocritical behavior. He should also, through trusted agents, ascertain the doings of his foes in their cities and provinces. Kings, O slayer of valor and richer, pursuing their foes and entering their towers, seize and appropriate the best things that are obtainable there, and devise proper measures of policy in their own cities and dominions, making gifts of wealth unto them in private, and confiscating their possessions publicly, without, however, injuring them materially, and proclaiming that they are all wicked men that have suffered for their own misdeeds. Kings should send their agents to the cities and provinces of their foes. At the same time, in their own cities, they should, through other persons conversant with the Scriptures, adorned with every accomplishment, acquainted with the ordinances of the sacred books, and possessed of learning, cause incantations and for-killing rites to be performed. Indra said, "What are the indications, O best of regenerate ones, of a wicked person? Questioned by me, tell me how I am to know who is wicked." Brihaspati said, "A wicked person is he who proclaims the faults of others at their back, who is inspired with envy at the accomplishments of others, and who remains silent when the merits of other people are proclaimed in his presence, feeling a reluctance to join in the chorus. Mere silence on such occasions is no indication of wickedness. A wicked person, however, at such times breathes heavily, bites his lips, and shakes his head. Such a person always mixes in society and speaks irrelevantly. 316. Such a man never does what he promises. when the eye of the person to whom he has given the assurance is not upon him. When the eye of the person assured is on him, the wicked man does not even allude to the subject. The wicked man eats by himself, and not with others on the same board, and finds fault with the food placed before him, saying, "All is not right today as on other days." His disposition shows itself in the circumstances connected with his sitting, lying, and riding. Sorrowing on the occasions of sorrow and rejoicing on occasions of joy are the indications of a friend. An opposite behavior furnishes the indications of an enemy. Keep in thy heart these sayings, O ruler of the gods. The disposition of wicked men can never be concealed. I have now told thee, O foremost of deities, what the indications of a wicked person are. Having listened to the truths laid down in the scriptures, follow them duly, O ruler of the celestials. Bhishma continued, having heard these words of Brihaspati, Purandara, employed in subduing his foes, acted strictly according to them. Bent upon victory, that slayer of foes, when the opportunity came, obeyed these instructions and reduced all his enemies to subjection. Section Sif. Yudhishthira said, "How should a righteous king, who is opposed by his own officers, whose treasury and army are no longer under his control, and who has no wealth, conduct himself for acquiring happiness?" Bhishma said, "In this connection, the story of Kshemadasan is often recited. I shall narrate that story to thee. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. It has been heard by us that in days of old, when Prince Kshemadasan became weak in strength and fell into great distress, he repaired to the sage Kalakavrikshiya, and saluting him humbly, said unto him these words. 317. The king said, "What should a person like me who deserves wealth but who has, after repeated efforts, failed to recover his kingdom, do, O Brahmana, excepting suicide, thieving and robbery, acceptance of refuge with others, and other acts of meanness of a similar kind? O best of men, tell me this. One like thee that is conversant with morality and full of gratefulness is the refuge of a person afflicted by disease either mental or physical. Man should cast off his desires. By acting in that way, by abandoning joy and sorrow, and earning the wealth of knowledge, he succeeds in obtaining felicity." 318. I grieve for them that adhere to worldly happiness as dependent on wealth. All that, however, vanishes like a dream. They that can abandon vast wealth achieve a very difficult feat. As regards ourselves, we are unable to abandon that wealth which is even no longer existent. 319. I am divested of prosperity and have fallen into a miserable and joyless plight. Instruct me, O Brahmana, what happiness I may yet strive for. Thus addressed by the intelligent prince of Kosala, the sage Kalakavrikshiya of great splendor made the following answer. The sage said, "Thou hast, it seems, already understood it. Possessed of knowledge as thou art, thou shouldst act as thou thinkest. Thy belief is right, viz., all this that I see is unstable, myself as also everything that I have. Know, O Prince, that those things which thou regardest as existing are in reality non-existent. The man of wisdom knows this, and accordingly is never pained whatever the distress that may overwhelm him. Whatever has taken place and whatever will take place are all unreal. When thou wilt know this which should be known by all, thou shalt be freed from unrighteousness. Whatever things had been earned and acquired by those that came before, and whatever was earned and acquired by those that succeeded them, have all perished. Reflecting on this, who is there that will yield to grief? Things that were, are no more. Things that are, will again be, no more. Grief has no power to restore them. One should not, therefore, indulge in grief. Where, O King, is thy sire today, and where thy grandsire? Thou seest them not today, nor do they see thee now. Reflecting on thy own instability, why dost thou grieve for them? Reflect with the aid of thy intelligence, and thou wilt understand that verily thou shalt cease to be. Myself, thyself, O king, thy friends, and thy foes, and shall, without doubt, cease to be. Indeed, everything will cease to be. Those men that are now of 20 or 30 years of age will, without doubt, all die within the next 100 years. If a man cannot have the heart to give up his vast possessions, he should then endeavor to think his possessions and not his own, and by that means seek to do good to himself. 320. Acquisitions that are future should be regarded by one as not one's own. Acquisitions that have disappeared should also be regarded by one as not one's own. Destiny should be regarded as all-powerful. They that think in this strain are said to be possessed of wisdom. Such a habit of looking at things is an attribute of the good. Many persons who are equal or superior to thee in intelligence and exertion, though deprived of wealth, are not only alive but are never ruling kingdoms. They are not like thee. They do not indulge in grief like thee. Therefore, cease thou to grieve in this way. Art thou not superior to those men, or at least equal to them in intelligence and exertion? The king said, I regard the kingdom which I had with all its appendages to have been won by me without any exertion. All-powerful time, however, O regenerate one, has swept it away. The consequence, however, that I see, of my kingdom having been swept away by time as by a stream, is that I am obliged to support upon whatever I obtain by charity. The sage said, moved by the knowledge of what is true, in life, one should never grieve for either the past or the future. Be thou of such a frame of mind, O Prince of Kosla, in respect of every affair that may engage thy attention, desiring to obtain only that which is obtainable and not that which is unobtainable. Do thou enjoy thy present possessions and never grieve for that which is absent. Be thou delighted, O Prince of Kosla, with whatever thou succeedest in winning with ease. Even if divested of prosperity, do not grieve for it, but seek to preserve a pure disposition. Only an unfortunate man who is of a foolish understanding, when deprived of the former prosperity, censures the supreme ordainer, without being contented with his present possessions. Such a person regards others, however undeserving, as men blessed with prosperity. For this reason, they that are possessed of malice and vanity and filled with a sense of their own importance, suffer more misery still. Thou, however, O king, art not stained by such vices. Endure prosperity of others although thou art thyself divested of prosperity. They that are possessed of dexterity succeed in enjoying that prosperity which is vested in others. 321. Prosperity leaves the person that hates others. Men possessed of righteous behavior and wisdom and conversant with the duties of yoga renounce prosperity and sons and grandsons of their own accord. Others, regarding earthly wealth to be exceedingly unstable and unattainable, dependent as it is upon ceaseless action and effort, are also seen to renounce it. 322. Thou seemest to be possessed of wisdom. Why dost thou then grieve so piteously, desiring things that should not be desired, that are unstable, and that are dependent on others? Thou desirest to inquire after that particular frame of mind, which would enable thee to enjoy felicity notwithstanding the loss of thy possessions. The advice I give thee is to renounce all those objects of desire. Objects that should be avoided appear in the guise of those that should be striven for, while those that should be striven for appear in the guise of objects that should be avoided. Some lose their wealth in the pursuit of wealth. Others regard wealth as the root of infinite happiness, and therefore pursue it eagerly. Some, again, delighted with wealth, think that there is nothing superior to it. In his eager desire for the acquisition of wealth, such a person loses all other objects of life. If, O Prince of Kosla, a person loses that wealth which had been earned with difficulty and which had been proportionate to his desires, He then, overcome by the inactivity of despair, gives up all desire of wealth. Some persons of righteous souls and high birth betake themselves to the acquisition of virtue. These renounce every kind of worldly happiness from desire of winning felicity in the other world. Some persons lay down life itself, moved by the desire of acquiring wealth. These do not think that life has any use if dissociated from wealth. Behold their pitiable condition. Behold their foolishness. When life is so short and uncertain, these men, moved by ignorance, set their eyes on wealth. Who is there that would set his heart upon hoarding when destruction is its end, upon life when death is its end, and upon union when separation is its end? Sometimes man renounces wealth, and sometimes wealth renounces man. What man possessed of knowledge has there that would feel grieved at the loss of wealth? There are many other persons in the world that lose wealth and friends. Behold, O King, with thy intelligence, and thou wilt understand that the calamities which overtake men are all due to the conduct of men themselves. Do thou, therefore, as a remedy, restrain thy senses and mind and speech. For, if those become weak and productive of evil, there is no man who can keep himself free from temptation of external objects by which he is always surrounded. As no one can form an adequate idea of the past nor can foresee the future, there being many intervals of time and place, a person like thee who is possessed of such wisdom and such prowess, never indulges in grief for union and separation, for good or evil. A person of such mildness of disposition, well-restrained soul, and settled conclusions, and observant of Brahmacharya vows, never indulges in grief and never becomes restless from desire of acquiring or fear of losing anything of small value. It is not fit that such a man should adopt a deceitful life of mendicancy, a life that is sinful and wicked and cruel and worthy of only a wretch among men. Do thou repair to the great forest and lead a life of happiness there, all alone and subsisting upon fruit and roots, restraining speech and soul, and filled with compassion for all creatures. He that cheerfully leads such a life in the forest, with large tusked elephants for companions, with no human being by his side, and contented with the produce of the wilderness, is said to act after the manner of the wise. A large lake, when it becomes turbid, resumes its tranquility of itself. Similarly, a man of wisdom, when disturbed in such matters, becomes tranquil of himself. I see that a person that has fallen into such a plight as thine may live happily even thus. When thy prosperity is almost impossible to recover, and when thou art without ministers and counsellors, such a course is open to thee. Dost thou hope to reap any benefit by depending upon destiny? Section CV. The sage said, If, on the other hand, O Kshatriya, thou thinkest that thou hast any prowess still, I shall discourse to thee about that line of policy which thou mayst adopt for recovering thy kingdom. If thou canst follow that line of policy and seek to exert thyself, thou canst still recover thy prosperity. Listen attentively to all that I say unto thee in detail. If thou canst act according to those counsels, thou mayst yet obtain vast wealth, indeed, thy kingdom and kingly power and great prosperity. If thou likest it, O king, tell me, for then I shall speak to thee of that policy. The king said, Tell me, O Holy One, what thou wishest to say. I am willing to hear and act according to thy counsels. Let this my meeting with thee today be fruitful of consequences, to myself. The sage said, Renouncing pride and desire and ire and joy and fear, wait upon thy very foes, humbling thyself and joining thy hands. Do thou serve Janaka, the ruler of Mithila, always performing good and pure deeds. Firmly devoted to truth, the king of Ida will certainly give thee great wealth. Thou shalt then become the right arm of that king and obtain the trust of all persons. As a consequence of this, Thou shalt then succeed in obtaining many allies possessed of courage and perseverance, pure in behavior, and free from the 7 principal faults. A person of restrained soul and having his senses under control, by adhering to his duties, succeeds in raising himself and gladdening others. Honored by Janaka, possessed of intelligence and prosperity, thou shalt certainly become the right arm of that ruler and enjoy the confidence of all. Having then mustered a large force and held consultations with good ministers, do thou cause disunion among thy foes and, setting them against one another, break them all like a person breaking a Valois with a Valois. Or, making peace with the foes of thy foe, destroy the latter's power. 323. Thou shalt then cause thy foe to be attached to such good things as are not easily attainable, to beautiful women and cloths, beds and seats and vehicles, all of very costly kinds, and houses, and birds and animals of diverse species, and juices and perfumes and fruits, so that thy foe may be ruined of himself. 324. If one's foe be thus managed, or if indifference is to be shown towards him, one that is desirous of acting according to good policy should never suffer that foe to know it at all. Following the behavior that is approved by the wise, do thou enjoy every kind of pleasure in the dominions of thy foe, and imitating the conduct of the dog, the deer, and the crow, behave with apparent friendship towards thy enemies. Cause them to undertake achievements that are mighty and difficult to accomplish. See also that they engage in hostilities with powerful enemies, drawing their attention to pleasant gardens and costly beds and seats. Do thou, by offering such objects of enjoyment, drain thy enemy's treasury. Advising thy enemy to perform sacrifices and make gifts, do thou gratify the Brahmanas. The latter, having received those presents through thy hands, will do good to thee in return, by performing penances and Vedic rites, and devour thy enemy like wolves. Without doubt, a person of righteous deeds obtains a high end. By such deeds men succeed in earning regions of the most felicity in heaven. If the treasury of thy foes be exhausted, by either righteous or unrighteous deeds, every one of them, O Prince of Kosla, may be reduced to subjection. The treasury is the root of felicity in heaven and victory on earth. It is in consequence of their treasuries that the foes enjoy such happiness. The treasury, therefore, should by every means be drained. Do not applaud exertion in the presence of thy foe, but speak highly of destiny. Without doubt, the man who relies too much on acts appertaining to the worship of the gods soon meets with destruction. Cause thy enemy to perform the great sacrifice called Viswajit and divest him by that means of all his possessions. Through this thy object will be fulfilled. Thou mayst then inform thy enemy of the fact that the best men in his kingdom are being oppressed with exactions for refilling the exhausted treasury, and indicate some eminent ascetic conversant with the duties of yoga, who will wean thy foe from all earthly possessions. The enemy will then desire to adopt renunciation and retire into the woods, solicitous of salvation. Thou shalt then, with the aid of drugs prepared by boiling highly efficacious herbs and plants, and of artificial salts, destroy the elephants and steeds and men of thy enemy's dominions. These and many other well-devised schemes are available, all connected with fraud. An intelligent person can thus destroy the population of a hostile kingdom with poison. Section CVI. The king said, I do not desire, O Brahmana, to support life by deceit or fraud. I do not desire wealth, however great, which is to be earned by unrighteous means. At the very outset of our present discourse I accepted these means. By the adoption of only such means as would not lead to censure, of such means as would benefit me in every respect, by practicing only such acts as are not harmful in their consequences, I desire to live in this world. I am incapable of adopting these ways that thou pointest out to me. Indeed, these instructions do not become thee. The sage said, These words, O Kshatriya, that thou speakest indicate thee to be possessed of righteous feelings. Indeed, thou art righteous in disposition and understanding, O thou of great experience. I shall strive for the good of you both, viz., for thyself and him. 325. I shall cause a union, eternal and incapable of breach, to be brought about between thee and that king. Who is there that would not like to have a minister like thee, that art born of noble race, that abstainest from all acts of unrighteousness and cruelty, that art possessed of great learning, and that art well versed in the art of government and of conciliating all persons? I say this because, O Kshatriya, though divested of kingdom and plunged into great misery, thou still desirest to live adopting a behavior that is righteous. The ruler of the Vedas, firmly adhering to truth, will come to my abode soon. Without doubt, he will do what I will urge to do. Bhishma continued. The sage, after this, inviting the ruler of the Vedas, said these words unto him, This personage is of royal birth. I know his very heart. His soul is as pure as the surface of mirror or the disk of the autumnal moon. He has been examined by me in every way. I do not see any fault in him. Let there be friendship between him and thee. Do thou repose confidence on him as on myself. A king who is without a competent minister cannot govern his kingdom even for 3 days. The minister should be courageous as also possessed of great intelligence. By these 2 qualities one may conquer both the worlds. Behold, O king, these 2 qualities are necessary for ruling a kingdom. Righteous kings have no such refuge as a minister possessed of such attributes. The high-souled person is of royal descent. He walketh along the path of the righteous. This one who always keeps righteousness in view has been a valuable acquisition. If treated by thee with honor, he will reduce all thy foes to subjection. If he engages in battle with thee, he will do what as a Kshatriya he should do. Indeed, if after the manner of his sires and grandsires he fights for conquering thee, it will be thy duty to fight him, observant as thou art of the Kshatriya duty of conquering antagonists. Without engaging in battle, however, do thou, at my command, employ him under thee from desire of benefiting thyself. Cast thy eyes on righteousness, giving up covetousness that is improper. It behoveth thee not to abandon the duties of thy order from lust or desire of battle. Victory, O sire, is not certain. Defeat also is not certain. Remembering this, peace should be made with an enemy by giving him food and other articles of enjoyment. One may see victory and defeat in his own case. They that seek to exterminate a foe are sometimes exterminated themselves in course of their efforts. Thus addressed, King Janaka, properly saluting and honouring that bull among Brahmanas who deserved every honour, replied unto him, saying, Thou art of great learning and great wisdom. That which thou hast said from desire of benefiting us is certainly advantageous for both of us. Such a course of conduct is highly beneficial to us. I have no hesitation in saying this. The ruler of Vida then, addressing the prince of Kosala, said these words, in observance of Kshatriya duties as also with aid of policy. I have conquered the world. I have, however, O best of kings, been conquered by thee with thy good qualities. Without cherishing any sense of humiliation, if thou remainest by my side, live thou with me as a victor. 326. I honour thy intelligence, and I honour thy prowess. I do not disregard thee, saying that I have conquered thee. On the other hand, live thou with me as a victor. Honour duly by me, O king, thou wilt go to my abode. Both the kings then worshipped that Brahmana, and trusting each other, proceeded to the capital of Mithila. The ruler of the Vedas, causing the prince of Kosala to enter his abode, honoured him, who deserved every honour, with offerings of water to wash his feet, honey and curds and the usual articles. King Janet also bestowed upon his guest his own daughter and divers kinds of gems and jewels. This, the establishment of peace, is the high duty of kings. Victory and defeat are both uncertain. Section QVI. Yiddish theory said, "Thou hast, O scorcher of foes, described the course of duties, the general conduct, the means of livelihood, with the results of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras. Thou hast discoursed also on the duties of kings, the subject of their treasuries, the means of filling them, and the topic of conquest and victory. Thou hast spoken also of the characteristics of ministers, the measures that lead to the advancement of the subjects, the characteristics of the sixfold limbs of a kingdom, the qualities of armies, the means of distinguishing the wicked, and the marks of those that are good, the attributes of those that are equal, those that are inferior, and those that are superior, the behavior which a king desirous of advancement should adopt towards the masses, and the manner in which the weak should be protected and cherished. Thou hast discoursed on all these subjects, O Bharata, laying down instructions that are plain according to what has been inculcated in sacred treatises. Thou hast spoken also of the behavior that should be adopted by kings desirous of conquering their foes. I desire now, O foremost of intelligent men, to listen to the behavior that one should observe towards the multitude of courageous men that assemble round a king. 327. I desire to hear how these may grow, how they may be attached to the king, O Bharata, how may they succeed in subjugating their foes and in acquiring friends. It seems to me that disunion alone can bring about their destruction. I think it is always difficult to keep counsels secret when many are concerned. I desire to hear all this in detail, O scorcher of foes. Tell me also, O king, the means by which they may be prevented from falling out with a king. Bhishma said, between the aristocracy on the one side and the kings on the other, avarice and wrath, O monarch, are the causes that produce enmity. 328. One of these parties, viz., the king, yields to avarice. As a consequence, wrath takes possession of the other, the aristocracy. Each intent upon weakening and wasting the other, they both meet with destruction. By employing spies, contrivances of policy, and physical force, and adopting the arts of conciliation, gifts, and disunion, and applying other methods for producing weakness, waste, and fear, the parties assail each other. The aristocracy of a kingdom, having the characteristics of a compact body, become dissociated from the king if the latter seeks to take too much from them. Dissociated from the king, all of them become dissatisfied, and acting from fear, side with the enemies of their ruler. If again the aristocracy of the kingdom be disunited amongst themselves, they meet with destruction. Disunited, they fall an easy prey to foes. The nobles, therefore, should always act in concert. If they be united together, they may earn acquisitions of value by means of their strength and prowess. Indeed, when they are thus united, many outsiders seek their alliance. Men of knowledge applaud those nobles that are united with one another in bonds of love. If united in purpose, all of them can be happy. They can, by their example, establish righteous courses of conduct. By behaving properly, they advance in prosperity. By restraining their sons and brothers and teaching them their duties, and by behaving kindly towards all persons whose pride has been quelled by knowledge. 329. The aristocracy advance in prosperity. By always attending to the duties of setting spies and devising means of policy, as also to the matter of filling their treasuries, the aristocracy, O thou of mighty arms, advance in prosperity. By showing proper reverence for them that are possessed of wisdom and courage and perseverance, and that display steady prowess in all kinds of work, the aristocracy advance in prosperity. Possessed of wealth and resources, of knowledge of the scriptures and all arts and sciences, the aristocracy rescue the ignorant masses from every kind of distress and danger. Wrath, on the of part the king, rupture, 330, terror, chastisement, persecution, oppression, and executions, O chief of the Bharatas, speedily cause the aristocracy to fall away from the king and side with the king's enemies. They, therefore, that are the leaders of the aristocracy should be honored by the king. The affairs of the kingdom, O king, depend to a great extent upon them. Consultations should be held with only those that are the leaders of the aristocracy, and secret agents should be placed, O crusher of foes, with them only. The king should not, O Bharata, consult with every member of the aristocracy. The king, acting in concert with the leaders, should do what is for the good of the whole order. When, however, the aristocracy becomes separated and disunited and destitute of leaders, other courses of action should be followed. If the members of the aristocracy quarrel with one another and act, each according to his own resources, without combination, their prosperity dwindles away and diverse kinds of evil occur. Those amongst them that are possessed of learning and wisdom should tread down a dispute as soon as it happens. Indeed, if the seniors of a race look on with indifference, quarrels break out amongst the members. Such quarrels bring about the destruction of a race and produce disunion among their entire order of the nobles. Protect thyself, O king, from all fears that arise from within. Fears, however, that arise from outside are of little consequence. The first kind of fear, O king, maketh thy roots in a single day. Persons that are equal to one another in family and blood, influenced by wrath or folly or covetousness arising from their very natures, cease to speak with one another. This is an indication of defeat. It is not by courage, nor by intelligence, nor by beauty, nor by wealth, that enemies succeed in destroying the aristocracy. It is only by disunion and gifts that it can be reduced to subjugation. For this reason, combination has been said to be the great refuge of the aristocracy. 331. Section Kvi. Yudhishthira said, the path of duty is long. It has also, O Bharata, many branches. What, however, according to thee, are those duties that most deserve to be practiced? What acts, according to thee, are the most important among all duties, by the practice of which I may earn the highest merit both here and hereafter? Bhishma said, the worship of mother, father, and preceptor is most important according to me. The man who attends to that duty here succeeds in acquiring great fame and many regions of felicity. Worshipped with respect by thee, whatever they will command thee, be it consistent with righteousness or inconsistent with it, should be done unhesitatingly, O Yudhishthira. One should never do what they forbid. Without doubt, that which they command should always be done. 332. They are the three worlds. They are the three modes of life. They are the three Vedas. They are the three sacred fires. The father is said to be the Garhapatiya fire, the mother, the Dakshina fire, and the preceptor is that fire upon which libations are poured. These three fires are, of course, the most eminent. If thou attendest with heedfulness to these three fires, thou wilt succeed in conquering the three worlds. By serving the father with regularity, one may cross this world. By serving the mother in the same way, one may attain to regions of felicity in the next. By serving the preceptor with regularity, one may obtain the region of Brahma. Behave properly towards these three, O Bharata, thou shalt then obtain great fame in the three worlds, and blessed be thou, great will be thy merit and reward. Never transgress them in any act. Never eat before they eat, nor eat anything that is better than what they eat. Never impute any fault to them. One should always serve them with humility. That is an act of high merit. By acting in that way, O best of kings, thou mayst obtain fame, merit, honor, and regions of felicity hereafter. He who honors these three is honored in all the worlds. He, on the other hand, who disregards these three, fails to obtain any merit from any of his acts. Such a man, O scorcher of foes, acquires merit neither in this world nor in the next. He who always disregards these three seniors never obtains fame either here or hereafter. Such a man never earns any good in the next world. All that I have given away in honor of those three has become 100-fold or 1,000-fold of its actual measure. It is in consequence of that merit that even now, O Yudhishthira, the three worlds are clearly before my eyes. One Acharya is superior to 10 Brahmanas learned in the Vedas. One Upadhyaya is again superior to 10 Acharyas. The father, again, is superior to 10 Upadhyayas. The mother again, is superior to 10 fathers, or perhaps, the whole world, in importance. There is no one that deserves such reverence as the mother. In my opinion, however, the preceptor is worthy of greater reverence than the father or even the mother. The father and the mother are authors of one's being. The father and the mother, O Bharata, only create the body. The life, on the other hand, that one obtains from one's preceptor, is heavenly. That life is subject to no decay and is immortal. The father and the mother, however much they may offend, should never be slain. By not punishing a father and a mother, even if they deserve punishment, one does not incur sin. Indeed, such reverend persons, by enjoying impunity, do not stain the king. The gods and the rishis do not withhold their favors from such persons as strive to cherish even their sinful fathers with reverence. He who favors a person by imparting to him true instruction, by communicating the Vedas, and giving knowledge which is immortal, should be regarded as both a father and a mother. The disciple, in grateful recognition of what the instructor has done, should never do anything that would injure the latter. They that do not reverence their preceptors after receiving instruction from them by obeying them dutifully in thought and deed, incur the sin of killing a fetus. There is no sinner in this world like them. 333. Preceptors always show great affection for their disciples. The latter should, therefore, show their preceptors commensurate reverence. He, therefore, that wishes to earn that high merit which has existed from ancient days, should worship and adore his preceptors and cheerfully share with them every object of enjoyment. With him who pleases his father is pleased Prajapati himself. He who pleases his mother gratifies the earth herself. He who pleases his preceptor gratifies Brahma by his act. For this reason, the preceptor is worthy of greater reverence than either the father or the mother. If preceptors are worshipped, the very rishis and the gods, together with the Pitris, are all pleased. Therefore, the preceptor is worthy of the highest reverence. The preceptor should never be disregarded in any manner by the disciple. Neither the mother nor the father deserves such regard as the preceptor. The father, the mother, and the preceptor should never be insulted. No act of theirs should be found fault with. The gods and the great rishis are pleased with him that behaves with reverence towards his preceptors. They that injure in thought and deed their preceptors, or fathers, or mothers, incur the sin of killing a fetus. There is no sinner in the world equal to them. That son of the sire's loins and the mother's womb, who, being brought up by them and when he comes to age, does not support them in his turn, incurs the sin of killing a fetus. There is no sinner in the world like unto him. We have never heard that these four, viz., he who injures a friend, he who is ungrateful, he who slays a woman, and he who slays a preceptor, ever succeed in cleansing themselves. I have now told thee generally all that a person should do in this world. Besides those duties that I have indicated, there is nothing productive of greater felicity. Thinking of all duties, I have told thee their essence. Section 6. Yiddish theory said, how, O Bharata, should a person act who desires to adhere to virtue? O bull of Bharata's race, possessed as thou art of learning, tell me this, questioned by me. Truth and falsehood exist, covering all the worlds. Which of these two, O king, should a person adopt that is firm in virtue? What again is truth? What is falsehood? What, again, is eternal virtue? On what occasions should a person tell the truth, and on what occasions should he tell an untruth? Bhishma said, to tell the truth is consistent with righteousness. There is nothing higher than truth. I shall now, O Bharata, say unto thee that which is not generally known to men. There where falsehood would assume the aspect of truth, truth should not be said. There, again, where truth would assume the aspect of falsehood, even falsehood should be said. That ignorant person incurs sin who says truth which is dissociated from righteousness. That person is said to be conversant with duties who can distinguish truth from falsehood. 334. Even a person that is disrespectable, that is of uncleansed soul, and that is very cruel, may succeed in earning great merit as the Huntivalaka by slaying the blind beast that threatened to destroy all creatures. 335. How extraordinary it is that a person of foolish understanding, though desirous of acquiring merit by austere penances, still committed a sinful act. 336. An owl again, on the banks of the Ganges, by doing an unrighteous deed, obtained great merit. 337. The question thou hast asked me is a difficult one, since it is difficult to say what righteousness is. It is not easy to indicate it. No one, in discoursing upon righteousness, can indicate it accurately. Righteousness was declared, by Brahman, for the advancement and growth of all creatures. Therefore, that which leads to advancement and growth is righteousness. Righteousness was declared for restraining creatures from injuring one another. Therefore, that is righteousness which prevents injury to creatures. Righteousness, Dharma, is so called because it upholds all creatures. In fact, all creatures are upheld by righteousness. Therefore, that is righteousness which is capable of upholding all creatures. Some say that righteousness consists in what has been inculcated in the Srutis. Others do not agree to this. I would not censure them that say so. Everything, again, has not been laid down in the Srutis. 338. Sometimes men, robbers, desirous of obtaining the wealth of some one, make inquiries for facilitating the act of plunder. One should never answer such inquiries. That is a settled duty. If by maintaining silence, one succeeds in escaping, one should remain silent. If, on the other hand, one's silence at a time when one must speak rouses suspicion, it would be better on such an occasion to say what is untrue than what is true. This is a settled conclusion. If one can escape from sinful men by even a false oath, one may take it without incurring sin. One should not, even if one be able, give away his wealth to sinful men. Wealth given to sinful men afflicts even the giver. If a creditor desires to make his debtor pay off the loan by rendering bodily service, the witnesses would all be liars, if, summoned by the creditor for establishing the truth of the contract, they did not say what should be said. When life is at risk, or on occasion of marriage, one may say an untruth. One that seeks for virtue does not commit a sin by saying an untruth, if that untruth be said to save the wealth and prosperity of others or for the religious purposes. Having promised to pay, one becomes bound to fulfill his promise. Upon failure, let the self-appropriator be forcibly enslaved. If a person without fulfilling a righteous engagement acts with impropriety, he should certainly be afflicted with a rod of chastisement for having adopted such behavior. 339. A deceitful person, falling away from all duties and abandoning those of his own order, always wishes to betake himself to the practices of usurers for supporting life. Such a sinful wretch living by deceit should be slain by every means. Such sinful men think that there is nothing in this world higher than wealth. Such men should never be tolerated. No one should eat with them. They should be regarded to have fallen down in consequence of their sins. Indeed, fallen away from the condition of humanity and shut out from the grace of the gods. They are even like evil genii. Without sacrifices and without penances as they are, forbear from their companionship. If their wealth be lost, they commit even suicide, which is exceedingly pitiable. Among those sinful men there is no one to whom thou canst say, "This is thy duty." Let thy heart turn to it. Their settled convictions are that there is nothing in this world that is equal to wealth. The person that would slay such a creature would incur no sin. He who kills him kills one that has been already killed by his own acts. If slain, it is the dead that is slain. He who vows to destroy those persons of lost senses should keep his vows. 340. Such sinners are, like the crow and the vulture, dependent on deceit for their living. After the dissolution of their human bodies, they take rebirth as crows and vultures. One should, in any matter, behave towards another as that other behaves in that matter. He who practices deceit should be resisted with deceit, while one that is honest should be treated with honesty. Section CX. Yiddish theory said, creatures are seen to be afflicted by diverse means and almost continually. Tell me, O grandsire, in what way can one overcome all those difficulties? Bhishma said, those members of the regenerate class that duly practice, with restrained souls, the duties that have been laid down in the scriptures for the several modes of life, succeed in overcoming all these difficulties. They that never practice deceit, they whose behavior is restrained by salutary restrictions, and they that control all worldly desires, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that do not speak when addressed in evil language, they that do not injure others when themselves injured, they that give but do not take, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that always give hospitable shelter to guests, they that do not indulge in malice, they that are constantly engaged in the study of the Vedas, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. Those persons who, being conversant with duties, adopt that behavior towards parents which they should, they that abstain from sleeping during the day, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that do not commit any kind of sin in thought, word, and deed, they that never injure any creature, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. Those kings that do not, under the influence of passion and covetousness, levy oppressive taxes, and those that protect their own dominions, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that go to their own wedded wives in season without seeking the companionship of other women, they that are honest and attentive to their Agni-Hotras, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that are possessed of courage and that, casting away all fear of death, engage in battle, desirous of victory by fair means, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that always speak truth in this world even when life is at stake, and that are exemplars for all creatures to imitate, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They whose acts never deceive, whose words are always agreeable, and whose wealth is always well spent, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. Those Brahmanas that never study the Vedas at hours not intended for study, and that practice penances with devotion, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. Those Brahmanas that betake themselves to a life of celibacy and brahmacharya, that perform penances, and that are cleansed by learning, Vedic knowledge, and proper vows, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that have checked all the qualities that appertain to passion and darkness, that are possessed of high souls, and that practice the qualities that are called good, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They of whom no creature stands in fear, and those that do not fear any creature themselves, they that look upon all creatures as their own selves, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. Those bulls among men that are good, that are never inspired with grief at the sight of other people's prosperity, and that abstain from all kinds of ignoble behavior, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that bow to all the gods, that listen to the doctrines of all creeds, that have faith, and that are endued with tranquil souls, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that do not desire honor for themselves, that give honors unto others, that bow down unto those that deserve their worship, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that perform saradas on the propopolina days, with beminds, from desire of offspring, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that restrain their own wrath and pacify the wrath of others, and that never get angry with any creature, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that abstain from their birth, from honey and meat and intoxicating drinks, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that eat for only supporting life, that seek a companionship of women for the sake only of offspring, and that open their lips for only speaking what is true, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that worship with devotion the god Narayana, that supreme lord of all creatures, that origin and destruction of the universe, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. This Krishna here, of eyes red as the lotus, clad in yellow robes, endued with mighty arms, this Krishna who is our well-wisher, brother, friend, and relative, is Narayana of unfading glory. He covers all the worlds like a leathern case, at his own pleasure. He is the puissant Lord, of inconceivable soul. He is Govinda, the foremost of all beings. This Krishna who is ever engaged in doing what is agreeable and beneficial to Jaishu, as also to thee, O King, is that foremost of all beings, that irresistible one, that abode of eternal felicity. They that with devotion seek the refuge of this Narayana, called also Hari, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. They that read these verses about the overcoming of difficulties, that recite them to others, and that speak of them unto Brahmanas, succeed in overcoming all difficulties. I have now, O sinless one, told thee all those acts by which men may overcome all difficulties both here and hereafter. Section CXI. Yudhishthira said, many persons here that are not really of tranquil souls appear in outward form as men of tranquil souls. There are again others that are really of tranquil souls but that appear to be otherwise. How, O sire, shall we succeed in knowing these people? Bhishma said, in this connection is recited the old story of the discourse between a tiger and a jackal. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. In ancient times, in a city called Purika, full of affluence, there was a king named Purika. That worst of beings was exceedingly cruel and took delight in injuring others. On the expiry of the period of his life, he obtained an undesirable end. In fact, stained by the evil acts of his human life, he was reborn as a jackal. Remembering his former prosperity, he became filled with grief and abstained from meat even when brought before him by others. And he became compassionate unto all creatures, and truthful in speech, and firm in the observance of austere vows. At the appointed time he took food which consisted of fruit that had dropped from the trees. That jackal dwelt in a vast crematorium and liked to dwell there. And as it was his birthplace, he never wished to change it for a finer locality. Unable to endure the purity of his behavior, the other members of his species endeavored to make him alter his resolve by addressing him in the following words fraught with humility. Though residing in this terrible crematorium, thou desirest yet to live in such purity of behavior. Is not this a perversity of understanding on thy part, since thou art by nature an eater of carrion? Be thou our like. All of us will give thee food. eat that which ought always to be thy food, abandoning such purity of conduct. Hearing these words of theirs, the jackal replied unto them, with rapt attention, in these sweet words, fraught with reason and inculcating harmlessness to all. My birth has been low. It is conduct, however, that determines the race. 341. I desire to behave in such a way that my fame may spread. Although my habitation is this crematorium, yet listen to my vows in respect of behavior. One's own self is the cause of one's acts. The mode of life to which one may betake oneself is not the cause of one's religious acts. If one, while in the observance of a particular mode of life, slays a Brahmana, will not the sin of Brahmanicide attach to him? If, on the other hand, one gives away a cow while one is not in the observance of any particular mode of life, will that pious gift produce no merit? Moved by the desire of getting what is agreeable, ye are engaged in only filling your stomachs. Stupefied by folly, ye do not see the three faults that are in the end. I do not like to adopt the life led by you, fraught as it is with evil both here and hereafter, and characterized as it is by such censurable loss of virtue occasioned by discontentment and temptation. A tiger, celebrated for prowess, happened to overhear this conversation, and accordingly, taking the jackal for a learned person of pure behavior, offered him such respectful worship as was suited to his own self, and then expressed a wish for appointing him his minister. The tiger said, O righteous personage, I know what thou art. Do thou attend to the duties of government with myself. Enjoy whatever articles may be desired by thee, abandoning whatever may not be suit thy taste. 342. As regards ourselves, we are known to be of a fierce disposition. We inform thee beforehand of this. If thou behavest with mildness, thou wilt be benefited and reap advantages for thyself. Honouring these words of that high-souled lord of all animals, the jackal, hanging down his head a little, said these words fraught with humility. The jackal said, O king of beasts, these words of thine with reference to myself are such as befit thee. It is also worthy of thee that thou shouldst seek for ministers of pure behaviour and conversant with duties and worldly affairs. Thou canst not maintain thy greatness without a pious minister, O hero, or with a wicked minister that is on the lookout for putting an end to thy very life. Thou shouldst, O highly blessed one, regard those amongst thy ministers that are devoted to thee, that are conversant with policy, that are independent of one another, desirous of crowning thee with victory, unstained by covetousness, free from deceit, possessed of wisdom, ever engaged in thy good, and endued with great mental vigour, even as thou regardest thy preceptors or parents. But, O king of beasts, as I am perfectly contented with my present position, I do not desire to change it for anything else. I do not covet luxurious enjoyments or the happiness that arises from them. My conduct, again, may not agree with that of thy old servants. If they happen to be of wicked conduct, they will produce disunion between thee and me. Dependence upon another, even if that other happens to be possessed of splendour, is not desirable or praiseworthy. I am of cleansed soul. I am highly blessed. I am incapable of showing severity to even sinners. I am of great foresight. I have capacity for great exertion. I do not look at small things. I am possessed of great strength. I am successful in acts. I never act fruitlessly. I am adorned with every object of enjoyment. I am never satisfied with a little. I have never served another. I am, besides, unskilled in serving. I live according to my pleasure in the woods. All who live by the side of kings have to endure great pain in consequence of evil speeches against themselves. Those, however, that reside in the woods pass their days, fearlessly and without anxiety, in the observance of vows. The fear that arises in the heart of a person who is summoned by the king is known to persons passing their days contentedly in the woods, supporting life upon fruits and roots. Simple food and drink obtained without effort, and luxurious food procured with fear, widely differ from each other. Reflecting upon these two, I am of opinion that there is happiness where there is no anxiety. A few only amongst those that serve kings are justly punished for their offences. A large number of them, however, suffer death under false accusations. If, notwithstanding all this, thou appointest me, O King of beasts, as thy minister, I wish to make a compact with thee in respect of the behaviour thou shouldst always adopt towards me. Those words that I shall speak for thy good should be listened to and regarded by thee. The provision which thou wilt make for me shall not be interfered with by thee. I shall never consult with thy other ministers. If I do, desirous of superiority as they are, they will then impute divers kinds of faults to me. Meeting with thee alone and in secret, I shall say what is for thy good. In all matters connected with thy kinsman, thou shalt not ask me what is for thy good or what is otherwise. Having consulted with me, thou shalt not punish thy other ministers afterwards. Yielding to rage, thou shalt not punish my followers and dependents. Thus addressed by the jackal, the king of beasts answered him, saying, Let it be so, and showed him every honour. The jackal then accepted the ministership of the tiger. Beholding the jackal treated with respect and honoured in all his acts, the old servants of the king, conspiring together, began ceaselessly to display their hatred towards him. Those wicked persons at first strove to gratify and win him over with friendly behaviour and make him tolerate the diverse abuses that existed in the waste. Despoilers of other people's property, they had long lived in the enjoyment of their perquisites. Now, however, being ruled by the jackal, they were unable to appropriate anything belonging to others. Desirous of advancement and prosperity, they began to tempt him with sweet speeches. Indeed, large bribes even were offered to allure his heart. Possessed of great wisdom, the jackal showed no signs of yielding to those temptations. Then some amongst them, making a compact amongst themselves for effecting his destruction, took away the well-dressed meat that was intended for and much desired by the king of beasts, and placed it secretly in the house of the jackal. The jackal knew who had stolen the meat and who had conspired to do it. But though he knew everything, he tolerated it for a particular object. He had made a compact with the king at the time of his accepting the ministership, saying, Thou desirest my friendship, but thou shalt not, O monarch, mistrust me without cause. Bhishma continued, When the king of beasts, feeling hungry, came to eat, he saw not the meat that was to have been kept ready for his dinner. The king then ordered, Let the thief be found out. His deceitful ministers represented unto him that the meat kept for him had been stolen away by his learned minister, the jackal, that was so proud of his own wisdom. Hearing of this injudicious act on the part of the jackal, the tiger became filled with rage. Indeed, the king, giving way to his wrath, ordered his minister to be slain. Beholding the opportunity, the former ministers addressed the king, saying, The jackal is ever ready to take away from all of us the means of sustenance. Having represented this, they once more spoke of the jackal's act of robbing the king of his food. And they said, Such then is his act. What is that he would not venture to do? He is not as thou hadst heard. He is righteous in speech, but his real disposition is sinful. A wretch in reality, he has disguised himself by putting on a garb of virtue. His behavior is really sinful. For serving his own ends, he had practiced austerities in the matter of diet and of vows. If thou disbelievest this, we will give thee ocular proof. Having said this, they immediately caused that meat to be discovered by entering the jackal's abode. ascertaining that the meat was brought back from the jackal's house, and hearing all those representations of his old servants, the king ordered, saying, "Let the jackal be slain." Hearing these words of the tiger, his mother came to that spot for awakening son's good sense with beneficial counsels. The venerable dame said, "O son, thou shouldst not accept this accusation fraught with deceit. Wicked individuals impute faults to even an honest person, moved by envy and rivalry. Enemies desirous of a quarrel cannot undo the elevation of an enemy brought about by his high feats. Faults are ascribed to even a person of pure soul engaged in penances. With respect to even an ascetic living in the woods and employed in his own harmless acts, are raised three parties, viz., friends, neutrals, and foes. They that are rapacious hate them that are pure. The idle hate the active. The unlearned hate the learned. The poor hate the rich. The unrighteous hate the righteous. The ugly hate the beautiful. Many amongst the learned, the unlearned, the rapacious, and the deceitful, would falsely accuse an innocent person even if the latter happens to be possessed of the virtues and intelligence of Brihaspati himself. If meat had really been stolen from thy house in thy absence, remember, the jackal refuses to take any meat that is even given to him. Let this fact be well considered in finding out the thief. Wicked persons sometimes put on the semblance of the good, and they that are good sometimes wear the semblance of the wicked. Diverse kinds of aspect are noticeable in creatures. It is, therefore, necessary to examine which is which. The firmament seems to be like the solid base of a vessel. The firefly seems to be like the actual spark of fire. In reality, however, the sky has no base and there is no fire in the firefly. You see, there is necessity, therefore, for scrutiny in respect of even such things as are addressed to the eye. If a person ascertains everything after scrutiny, he is never called upon to indulge in any kind of regret afterwards. It is not at all difficult, O son, for a master to put his servant to death. Forgiveness, however, in persons possessed of power, is always praiseworthy and productive of renown. Thou hadst made the jackal thy first minister. In consequence of that act, thou hadst turned great fame among all neighbouring chiefs. A good minister cannot be obtained easily. The jackal is thy well-wisher. Let him, therefore, be supported. The king who regards a really innocent person falsely accused by his enemies to be guilty, soon meets the destruction in consequence of the wicked ministers that lead him to that conviction. After the tiger's mother had concluded her speech, a righteous agent of the jackal, stepping out of that phalanx of his foes, discovered everything about the manner in which that false accusation had been made. The jackal's innocence being made manifest, he was acquitted and honoured by his master. The king of beasts affectionately embraced him again and again. The jackal, however, who was conversant with the science of policy, burning with grief, saluted the king of beasts and solicited his permission for throwing away his life by observing the pravow. The tiger, casting upon the virtuous jackal his eyes expanded with affection and honouring him with reverential worship, sought to dissuade him from the accomplishment of his wishes. The jackal, beholding his master agitated with affection, bowed down to him and in a voice choked with tears said these words, "Honoured by thee first, I have afterwards been insulted by thee. Thy behaviour towards me is calculated to make me an enemy of thine. It is not proper, therefore, that I should any longer dwell with thee. Servants that are discontented, that have been driven from their offices, or degraded from the honours that were theirs, that have brought destitution upon themselves, or have been ruined by their enemies, through the wrath of their master, that have been weakened, that are rapacious, or enraged, or alarmed, or deceived, in respect of their employers, that have suffered confiscation, that are proud and desirous of achieving great feats but deprived of the means of earning wealth, and that burn with grief or rage in consequence of any injury done to them, always wait for calamities to overtake their masters. Deceived, they leave their masters and become effective instruments in the hands of foes. 343. I have been insulted by thee and pulled down from my place. How wilt thou trust me again? How shall I, on my part, continue to dwell with thee? Thinking me to be competent thou tookest me, and having examined me thou hadst placed me in office. Violating the compact then made between us, thou hast insulted me. If one speaks of a certain person before others as possessed of righteous behavior, one should not, if desirous of maintaining one's consistency, afterwards describe the same person as wicked. I who have thus been disregarded by thee cannot any longer enjoy thy confidence. On my part, when I shall see thee withdraw thy confidence from me, I shall be filled with alarm and anxiety. Thyself suspicious and myself in alarm, our enemies will be on the lookout for opportunities for injuring us. Thy subjects will, as a consequence, become anxious and discontented. Such a state of things has many faults. The wise do not regard that situation happy in which there is honor first and dishonor afterwards. It is difficult to reunite the two that have been separated, as, indeed, it is difficult to separate the two that are united. If persons reunited after separation approach one another again, their behavior cannot be affectionate. No servant is to be seen who is moved, in what he does, by only the desire of benefiting his master. Service proceeds from the motive of doing good to the master as also one's own self. All acts are undertaken from selfish motives. Unselfish acts or motives are very rare. Those kings whose hearts are restless and unquiet cannot acquire a true knowledge of men. Only 1 in 100 can be found who is either able or fearless. The prosperity of men, as also their fall, comes of itself. Prosperity and adversity, and greatness, all proceed from weakness of understanding. 344. Bhishma continued, having said these conciliatory words fraught with virtue, pleasure, and profit, and having gratified the king, the jackal retired to the forest, without listening to the entreaties of the king of beasts. The intelligent jackal cast off his body by sitting in prayer and proceeded to heaven, as the reward of his good deeds on earth. Section XCI. Yudhishthira said, what acts should be done by a king, and what are those acts by doing which a king may become happy? Tell me this in detail, O thou that art the foremost of all persons acquainted with duties. Bhishma said, I shall tell thee what thou wishest to know. Listen to the settled truth about what should be done in this world by a king, and what those acts are by doing which a king may become happy. A king should not behave after the manner disclosed in the high history of a camel of which we have heard. Listen to that history then, O Yudhishthira. There was, in the Krita age, a huge camel who had recollection of all the acts of his former life. Observing the most rigid vows, that camel practiced very severe austerities in the forest. Towards the conclusion of his penances, the puissant Brahman became gratified with him. The grandsire, therefore, desired to grant him boons. The camel said, let my neck, O Holy One, become long through thy grace, so that, O puissant Lord, I may be able to seize any food that may lie even at the end of even 100 yojanas. The high suit giver of boon said, let it be so. The camel then, having obtained the boon, returned to his own forest. The foolish animal, from the day of obtaining the boon, became idle. Indeed, the wretch, stupefied by fate, did not from that day go out for grazing. One day, while extending his long neck of 100 yojanas, the animal was engaged in picking his food without any labor. A great storm arose. The camel, placing his head and a portion of the neck within the cave of a mountain, resolved to wait till the storm would be over. Meanwhile it began to pour in torrents, deluging the whole earth. A jackal, with his wife, drenched by the rain and shivering with cold, dragged himself with difficulty towards that very cave and entered it quickly for shelter. Living as he did upon meat, and exceedingly hungry and tired as he was, O bull of Bharata's race, the jackal, seeing the camel's neck, began to eat as much of it as he could. The camel, when he perceived that his neck was being eaten, strove in sorrow to shorten it. But as he moved it up and down, the jackal and his wife, without losing their hold of it, continued to eat it away. Within a short time the camel was deprived of life. The jackal then, having thus slain and eaten the camel, came out of the cave after the storm and shower had ceased. Thus did that foolish camel meet with his death. Behold, what a great evil followed in the train of idleness. As regards thyself, avoiding idleness and restraining thy senses, do everything in the world with proper means. Manu himself has said that victory depends upon intelligence. All acts that are accomplished with the aid of intelligence are regarded as the foremost, those achieved with the aid of arms are middling, those achieved with the aid of feet are inferior, while those done by carrying loads are the lowest. If the king is clever in the transaction of business and restrains his senses, his kingdom endures. Manu himself has said that it is with the aid of the intelligence that an ambitious person succeeds in achieving victories. In this world, O Yudhishthira, they who listen to wise counsels that are not generally known, that are, O sinless one, possessed of allies, and that act after proper scrutiny, succeed in achieving all their objects. A person possessed of such aids succeeds in ruling the entire earth. O thou that art possessed of prowess like that of Indra himself, this has been said by wise men of ancient times conversant with the ordinances laid down in the scriptures. I, also, with sight directed to the scriptures, have said the same to thee. Exercising thy intelligence, do thou act in this world, O king. Section XI. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O bull of Bharata's race, how a king, without the usual aids, having obtained a kingdom that is so precious a possession, behave himself towards a powerful foe. Bhishma said, In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between the ocean and the rivers. In days of old, eternal ocean, that lord of rivers, that refuge of the foes of the celestials, asked all the rivers for resolving this doubt that had arisen in his mind. The ocean said, Ye rivers, I see that all of you, with your full currents, bring away trees of large trunks, tearing them off with their roots and branches. Ye do not, however, ever bring to me a cane. The canes that grow on your banks are of mean stems and destitute of strength. Do you refuse to wash them down through contempt, or are they of any use to you? I desire, therefore, to hear what the motive is that inspires all of you. Indeed, why is it that canes are not washed down by any of you, uprooted from the banks where they grow? Thus addressed, the river Ganga replied unto ocean, that lord of all rivers, in these words of grave import, fraught with reason, and, therefore, acceptable to all. Ganga said, Trees stand in one and the same place and are unyielding in respect of the spot where they stand. In consequence of this disposition of theirs to resist our currents, they are obliged to leave the place of their growth. Canes, however, act differently. The cane, beholding the advancing current, bends to it. The others do not act in that way. After the current has passed away, the cane resumes its former posture. The cane knows the virtues of time and opportunity. It is docile and obedient. It is yielding, without being stiff. For these reasons, it stands where it grows, without having to come with us. Those plants, trees, and creepers that bend and rise before the force of wind and water, have never to suffer discomfiture by being taken up by the roots. Bhishma continued, that person who does not yield to the power of a foe that has advanced in might and that is competent to imprison or kill, soon meets with destruction. 345. That man of wisdom who acts after ascertaining fully the strength and weakness, the might and energy, of himself and his foe, has never to suffer discomfiture. An intelligent man, therefore, when he sees his enemy to be more powerful than himself, should adopt the behavior of the cane. That is an indication of wisdom. Section Ksif. Yudhishthira said, how, O Bharata, should a learned man adorned with modesty behave, O chastiser of foes, when assailed with harsh speeches in the midst of assemblies by an ignorant person swelling with conceit? 346. Bhishma said, listen, O Lord of earth, how the subject has been treated of, in the scriptures, how a person of good soul should endure in this world the abusive speeches of persons of little intelligence. If a person, when abused by another, do not yield to wrath, he is then sure to take away the merit of all the good deeds that have been done by the abuser. The endurer, in such a case, communicates the demerit of all his own bad acts to the person who under the influence of wrath indulges in abuse. An intelligent man should disregard an abusive language who resembles, after all, only a tittle-uttering dissonant cries. 347. One who yields to hate is said to live in vain. A fool may often be heard to say, such a respectable man was addressed by me in such words amidst such an assembly of men, and to even boast of that wicked act. He would add, abused by me, the man remained silent as if dead with shame. Even thus does a shameless man boast of an act about which no one should boast. Such a wretch among men should carefully be disregarded. The man of wisdom should endure everything that such a person of little intelligence may say. What can a vulgar fellow do by either his praise or his blame? He is even like a crow that caws uselessly in the woods. If those who accuse others by only their words could establish those accusations by such means, then, perhaps, their words would have been regarded to be of some value. As a fact, however, these words are as effective as those uttered by fools invoking death upon them with whom they quarrel. 348. That man simply proclaims his bastardy who indulges in such conduct and words. Indeed, he is even like a peacock that dances while showing such a part of his body as should be ever concealed from the view. 349. A person of pure conduct should never even speak with that wight of sinful conduct who does not scruple to utter anything or do anything. That man who speaks of one's merits when one's eye is upon him and who speaks ill of one when one's eye is withdrawn from him, is really like a dog. Such a person loses all his regions in heaven and the fruits of any knowledge and virtue that he may have. 350. The man who speaks ill of one when one's eye is not upon him, loses without delay the fruits of all his libations on fire and of the gifts he may make unto even 100 persons. A man of wisdom, therefore, should unhesitatingly avoid a person of such sinful heart who deserves to be avoided by all honest men, as he would avoid the flesh of the dog. That wicked wretch who proclaims the faults of a high-souled person really publishes, by that act, his own evil nature, even as a snake displays his hood when interfered with by others. The man of sense who seeks to counteract such a backbiter ever engaged in an occupation congenial to himself, finds himself in the painful condition of a stupid ass sunk in a heap of ashes. A man who is ever engaged in speaking ill of others should be avoided like a furious wolf, or an infuriated elephant roaring in madness, or a fierce dog. Fie on that sinful wretch who has betaken himself to the path of the foolish and has fallen away from all wholesome restraints and modesty, who is always engaged in doing what is injurious to others, and who is regardless of his own prosperity. If an honest man wishes to exchange words with such wretches when they seek to humiliate him, he should be counselled in these words: do not suffer thyself to be afflicted. A wordy encounter between a high and a low person is always disapproved by persons of tranquil intelligence. A slanderous wretch, when enraged, may strike another with his palms, or throw dust or chaff at another, or frighten another by showing or grinding his teeth. All this is well known. That man who endures the reproaches and slanders of wicked soot white-suttered in assemblies, or who reads frequently these instructions, never suffers any pain occasioned by speech. Section CXV. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou that art possessed of great wisdom, I have one great doubt that perplexes me. Thou shouldst, O king, resolve it. Thou art an advancer of our family. Thou hast discoursed to us upon the slanderous speeches uttered by wicked soot wretches of bad conduct. I desire, however, to question thee further. That which is beneficial to a kingdom, that which is productive of the happiness of the royal line, that which is productive of good and advancement in the future and the present, that which is good in respect of food and drink and as regards also the body, are topics upon which I wish thee to discourse. How should a king who has been placed on the throne and who continues to occupy it, surrounded by friends, ministers, and servants, gratify his people? That king who, led away by his affections and predilections, becomes devoted to evil associates, and who pays court to wicked men in consequence of his being enthralled by his senses, finds all servants of good birth and blood disaffected towards him. Such a king never succeeds in obtaining those objects the accomplishment of which depends upon one's having a number of good servants about him. It behoveth thee that art equal to Brihaspati himself in intelligence to discourse to me upon these duties of kings which are difficult to be ascertained, and thereby remove my doubts. Thou, O tiger among men, art ever engaged in accomplishing the good of our race. For this reason thou always discoursest to us on the duties of King Graft. Kshatri, Vidura, also, possessed of great wisdom, always gives us valuable instruction. Hearing instructions from thee that are productive of good to our race and kingdom, I shall be able to pass my days in happiness like a person gratified with having quaffed the deathless Amrita. What classes of servants are to be regarded as inferior, and what is possessed of every accomplishment? Aided by what class of servants, or by servants of what kind of birth, is it advisable to discharge the duties of ruling? If the king choose to act alone and without servants, he can never succeed in protecting his people. All persons, however, of high birth covet the acquisition of sovereignty. Bhishma said, the king, O Bharata, cannot alone rule his kingdom. Without servants to aid him, he cannot succeed in accomplishing any object. Even if he succeeds in gaining any object, he cannot, if alone, retain it. That king whose servants are all possessed of knowledge and wisdom, who are all devoted to the good of their master, and who are of high birth and tranquil disposition, succeeds in enjoying the happiness connected with sovereignty. That king whose ministers are all well born, incapable of being weaned away from him by means of bribes and other influences, who always live with him, who are engaged in giving advice to their master, who are possessed of wisdom and goodness, who have a knowledge of the relations of things, who can provide for future events and contingencies, who have a good knowledge of the virtues of time, and who never grieve for what is past, succeeds in enjoying the happiness that attaches to sovereignty. That king whose servants share with him his griefs and joys, who always do what is agreeable to him, who always direct their attention to the accomplishment of their master's objects, and all of whom are faithful, succeeds in enjoying the happiness that attaches to sovereignty. The king whose subjects are always cheerful and high-minded, and who always tread in the path of the righteousness, succeeds in enjoying the happiness attached to sovereignty. He is the best of kings, all the sources of whose income are managed and supervised by contented and trustworthy men well acquainted with the means of increasing the finances. That king succeeds in obtaining affluence and great merit whose repositories and barns are supervised by incorruptible, trustworthy, devoted, and uncovetous servants always bent upon gathering. That king in whose city justice is administered properly, with the result of such administration leading to the well-known results of fining the plaintiff or the defendant if his case is untrue, and in which criminal laws are administered even after the manner of Sanka and Lakita, succeeds in earning the merit that attaches to sovereignty. That king who attaches his subjects to himself by kindness, who is conversant with the duties of kings, and who attends to the aggregate of 6, succeeds in earning the merit that attaches to sovereignty. Section CXVI. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the following history of olden times. That history is regarded as a high precedent amongst good and wise men. That history has connection with the present topic. I heard it in the hermitage of Rama, the son of Jamadani, recited by many foremost of rishis. In a certain large forest and inhabited by human beings, there lived an ascetic upon fruit and roots, observing rigid vows, and with his senses under control, observant also of stringent regulations and self-restraint, of tranquil and pure soul, always attentive to Vedic recitations, and of heart cleansed by fasts. He adopted a life of goodness towards all creatures. Possessed of great intelligence, as he sat on his seat, the goodness of his behavior having been known to all the creatures that lived in that forest, they used to approach him with affection. Fierce lions and tigers, infuriated elephants of huge size, leopards, rhinoceroses, bears, and other animals of fierce aspect, subsisting upon blood, used to come to the rishi and address him the usual questions of polite inquiry. Indeed, all of them behaved towards him like disciples and slaves, and always did unto him what was agreeable. Coming to him, they addressed the usual inquiries, and then went away to their respective quarters. One domestic animal, however, lived there permanently, never leaving the Muni at any time. He was devoted to the sage and exceedingly attached to him. Weak and emaciated with fasts, he subsisted upon fruit and roots and water, and was tranquil and of inoffensive aspect. Lying at the feet of that high-souled rishi as the latter sat, the dog, with a heart like that of a human being, became exceedingly attached to him in consequence of the affection with which he was treated. One day a leopard of great strength came there, subsisting upon blood, of a cruel disposition and always filled with delight at the prospect of prey. The fierce animal looked like a second Yama, licking the corners of his mouth with the tongue, and lashing his tail furiously. The leopard came there, hungry and thirsty, with wide open jaws, desirous of seizing the dog as his prey. Beholding that fierce beast coming, O king, the dog, in fear of his life, addressed the Muni in these words: Listen unto them, O monarch. O Holy One, this leopard is a foe of the dogs. It wishes to slay me. O great sage, do thou act in such a way that all my fears from this animal may be dispelled through thy grace. O thou of mighty arms, without doubt thou art possessed of omniscience. Acquainted with the thoughts of all creatures, the sage felt that the dog had ample cause for fear. Possessed of the 6 attributes and capable of reading the voices of all animals, the sage said the following words. The sage said, Thou shalt have no fear of death from leopards any longer. Let thy natural form disappear and be thou a leopard, O son. At these words, the dog was transformed into a leopard with skin bright as gold, with stripes on his body and with large teeth. Thenceforth he began to live in that forest fearlessly. Meanwhile, the leopard, seeing before him an animal of his own species, immediately forsook all feelings of animosity towards it. Some time after, there came into the hermitage a fierce and hungry tiger with open mouth, licking the corners of his mouth with the tongue, and eagerly desirous of drinking blood. That tiger began to approach towards the animal that had been transformed into a leopard. Beholding the hungry tiger of terrible teeth approach that forest, the transformed leopard sought the rishi's protection for saving his life. The sage, who showed great affection for the leopard in consequence of the latter's living in the same place with him, forthwith transformed his leopard into a tiger powerful for all foes. The tiger, seeing a beast of his own species, did him no injury, O king. The dog, having in course of time been transformed into a powerful tiger subsisting upon flesh and blood, abstained from his former food, which had consisted of fruit and roots. Indeed, from that time, O monarch, the transformed tiger lived, subsisting upon the other animals of the forest, like a true king of beasts. Section XVI. Bhishma said, the dog transformed into a tiger, gratified with the flesh of slain beasts, slept at his ease. One day, as he lay on the yard of the hermitage, an infuriated elephant came there, looking like a risen cloud, of huge stature, with rent cheeks, having signs of the lotus on his body, and with broad frontal globes. The animal had long tusks and a voice deep as that of the clouds. Beholding that infuriated elephant, proud of his strength, approaching towards him, the tiger, agitated with fear, sought the protection of the rishi. That best of sages thereupon transformed the tiger into an elephant. The real elephant, seeing an individual of his own species, huge as mass of clouds, became terrified. The rishi's elephant then, freckled with the dust of lotus filaments, dived delightfully into lakes overgrown with lotuses and wandered by their banks indented with rabbit holes. A considerable time elapsed in this way. One day, as the elephant was cheerfully striding along the vicinity of the hermitage, there came before him unto that spot a maned lion born in a mountain cave and accustomed to slay elephants. Beholding the lion coming, the rishi's elephant, from fear of life, began to tremble and sought the protection of the sage. The sage thereupon transformed that prince of elephants into a lion. As the wild lion was an animal of same species with himself, the rishi's lion no longer feared him. On the other hand, the wild lion, seeing a stronger beast of his own species before him, became terrified. The rishi's lion began to dwell in the hermitage within the forest. Through fear of that animal, the other animals no longer ventured to approach the hermitage. Indeed, they all seemed to be inspired with fear about the safety of their lives. Some time after, one day, the slayer of all animals, possessed of great strength, inspiring all creatures with fright, having 8 legs and eyes on the forehead, viz., a Saraba, came to that spot. Indeed, he came to that very hermitage for the object of slaying the rishi's lion. Seeing this, the sage transformed his lion into a Saraba of great strength. The wild Saraba, beholding the rishi's Saraba before him to be fiercer and more powerful, quickly fled away from that forest. Having been thus transformed into a Saraba by the sage, the animal lived happily by the side of his transformer. All the animals then that dwelt in the vicinity became inspired with the fear of that Saraba. Their fear and the desire of saving their lives led them all to fly away from that forest. Filled with delight, the Saraba continued every day to slay animals for his food. Transformed into a carnivorous beast, he no longer affected fruit and roots upon which he had formerly lived. One day that ungrateful beast, who had first been a dog but who was now transformed into a Saraba, eagerly thirsting for blood, wished to slay their sage. The latter, by ascetic power, saw it all by his spiritual knowledge. Possessed of great wisdom, the sage, having ascertained the intentions of the beast, addressed him in these words. The sage said, O dog, thou wert first transformed into a leopard. From a leopard thou wert then made a tiger. From a tiger thou wert next transformed into an elephant with the temporal juice trickling down thy cheeks. Thy next transformation was into a lion. From a mighty lion thou wert then transformed into a saraba. Filled with affection for thee, it was I that transformed thee into these diverse shapes. Thou didst not, and dost not, belong by birth to any of those species. Since, however, O sinful wretch, thou desirest to slay me who have done thee no injury, thou shalt return to thy own species and be a dog again. After this, that mean and foolish animal of wicked soul, transformed into a saraba, once more assumed, in consequence of the Rishi's curse, his own proper form of a dog. Section XVI. Bhishma said, having once more assumed his proper form, the dog became very cheerless. The Rishi, reproving him, drove the sinful creature from his hermitage. An intelligent king should, guided by this precedent, appoint servants, each fit for the office assigned to him, and exercise proper supervision over them, having first ascertained their qualifications in respect of truthfulness and purity, sincerity, general disposition, knowledge of the scripture, conduct, birth, self-restraint, compassion, strength, energy, dignity, and forgiveness. A king should never take a minister without first having examined him. If a king gathers round him persons of low birth, he can never be happy. A person of high birth, even if persecuted without any fault by his royal master, never sets his heart, in consequence of the respectability of his blood, upon injuring his master. An individual, however, that is mean and of low birth, having obtained even great affluence from his connection with some honest man, becomes an enemy of the latter if only he is reproached in words. 351. A minister should be possessed of high birth and strength. He should be forgiving and self-restrained, and have all his sense under control. He should be free from the vice of rapacity, contented with his just acquisitions, delighted with the prosperity of his master and friends, conversant with the requirements of place and time, ever employed in attaching men to himself or his master by doing good offices to them, always attentive to his duties, desiring the good of his master, always heedful, faithful in the discharge of his own duties, a thorough master of the art of war and peace, conversant with the king's requirements in respect of the great aggregate of three, beloved by both the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces, acquainted with all kinds of battle array for piercing and breaking the enemy's ranks, competent to inspire the forces of his master with cheerfulness and joy, capable of reading signs and gestures, acquainted with all requirements in respect of march, skilled in the art of training elephants, free from pride, confident of his own powers, clever in the transaction of business, always doing what is right, of righteous conduct, surrounded by righteous friends, of sweet speech, possessed of agreeable features, capable of leading men, well versed in policy, possessed of accomplishments, energetic in action, active, possessed of ingenuity, of a sweet temper, modest in address, patient, brave, rich, and capable of adapting his measures to the requirement of place and time. That king who succeeds in obtaining such a minister can never be humiliated or overpowered by anyone. Indeed, his kingdom gradually spreads over the earth like the light of the moon. A king, again, who is conversant with the scriptures, who regards righteousness to be superior to everything, who is always engaged in protecting his subjects, and who is possessed of the following virtues, obtains the love of all. He should be patient, forgiving, pure in conduct, severe when the occasion requires it, acquainted with the efficacy of exertion, respectful in his behavior towards all his seniors, possessed of a knowledge of the scriptures, ready to listen to the instructions and counsels of those that are competent to instruct and give counsel, capable of judging correctly amid different or opposite courses of action suggested to him, intelligent, of a retentive memory, ready to do what is just, self-restrained, always sweet-speeched, forgiving even unto enemies, practicing charity personally, possessed of faith, of agreeable features, ready to extend the hand of succor to persons plunged in distress, possessed of ministers that always sent his good, free from the fault of egoism, never without a wife, 352, and undisposed to do anything with haste. He should always reward his ministers when they achieve anything signal. He should love those that are devoted to him. Avoiding idleness, he should always attract men to himself by doing good to them. His face should always be cheerful. He should always be attentive to the wants of his servants and never give way to wrath. He should, besides, be magnanimous. Without laying aside the rod of chastisement, he should wield it with propriety. He should make all men about him act righteously. Having spies for his eyes, he should always supervise the concerns of his subjects, and should be conversant in all matters connected with virtue and wealth. A king that is possessed of these 100 qualifications earns the love of all. Every ruler should strive to be such. The king should also, O monarch, search for good warriors, to enlist in his army, that should all be possessed of the necessary qualifications, for aiding him in protecting his kingdom. A king that desires his own advancement should never disregard his army. That king whose soldiers are brave in battle, grateful, and versed in the scriptures, whose army consists of foot soldiers conversant with the treatises on religion and duty, whose elephant warriors are fearless, whose car warriors are skilled in their own mode of fighting and well versed in shooting arrows and in wielding other weapons, succeeds in subjugating the whole earth. That king who is always employed in attaching all men to himself, who is ready for exertion, who is rich in friends and allies, becomes the foremost of rulers. A king who has succeeded in attaching all men unto himself, may, O Bharata, with the aid of even 1,000 horsemen of courage, succeed in conquering the whole earth. Section 6. Bhishma said, that king who, guided by the lesson to be drawn from the story of the dog, appoints his servants to offices for which each is fit, succeeds in enjoying the happiness that is attached to sovereignty. A dog should not, with honours, be placed in a position above that for which he is fit. If a dog be placed above the situation which is fit for him, he becomes intoxicated with pride. Ministers should be appointed to offices for which they are fit and should possess such qualifications as are needed for their respective occupations. Appointments of unfit persons are not at all approved. That king who confers on his servants offices for which each is fit, succeeds, in consequence of such merit, to enjoy the happiness attaching to sovereignty. A Saraba should occupy the position of a Saraba, a lion should swell with the might of a lion, a tiger should be placed in the position of a tiger, and a leopard should be placed as a leopard. Servants should, according to the ordinance, be appointed to offices for which each is fit. If thou wishest to achieve success, thou shouldst never appoint servants in situations higher than what they deserve. That foolish king who, transgressing precedent, appoints servants to offices for which they are not fit, fails to gratify his people. A king that desires to possess accomplished servants should never appoint persons that are destitute of intelligence, that are low-minded, that are without wisdom, that are not masters of their senses, and that are not of high birth. Men that are honest, possessed of high birth, brave, learned, destitute of malice and envy, high-minded, pure in behavior, and clever in the transaction of business, deserve to be appointed as ministers. Persons that are possessed of humility, ready in the performance of their duties, tranquil in disposition, pure in mind, adorned with the diverse other gifts of nature, and are never the objects of calumny in respect of the offices they hold, should be the intimate associates of the king. A lion should always make a companion of a lion. If one that is not a lion becomes the companion of a lion, one earns all the advantages that belong to a lion. That lion, however, who, while engaged in discharging the duties of a lion, has a pack of dogs only for his associates, never succeeds in consequence of such companionship in accomplishing those duties. Even thus, O ruler of men, may a king succeed in subjugating the whole earth if he has for his ministers men possessed of courage, wisdom, great learning, and high birth. O foremost of royal masters, kings should never entertain a servant that is destitute of learning and sincerity and wisdom and great wealth. These men that are devoted to the services of their master are never stopped by any impediments. Kings should always speak in soothing terms unto those servants that are always engaged in doing good to their masters. Kings shall always, with great care, look after their treasuries. Indeed, kings have their roots in their treasuries. A king should always seek to swell his treasury. Let thy barns, O king, be filled with corn, and let their keep be entrusted to honest servants. Do thou seek to increase thy wealth and corn. Let thy servants, skilled in battle, be always attentive to their duties. It is desirable that they should be skillful in the management of steeds. O delighter of the cuirass, attend to the wants of thy kinsmen and friends. Be thou surrounded with friends and relatives. Seek thou the good of thy city. By citing the precedent of the dog, I have instructed thee about the duties thou shouldst adopt towards thy subjects. What further dost thou wish to hear? Section CXX. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O Bharata, discoursed upon the many duties of kingcraft that were observed and laid down in days of old by persons of ancient times conversant with kingly duties. Thou hast, indeed, spoken in detail of those duties as approved by the wise. Do thou, however, O bull of Bharata's race, speak of them in such a way that one may succeed in retaining them in memory. 353. Bhishma said, The protection of all creatures is regarded as the highest duty of the Kshatriyu. Listen now to me, O king, as to how the duty of protection is to be exercised. A king conversant with his duties should assume many forms, even as the peacock puts forth plumes of diverse hues. Keenness, crookedness, truth, and sincerity are the qualities that should be present in him. With thorough impartiality, he should practice the qualities of goodness if he is to earn felicity. He must assume that particular hue or form which is beneficial in view of the particular object which he seeks to accomplish. 354. A king who can assume diverse forms succeeds in accomplishing even the most subtle objects. Dumb like the peacock in autumn, he should conceal his counsel. He should speak little, and the little he speaks should be sweet. He should be of good features and well versed in the scriptures. He should always be heedful in respect of those gates through which dangers may come and overtake him, like men taking care of breaks and embankments through which the waters of large tanks may rush and flood their fields and houses. He should seek the refuge of Brahmanas crowned with ascetic success, even as men seek the refuge of lordly rivers generated by the rainwater collected within mountain lakes. That king who desires to amass wealth should act like religious hypocrites in the matter of keeping a coronal lock. 355. The king should always have the rod of chastisement uplifted in his hands. He should always act heedfully in the matter of levying his taxes, after examining the incomes and expenses of his subjects, like men repairing to a full-grown palm for drawing its juice. 356. He should act equitably towards his own subjects, cause the crops of his enemies to be crushed by the tread of his cavalry, march against foes when his own wings have become strong, and observe all the sources of his own weakness. He should proclaim the faults of his foes, crush those that are their partisans, and collect wealth from outside like a person plucking flowers from the woods. He should destroy those foremost of monarchs that swell with might and stand with uplifted heads like mountains, by seeking the shelter of unknown shades 357, and by ambuscades and sudden attacks. Like the peacock in the season of rains, he should enter his nightly quarters alone and unseen. Indeed, he should enjoy, after the manner of the peacock, within his inner apartments, the companionship of his wives. He should not put off his mail. He should himself protect his own self, and avoid the nets spread out for him by the spies and secret agents of his foes. He should also win over the affections of the spies of his enemies, but extirpate them when opportunity occurs. Like the peacocks, the king should kill his powerful and angry foes of crooked policy, and destroy their force and drive them away from home. The king should also, like the peacock, do what is good to him, and glean wisdom from everywhere as they collect insects even from the forest. A wise and peacock-like king should thus rule his kingdom and adopt a policy which is beneficial to him. By exercising his own intelligence, he should settle what he is to do. By consulting with others, he should either abandon or confirm such resolution. Aided by that intelligence which is sharpened by the scriptures, one can settle his courses of action. In this consists the usefulness of the scriptures. By practicing the arts of conciliation, he should inspire confidence in the hearts of his enemies. He should display his own strength. By judging of different courses of action in his own mind, he should, by exercising his own intelligence, arrive at conclusions. The king should be well versed in the arts of conciliatory policy. He should be possessed of wisdom, and should be able to do what should be done and avoid what should not. A person of wisdom and deep intelligence does not stand in need of counsels or instruction. A wise man who is possessed of intelligence, like Vrihaspati, if he incurs obloquy, soon regains his disposition like heated iron dipped in water. A king should accomplish all objects, of his own or of others, according to the means laid down in the scriptures. A king conversant with the ways of acquiring wealth should always employ in his acts such men as are mild in disposition, possessed of wisdom and courage and great strength. Beholding his servants employed in acts for which each is fit, the king should act in conformity with all of them, like the strings of a musical instrument, stretched to proper tension, according with the intended notes. The king should do good to all persons without transgressing the dictates of righteousness. That king stands immovable as a hill whom everybody regards. He is mine. Having set himself to the task of adjudicating between litigants, the king, without making any difference between persons that are liked and those that are disliked by him, should uphold justice. The king should appoint in all his offices such men as are conversant with the characteristics of particular families, of the masses of the people, and of different countries, as are mild in speech, as are of middle age, as have no faults, as are devoted to good act, as are never heedless, as are free from rapacity, as are possessed of learning and self-restraint, as are firm in virtue and always prepared to uphold the interests of both virtue and profit. In this way, having ascertained the course of actions and their final objects, the king should accomplish them heedfully, and instructed in all matters by his spies, he may live in cheerfulness. The king who never gives way to wrath and joy without sufficient cause, who supervises all his acts himself, and who looks after his income and expenditure with his own eyes, succeeds in obtaining great wealth from the earth. That king is said to be conversant with the duties of kingcraft, who rewards his officers and subjects publicly for any good they do, who chastises those that deserve chastisement, who protects his own self, and who protects his kingdom from every evil. Like the sun shedding his rays upon everything below, the king should always look after his kingdom himself, and aided by his intelligence he should supervise all his spies and officers. The king should take wealth from his subjects at the proper time. He should never proclaim what he does. Like an intelligent man milking his cow every day, the king should milk his kingdom every day. As the bee collects honey from flowers gradually, the king should draw wealth gradually from his kingdom for storing it. Having kept apart a sufficient portion, that which remains should be spent upon acquisition of religious merit and the gratification of the desire for pleasure. That king who is acquainted with duties and who is possessed of intelligence should never waste what has been stored. The king should never disregard any wealth for its littleness. He should never disregard foes for their powerlessness. He should, by exercising his own intelligence, examine his own self. He should never repose confidence upon persons destitute of intelligence. Steadiness, cleverness, self-restraint, intelligence, health, patience, bravery, and attention to the requirements of time and place, these 8 qualities lead to the increase of wealth, be it small or be it much. A little fire, fed with clarified butter, may blaze forth into a conflagration. A single seed may produce 1,000 trees. A king, therefore, even when he hears that his income and expenditure are great, should not disregard the smaller items. A foe, whether he happens to be a child, a young man, or an aged one, succeeds in slaying a person who is heedless. An insignificant foe, when he becomes powerful, may exterminate a king. A king, therefore, who is conversant with the requirements of time is the foremost of all rulers. A foe, strong or weak, guided by malice, may very soon destroy the fame of a king, obstruct the acquisition of religious merit by him, and deprive him of even his energy. Therefore, a king that is of regulated mind should never be heedless when he has a foe. If a king possessed of intelligence desire affluence and victory, he should, after surveying his expenditure, income, savings, and administration, make either peace or war. For this reason the king should seek the aid of an intelligent minister. Blazing intelligence weakens even a mighty person. By intelligence may power that is growing be protected. A growing foe is weakened by the aid of intelligence. Therefore, every act that is undertaken conformably to the dictates of intelligence is deserving of praise. A king possessed of patience and without any fault may, if he likes, obtain the fruition of all his wishes, with the aid of even a small force. That king, however, who wishes to be surrounded by a train of self-seeking flatterers, 358, never succeeds in winning even the smallest benefit. For these reasons, the king should act with mildness in taking wealth from his subjects. If a king continually oppresses his people, he meets with extinction like a flash of lightning that blazes forth only for a second. Learning, penances, vast wealth, indeed, everything, can be earned by exertion. Exertion, as it occurs in embodied creatures, is governed by intelligence. Exertion, therefore, should be regarded as the foremost of all things. The human body is the residence of many intelligent creatures of great energy, of Sakra, of Vishnu, of Saraswati, and of other beings. A man of knowledge, therefore, should never disregard the body. 359. A covetous man should be subjugated by constant gifts. He that is covetous is never satiated with appropriating other people's wealth. Every one, however, becomes covetous in the matter of enjoying happiness. If a person, therefore, becomes destitute of wealth, he becomes destitute of virtue and pleasure, which are objects attainable by wealth. A covetous man seeks to appropriate the wealth, the enjoyments, the sons and daughters, and the affluence of others. In covetous men every kind of fault may be seen. The king, therefore, should never take a covetous man for his minister or officer. A king, in the absence of proper agents, should dispatch even a low person for ascertaining the disposition and acts of foes. A ruler possessed of wisdom should frustrate all the endeavours and objects of his enemies. That trustful and high-born king who seeks instruction from learned and virtuous brahmanas and who is protected by his ministers, succeeds in keeping all his tributary chiefs under proper control. O Prince of Men, I have briefly discoursed to thee of all the duties laid down in the Scriptures. Attend to them, aided by thy intelligence. That king who, in obedience to his preceptor, attends to these, succeeds in ruling the whole earth. That king who disregards the happiness that is derivable from policy and seeks for that which chance may bring, never succeeds in enjoying the happiness that attaches to sovereignty or in winning regions of bliss hereafter. 360. A king that is heedful, by properly attending to the requirements of war and peace, succeeds in slaying even such foes as are eminent for wealth, worshipped for intelligence and good conduct, possessed of accomplishments, brave in battle, and ready for exertion. The king should discover those means which are furnished by different kinds of acts and measures. He should never depend upon destiny. One that sees faults in faultless persons never succeeds in winning prosperity and fame. When two friends engage in accomplishing one and the same act, a wise man always applauds him among the two that takes upon himself the heavier share of the work. Do thou practice these duties of kings that I have told thee. Set thy heart upon the duty of protecting men. Thou mayst then easily obtain the reward of virtue. All the regions of felicity hereafter are dependent upon merit. 361. Section CXXI. Yiddish theory said, O grandsire, thou hast now finished thy discourse upon the duties of kings. From what thou hast said it seems that chastisement occupies a high position and is the lord of everything, for everything depends upon chastisement. It seems, O puissant one, that chastisement, which is possessed of great energy and which is present everywhere, is the foremost of all beings among either gods and rishis and Hisudbitras and yakshas and rakshasas and pisachas and sadayas, all living beings in this world including beasts and birds. Thou hast said that the entire universe, mobile and immobile, including gods, asuras, and men, may be seen to depend upon chastisement. I now desire, O bull of Bharata's race, to know truly who chastisement is. Of what kind is he? What is his form? What is his disposition? Of what is he made? Whence is his origin? What are his features? What is his splendor? How does he remain wakeful among living creatures so heedfully? Who is he that remains eternally wakeful, protecting this universe? Who is he that is known to be the foremost of all things? Who, indeed, is that high personage called chastisement? What is that upon which chastisement depends? And what is his course? Bhishma said, Listen, O descendant of Kuru, who chastisement is and why he is called also Vyavahara. That upon whom all things depend is called chastisement. Chastisement is that by which righteousness is kept up. He is sometimes called Vyavahara, in order that the righteousness of a king that is heedfully awake may not suffer extinction. Chastisement has come to be called by that name. It is for this reason that the name Vyavahara becomes applicable to it. 362. In olden days Manu, O king, declared first of all this truth, viz. He who protects all creatures, the loved and the odious equally, by impartially wielding the rod of chastisement, is said to be the embodiment of righteousness. These words that I have said were, O king, first uttered in days of old by Manu. They represent the high words of Brahman. And because these words were spoken first, therefore, they are known as the first words. And since it is by chastisement that the misappropriation of other people's possessions is stopped, therefore chastisement has come to be called by the name of Vyavahara. The aggregate of three always rests on well-applied chastisement. Chastisement is a great god. In form he looks like a blazing fire. His complexion is dark like that of the petals of the blue lotus. He is equipped with 4 teeth, has 4 arms and 8 legs and many eyes. His ears are pointed like shafts and his hair stands upright. He has matted locks and 2 tongues. His face has the hue of copper, and he is clad in a lion's skin. 363. That irresistible deity assumes such a fierce shape, assuming again the form of the sword, the bow, the mace, the dart, the trident, the mallet, the arrow, the thick and short club, the battle-axe, the discus, the noose, the heavy bludgeon, the rapier, the lance, and in fact of every kind of weapon that exists on earth. Chastisement moves in the world. Indeed, chastisement moves on earth, piercing and cutting and afflicting and lopping off and dividing and striking and slaying and rushing against its victims. These, O Yudhishthira, are some of the names which chastisement bears, viz., sword, sabre, righteousness, fury, the irresistible, the parent of prosperity, victory, punisher, checker, the eternal, the scriptures, Brahmana, mantra, avenger, the foremost of first legislators, judge, the undecaying, God, the individual whose course is irresistible, the ever-going, the firstborn, the individual without affections, the soul of Rudra, the eldest Manu and the great benefactor. Chastisement is the holy Vishnu. He is the puissant Narayana. And because he always assumes a terrible form, therefore he is called Mahapurusha. His wife Morality is also known by the names of Brahmana's daughter, Lakshmi, Vritti, Saraswati, and Mother of the Universe. Chastisement thus has many forms: blessings and curse, pleasure and pain, righteousness and unrighteousness, strength and weakness, fortune and misfortune, merit and demerit, virtue and vice, desire and aversion, season and month, night and day, and hour, heedfulness and heedlessness, joy and anger, peace and self-restraint, destiny and exertion, salvation and condemnation, fear and fearlessness, injury and abstention from injury, penances and sacrifice and rigid abstinence, poison and healthy food, the beginning, the middle, and the end, the result of all murderous acts, insolence, insanity, arrogance, pride, patience, policy, impolicy, powerlessness and power, respect, disrespect, decay and stability, humility, charity, fitness of time and unfitness of time, falsehood, wisdom, truth, belief, disbelief, impotence, trade, profit, loss, success, defeat, fierceness, mildness, death, acquisition and non-acquisition, agreement and disagreement, that which should be done and that which should not be done, strength and weakness, malice and goodwill, righteousness and unrighteousness, shame and shamelessness, modesty, prosperity and adversity, energy, acts, learning, eloquence, keenness of understanding, all these, O Yudhishthira, are forms of chastisement in this world. Hence, chastisement is exceedingly multiform. If chastisement had not existed, all creatures would have ground one another. Through fear of chastisement, O Yudhishthira, living creatures do not slay one another. The subjects, O king, always protected by chastisement, enhance the might of their ruler. It is for this that chastisement is regarded as the foremost refuge of all. Chastisement, O king, quickly sets the world on the path of righteousness. Dependent upon truth, righteousness exists in the Brahmanas. Endued with righteousness, foremost of Brahmanas became attached to the Vedas. From the Vedas the sacrifices flow. Sacrifices gratify the deities. The deities, being gratified, commend the denizens of the earth to Indra. For benefiting the denizens of the earth, Indra gives them food, in the form of rain without which crops and vegetation would fail. The life of all creatures depends upon food. From food creatures derive their support and growth. Chastisement, in the form of the Kshatriya ruler, remains wakeful amongst them. For serving this object, chastisement assumes the form of a Kshatriya among men. Protecting men, he remains awake, always heedful and never decaying. Chastisement has again these other 8 names, viz., God, man, life, power, heart, the Lord of all creatures, the soul of all things, and the living creature. God gave both affluence and the rod of chastisement to the king who is possessed of strength, in the form of military forces, and who is a combination of 5 ingredients. 364. Nobility of blood, ministers of great wealth, knowledge, the different kinds of forces, such as strength of body, energy of mind, etc., with the 8 objects mentioned below, and the other force, viz., that which depends upon a well-filled treasury, should be sought from the king, O Yudhishthira. Those 8 objects are elephants, horses, cars, foot soldiers, boats, impressed laborers, for following the camp and doing other work, increase of population, and cattle, such as sheep, etc. Of the army equipped in mail and with other accoutrements, car warriors, elephant warriors, cavalry, infantry, officers, and surgeons constitute the limbs. Beggars, principal judges, astrologers, performers of propitiatory and Atharvan rites, treasury, allies, grain, and all other requisites, constitute the body, composed of 7 attributes and 8 limbs, of a kingdom. Chastisement is another powerful limb of a kingdom. Chastisement, in the form of an army, is the author of a kingdom. God himself has, with great care, sent chastisement for the use of the Kshatriyu. This eternal universe is impartial chastisement's self. There is nothing more worthy of respect by kings than chastisement by which the ways of righteousness are pointed out. Brahman himself, for the protection of the world and for establishing the duties of different individuals, sent down, or created, chastisement. There is another kind of Vyavahara arising out of the dispute of litigants, which also has sprung from Brahman, principally characterized by a belief in neither of the 2 parties, that Vyavahara is seen to be productive of good. There is another kind of Vyavahara which has the Veda for its soul. It is also said to have the Veda for its cause. There is, O tiger, among kings, a 3rd kind of Vyavahara which is connected with family customs but which is consistent with the scriptures. 365. That Vyavahara which has, as above, been said to be characterized by a belief in neither of 2 litigant parties, should be known by us as inhering in the king. It should be also known by the name of chastisement, as also by the name of evidence. Although chastisement is seen to be regulated by evidence, yet it has been said to have its soul in Vyavahara. That which has been called Vyavahara is really based upon Vedic precepts. That Vyavahara which has been indicated to have the Vedas for its soul is morality or duty. It is also productive of good, and to persons believing in duty and morality, men of cleansed souls have spoken of that Vyavahara as they have done of ordinary law. 366. The 3rd kind of Vyavahara is also a preceptor of men, and it has also its roots in the Veda, O Yudhishthira. It upholds the 3 worlds. It has truth for its soul and it is productive of prosperity. That which is chastisement has been seen by us to be eternal Vyavahara. That which has been said to be Vyavahara is verily the Veda. That which is the Veda is morality, duty. That which is morality and duty is the path of righteousness. This last it was which in the beginning had been Grandsire Brahman, that lord of all creatures. Brahman is the creator of the entire universe with the gods and asuras and rakshasas and human beings and snakes, and of every other thing. Hence that Vyavahara which is characterized by a belief in neither of 2 litigant parties has also flowed from him. For this reason he has laid down the following in respect of Vyavahara: neither mother, nor father, nor brother, nor wife, nor priest, is unpunishable with that king who rules agreeably to his duty. Section XXI. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story that follows. There was among the Angas a king of great splendor, called Vasahoma. That king was always engaged in acts of piety, and accompanied by his spouse he always practiced the most rigid penances. He repaired to the spot called Manjaprishta, held in high esteem by the Pitris and celestial rishis. There, on that peak of Himavat, near the golden mountains of merit, the great Brahmana here, Rama, sitting under the shade of the well-known banyan, had tied his matted locks together. 367. From that time, O monarch, the spot, which is a favourite haunt of Rudra, came to be called Manjaprishta by rishis of rigid vows. King Vasahoma, residing in that spot, acquired many pious attributes and, having gained the esteem of the Brahmanas, came to be regarded as a celestial rishi in holiness. One day, that crusher of foes, that friend of Sakra, viz., King Mandatri of great soul, came to Vasahoma on his mountain retreat. Arrived there, Mandatri, beholding King Vasahoma of austere penances, stood before the latter in an attitude of humility. Vasahoma offered unto his guest water to wash his feet, and the argyle consisting of the usual articles, and inquired of him about the well-being or otherwise of his kingdom consisting of 7 limbs. After this, Vasahoma addressed his royal guest, who faithfully followed the practices of the righteous men of old, saying, "What, O king, shall I do for thee?" Thus addressed, "O delighter of the Kuras, Mandatri, that best of kings, highly gratified," answered Vasahoma of great wisdom, seated at his ease, in the following words. Mandatri said, "Thou hast, O king, studied all the doctrines of Rajhaspati. O best of men, the doctrines laid down by Usanas also are known to thee. I desire to know what is the origin of chastisement. What was awake before chastisement? What also is said to be its end? How came chastisement to depend upon the Kshatriyu? Tell me all this, O thou with great wisdom. I come to thee as a disciple ready to give thee the tutorial fee." 368. Vasahoma said, "Listen, O king, as to how chastisement, that upholder of the world, arose. The soul of righteousness, it is eternal, and was created for maintaining the due government of all creatures. It hath been heard by us that once upon a time, the grandsire of all the worlds, viz., the divine Brahman, desiring to perform sacrifice, failed to find a priest possessed of qualifications like himself. For this reason he conceived in his brain and held the fetus there for many long years. After 1,000 years had passed away, the great god sneezed. In that act, the fetus fell from his head. The divine being, O chastiser of foes, that thus took birth from Brahman, was called by the name of Kshupa. Possessed of great powers, he became a lord of creatures. That Kshupa became the priest, O king, in the sacrifice of the high-souled grandsire. Upon the commencement of that sacrifice of Brahman, O best of kings, chastisement disappeared in consequence of the visible form that the grandsire was then obliged to assume. 369. Chastisement having disappeared, a great confusion set in among all creatures. There was no longer any distinction between what should be done and what should not. All distinction, again, between clean and unclean food ceased. Men ceased to distinguish between what drink was allowable and what drink was otherwise. All creatures began to injure one another. There were no restraints in the matter of the union of the sexes. All idea of property ceased. All creatures began to rob, and snatching meat from one another. The strong began to slay the weak. Nobody cherished the slightest consideration for his neighbour. The grandsire then, having worshipped the divine and eternal Vishnu, addressed that great boon-giving God, saying, "It behoveth thee, O Kesava, to show mercy on the present occasion. Let it be so ordained by thee that the confusion that has occurred may disappear." Thus addressed, that foremost of deities, armed with an enormous sula. 370. Having reflected long, created his own self into the form of chastisement. From that form, having righteousness for its legs, the goddess Saraswati created Dandanatai, science of chastisement, which very soon became celebrated over the world. After this the great god, armed with the enormous Sula, having again reflected for some time, appointed a few among the gods as the lords or rulers of their respective classes. It was then that he made the divine Indra of 1,000 eyes the ruler of the deities. Yama the son of Vivaswat was made the lord of the Pitris. Kuvara was made the lord of treasures and of all the Rakshasas. Mari was made the king of the mountains, and Ocean was made the lord of the rivers. The puissant Varuna was installed into the sovereignty of the waters and the Asuras. Death was made the lord of life and all living things, and fire was appointed as the lord of all things possessed of energy. The puissant Asana, the high-souled and eternal Mahadeva, of 3 eyes, was made the lord of the Rudras. Vasishta was made the lord of the Brahmanas, and Jatavdas was made the chief of the Vasas. Surya was made the lord of all luminous bodies, and Chandramas was made the king of stars and constellations. And Sumat was made the lord of all herbs, and the puissant and foremost of deities, viz. Kumara or Skanda, of 12 arms, was made the chief of all the spirits and ghostly beings that wait upon Mahadeva. Time, possessing the seeds of both destruction and growth, was made the sovereign of all creatures, as also of the 4 portions of death, viz. Weapons, diseases, Yama, and acts, and lastly of grief and joy. The Srutis declare that the supreme god Mahadeva, that Lord of Lords, O King, armed with Sula, is the chief of the Rudras. The rod of chastisement was given to Brahmanas, son of subsequent birth, viz. Kshupa, that lord of all creatures and the foremost one of all virtuous persons. Upon the completion of that sacrifice according to due rites, Mahadeva, after doing proper reverence, made over chastisement, that protector of righteousness, and to Vishnu. 371. Vishnu gave it to Angiras, and Angiras, that foremost of ascetics, made it over to Indra and Marichi. Marichi gave it to Bhrigu. Bhrigu gave that rod intended for the protection of righteousness, and to all the rishis. The rishis gave it unto the regents of the world, and the regents made it over again to Kshupa. Kshupa then made it over to Manu the son of Surya. The deity of Sraddhas, viz. Manu, gave it unto his sons for the sake of true righteousness and wealth. Chastisement should be inflicted with discrimination, guided by righteousness and not by caprice. It is intended for restraining the wicked. Fines and forfeitures are intended for striking alarm, and not for filling the king's treasury. The maiming of one's body or the infliction of death should not proceed from trivial causes. The infliction of physical pain by diverse means, hurling from tops of mountains, and banishment also, should not proceed from similar causes. Surya's son Manu gave the rod of chastisement to his sons for the protection of the world. Chastisement, in the hands of successive holders, remains awake, protecting all creatures. At the top of the scale, the divine Indra is awake, with a rod of chastisement. After him, Agni of blazing flames. After him, Varuna. After Varuna, Prajapati. After Prajapati, righteousness, whose essence consists of restraint. 372. After righteousness, the son of Brahman, viz. The eternal law. After law, energy is awake, employed in the act of protection. After energy, the herbs, offered in sacrifices for supporting the gods and used as food and medicines. After the herbs, the mountains. After the mountains, all kinds of juices and their attributes. After these, the goddess Niriti. After Niriti, the planets and the luminous bodies in heaven. After these, the Vedas. After the Vedas, the puissant form of Vishnu with equine head. After him, the almighty and eternal grandsire, viz. Brahman. After the grandsire, the divine and blessed Mahadeva. After Mahadeva, the Viswadevyas, after them, the great Rishis, after the Rishis the divine Soma, after Soma, the deities who are all eternal, after the deities, know that the Brahmanas are awake. After the Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas are righteously protecting all creatures. The eternal universe, consisting of mobile and immobile creatures, is kept awake by the Kshatriyas. Creatures are kept awake in this world, and chastisement is awake among them. Possessed of splendor resembling that of the grandsire himself, chastisement keeps together and upholds everything. 373. Time, O Bharata, is always awake, in the beginning, the middle, and the end. The master of all the worlds, the lord of all creatures, the puissant and blessed Mahadeva, the god of gods, is always awake. He is called by these names also, viz., Kapardin, Sankara, Rudra, Bhava, Sthanu and the lord of Ama. Thus chastisement also keeps awake in the beginning, the middle, and the end. A virtuous king should rule properly, guided by chastisement. Bhishma continued, that person who listens to this teaching of Vasahoma, and having listened to it conducts himself according to its tenure, is sure to obtain the fruition of all his wishes. I have now, O bull among men, told thee everything as to who chastisement is, that restrainer of the universe which is governed by righteousness. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, I wish, O sire, to hear the settled conclusions on the subject of virtue, wealth, and pleasure. Depending upon which of these does the course of life proceed? What are the respective roots of virtue, wealth, and pleasure? What are again the results of those three? They are sometimes seen to mingle with one another, and sometimes to exist separately and independently of one another. Bhishma said, when men in this world endeavor with good hearts to achieve wealth with the aid of virtue, then those three, viz., virtue, wealth, and pleasure, may be seen to coexist in a state of union in respect of time, cause, and action. 374. Wealth has its root in virtue, and pleasure is said to be the fruit of wealth. All the three again have their root in will. Will is concerned with objects. All objects, again, in their entirety, exist for gratifying the desire of enjoyment. Upon these then does the aggregate of three depend. Entire abstraction from all objects is emancipation. It is said that virtue is sought for the protection of the body, and wealth is for the acquisition of virtue. Pleasure is only the gratification of the senses. All the three have, therefore, the quality of passion. 375. Virtue, wealth, and pleasure, when sought for the sake of heaven or such other rewards, are said to be remote because the rewards themselves are remote. When sought, however, for the sake of knowledge of self, they are said to be proximate. One should seek them when they are of such a character. 376. One should not cast them off even mentally. If virtue, wealth, and pleasure are to be abandoned, one should abandon them when one has freed oneself by ascetic penances. 377. The aim of the triple aggregate is towards emancipation. Would that man could obtain it. One's acts, undertaken and completed with even the aid of intelligence, may or may not lead to the expected results. Virtue is not always the root of wealth, for other things than virtue lead to wealth, such as service, agriculture, and sea. There is again a contrary opinion, for some say that wealth is earned through chance or birth or like causes. In some instances, wealth acquired has been productive of evil. Other things again than wealth, such as fasts and vows, have led to the acquisition of virtue. As regards this topic, therefore, a dillard whose understanding has been debased by ignorance, never succeeds in acquiring the highest aim of virtue and wealth, viz., emancipation. Virtue's dross consists in the desire of reward, the dross of wealth consists in hoarding it. When purged of these impurities, they are productive of greater results. In this connection is cited the narrative of the discourse that took place in days of old between Kamandaka and Angaristha. One day, King Angaristha, having waited for the opportunity, saluted the Rishi Kamandaka as he was seated at his ease and asked him the following questions. If a king, forced by lust and folly, commits sin for which he afterwards repents, by what acts, O Rishi, can those sins be destroyed? If again a man impelled by ignorance, does what is sinful in the belief that he is acting righteously, how shall the king put a stop to that sin come into vogue among men? Kamandaka said, that man who, abandoning virtue and wealth, pursues only pleasure, reaps as the consequence of such conduct the destruction of his intelligence. The destruction of intelligence is followed by heedlessness that is at once destructive of both virtue and wealth. From such heedlessness proceed dire atheism and systematic wickedness of conduct. If the king does not restrain those wicked men of sinful conduct, all good subjects then live in fear of him like the inmate of a room within which a snake has concealed itself. The subjects do not follow such a king. Brahmanas and all pious persons also act in the same way. As a consequence, the king incurs great danger, and ultimately the risk of destruction itself. Overtaken by infamy and insult, he has to drag on a miserable existence. A life of infamy, however, is equal to death. Men learned in the scriptures have indicated the following means for checking sin. The king should always devote himself to the study of the 3 Vedas. He should respect the Brahmanas and do good offices unto them. He should be devoted to righteousness. He should make alliance of marriage with high families. He should wait upon high-minded Brahmanas adorned with the virtue of forgiveness. He should perform ablutions and recite sacred mantras and thus pass his time happily. Banishing all wicked subjects from himself and his kingdom, he should seek the companionship of virtuous men. He should gratify all persons by speeches or good acts. He should say unto all, I am yours, proclaim the virtues of even his foes. By pursuing such conduct he may soon cleanse himself of his sins and win the high regard of all. Without doubt, by conduct such as this all his sins will be destroyed. Thou shouldst accomplish all those high duties which thy seniors and preceptors would indicate. Thou art sure to obtain great blessing through the grace of thy seniors and preceptors. Section Xxif. Yudhishthira said, all persons on earth, O foremost of men, applaud virtuous behavior. I have, however, great doubts with respect to this object of their praise. If the topic be capable of being understood by us, O foremost of virtuous men, I desire to hear everything about the way in which virtuous behavior can be acquired. How indeed is that behavior acquired, O Bharata? I desire to hear it. Tell me also, O foremost of speakers, what has been said to be the characteristics of that behavior. Bhishma said, formerly, O giver of honours, Duryodhana, while burning with grief at sight of that well-known prosperity belonging to thee and thy brothers at Indraprastha, and for the jeers he received in consequence of his mistakes at the grand mansion, had asked his father Dhritarashtra the same question. Listen to what transpired on that occasion, O Bharata. Having seen that grand mansion of thine and that high prosperity of which thou wert master, Duryodhana, while sitting before his father, spake of what he had seen to the latter. Having heard the words of Duryodhana, Dhritarashtra, addressing his son and Karna, replied unto him as follows. Dhritarashtra said, Why dost thou grieve, O son? I desire to hear the cause in detail. If after ascertaining the reasons they appear to be adequate, I shall then endeavour to instruct thee. O subjugator of hostile towns, thou too hast obtained great affluence. All thy brothers are ever obedient to thee, as also all thy friends and relatives. Thou coverest thy limbs with the best robes. Thou eatest the richest food. 378. steeds of the best kind bear thee. Why then hast thou become pale and emaciated? Duryodhana said, 10,000s of Hyselsnataka Brahmanas daily eat at Yudhishthira's palace off plates of gold. Beholding his excellent mansion adorned with excellent flowers and fruit, his steeds of the Tatiri and the Kalmasha breeds, his robes of diverse kinds. Indeed, beholding that high prosperity of my enemies, viz., the sons of Pandu, a prosperity that resembles the high affluence of Vasravana himself, I am burning with grief, O Bharata. Dhritarashtra said, if thou wishest, O sire, to win prosperity like that of Yudhishthira or that which is even superior to it, do thou then, O son, endeavour to be a virtuous behaviour. Without doubt, one may, by behaviour alone, conquer the three worlds. There is nothing impossible of attainment by persons of virtuous behaviour. Mandatory conquered the whole world in course of only one night, Janamejaya in course of 3, and Nabhaga in course of 7. All these kings were possessed of compassion and of virtuous behaviour. For this reason the earth came to them of their own accord, won over by their virtue. Duryodhana said, I desire to hear, O Bharata, how that behaviour may be acquired, that behaviour, viz., in consequence of which the earth was won so speedily, by the kings named by thee. Dhritarashtra said, in this connection, the following old narrative is cited. It was formerly recited by Narada on the subject of virtuous behaviour. In days of yore, the deity Prahlada, by the merit of his behaviour, snatched from the Hyseld Indra his sovereignty and reduced the three worlds to subjection. Sukra then, with joined hands, approached Vrihaspati. Possessed of great wisdom, the chief of the celestials addressed the great preceptor, saying, I desire thee to tell me what is the source of felicity. Thus addressed, Vrihaspati said unto him that knowledge, leading to emancipation, is the source of the highest felicity. Indeed, Vrihaspati indicated knowledge to be the source of supreme felicity. Indra, however, once more asked him as to whether there was anything higher than that. Vrihaspati said, there is something, O son, that is still higher. The Hyseld Bhargava, Usanas, will instruct thee better. Repair to him, blessed be thou, and inquire of him, O chief of the celestials. Possessed of great ascetic merit and endued with great splendour, the chief of the celestials then repaired to Bhargava and obtained from him with a gratified heart a knowledge of what was for his great good. Obtaining the permission of the Hyseld Bhargava, the performer of 100 sacrifices once more asked the sage as to whether there was anything higher, as the means for the acquisition of felicity, than what the sage had already told him. The omniscient Bhargava said, the Hyseld Prahlada has better knowledge. Learning this, Indra became highly delighted. The chastiser of Parka, possessed of great intelligence, assumed the form of a Brahmana, and repairing to Prahlada, asked him, saying, I desire to hear what conduces to felicity. Prahlada answered the Brahmana, saying, O chief of regenerate ones, I have no time, being wholly occupied in the task of ruling the three worlds. I cannot, therefore, instruct thee. The Brahmana said, O king, when thou mayst have leisure, I desire to listen to thy instructions about what course of conduct is productive of good. At this answer, King Prahlada became delighted with that utterance of Brahma, saying, so be it. He availed of a favourable opportunity for imparting to the Brahmana the truths of knowledge. The Brahmana duly observed towards Prahlada the conduct which a disciple should observe towards his preceptor, and began with his whole heart to do what Prahlada desired. Many a time the Brahmana inquired, saying, O chastiser of foes, by what means hast thou been able to win the sovereignty of the three worlds? Tell me, O righteous king, what those means are. Prahlada, O monarch, answered the question the Brahmana asked. Prahlada said, I do not, O regenerate one, feel any pride in consequence of my being a king, nor do I cherish any hostile feelings towards the Brahmanas. On the other hand, I accept and follow the counsels of policy they declare unto me based upon the teachings of Sutra. In complete trustfulness they say unto me what they wish to say, and restrain me from courses that are unrighteous or improper. I am ever obedient to the teachings of Sutra. I wait upon and serve the Brahmanas and my seniors. I bear no malice. I am of righteous soul. I have conquered wrath. I am self-restrained, and all my senses are under my control. These regenerate ones that are my instructors pour beneficial instructions upon me like bees dropping honey into the cells of their comb. I taste the nectar dropped by those learned men, and like the moon among the constellations I live among the members of my race. 379. Even this is nectar on earth, even this is the clearest eye, viz. Listening to the teaching of Sutra from the lips of Brahmanas and acting according to them. In these consists the good of a man. Thus said Prahlada unto the Tetra of Brahma. Served dutifully by him, the chief of the deities once more said, O foremost of regenerate ones, I am exceedingly gratified with thee in consequence of thy dutiful behavior towards me. Ask of me the boon thou desirest. Blessed be thou, for verily I shall grant thee what thou wilt ask. The Brahmana answered the chief of the deities, saying, Very well. I will obey thee. Prahlada, gratified with him, said, Take what thou wishest. The Brahmana said, If, O king, thou hast been gratified with me and if thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, I desire then to acquire thy behavior. Even this is the boon that I solicit. 380. At this, though delighted, Prahlada became filled with a great fear. Indeed, when this boon was indicated by the Brahmana, the deity chief thought the solicitor could not be a person of ordinary energy. Wondering much, Prahlada at last said, Let it be so. Having, however, granted the boon, the deity chief became filled with grief. The Brahmana, having received the boon, went away, but Prahlada, O king, became penetrated by a deep anxiety and knew not what to do. While the deity chief sat brooding over the matter, a flame of light issued out of his body. It had a shadowy form of great splendor and huge proportions. Prahlada asked the form, saying, Who art thou? The form answered, saying, I am the embodiment of thy behavior. Cast off by thee I am going away. I shall henceforth, O king, dwell in that faultless and foremost of Brahmanas who have become thy devoted disciple. Having said these words, the form disappeared and soon after entered the body of Sakra. After the disappearance of that form, another of similar shape issued out of Prahlada's body. The deity chief addressed it, saying, Who art thou? The form answered, saying, Know me, O Prahlada, for the embodiment of righteousness. I shall go there where that foremost of Brahmanas is. For, O chief of the deities, I reside there where behavior dwells. Upon the disappearance of righteousness, a third form, O monarch, blazing with splendor, issued out of the body of the high-souled Prahlada. Asked by Prahlada as to who he was, that form possessed of great effulgence answered, saying, Know, O chief of the deities, that I am truth. I shall leave thee, following the way of righteousness. After truth had left Prahlada, following in the wake of righteousness, another great person issued out of Prahlada's body. Asked by the deity's king, the mighty being answered, I am the embodiment of good deeds. Know, O Prahlada, that I live there where truth lives. After this one had left Prahlada, another being came out, uttering loud and deep cries. Addressed by Prahlada, he answered, Know that I am might. I dwell there where good deeds are. Having said these words, might went away to that place where the good deeds had gone. After this, a goddess of great effulgence issued out of Prahlada's body. The deity chief asked her, and she answered him, saying that she was the embodiment of prosperity, adding, I dwelt in thee, O hero, O thou of prowess incapable of being baffled. Cast off by thee, I shall follow in the wake of might. The high-souled Prahlada, penetrated with great fear, once more asked the goddess, saying, Where dost thou go, O goddess, O thou that dwellest amid lotuses? Thou art ever devoted to truth, O goddess, and thou art the first of deities. Who is that foremost of Brahmanas, who was my disciple? I desire to know the truth. The goddess of prosperity said, devoted to the vow of Brahmacharya, that Brahmana who was instructed by thee was Sakra, O puissant one. He robbed thee of that sovereignty which thou hadst over the three worlds. O righteous one, it was by thy behavior that thou hadst reduced the three worlds to subjection. Knowing this, the chief of the celestials robbed thee of thy behavior. Righteousness and truth and good deeds and might and myself, O thou of great wisdom, all have a root verily in behavior. Bhishma continued, having said these words, the goddess of prosperity went away, as also all the rest. O Yudhishthira! Duryodhana, once more addressing his father, said these words, O delighter of the Kurus, I wish to know the truth about behavior. Tell me the means by which it may be acquired. Dhritarashtra said, those means were indicated by the high-souled Prahlada while discoursing unto Indra. Listen, however, O ruler of men, as how in brief behavior may be acquired. Abstention from injury, by act, thought, and word, in respect of all creatures, compassion, and gift, constitute behavior that is worthy of praise. That act or exertion by which others are not benefited, or that act in consequence of which one has to feel shame, should never be done. That act, on the other hand, should be done in consequence of which one may win praise in society. O best of the Kurus, I have now told thee in brief as to what behavior is. If, O king, persons of wicked behavior do ever win prosperity, they do not enjoy it long, O son, and are seen to be exterminated by the root. Dhritarashtra continued, knowing all this truly, do thou, O son, be of good behavior, if thou desirest to obtain prosperity greater than that of Yudhishthira. Bhishma continued, even this was what King Dhritarashtra said unto his son. Do thou act according to these instructions, O son of Kunti, and thou wilt then surely obtain their fruit. Section CXXV. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said, O grandsire, that behavior is the first of requisites for a man. Whence, however, does hope arise? Tell me what it is. This great doubt has taken possession of my mind. There is no other person than thee, O subjugator of hostile towns, who can remove it. O grandsire, I had great hope in respect of Sayadana that when a battle was about to ensue, in consequence of his own obstinacy, he would, O Lord, do what was proper. In every man hope is great. When that hope is destroyed, great is the grief that succeeds, and which, without doubt, is equal to almost death itself. Fool that I am, Dhritarashtra's wicked souled son, Duryodhana, destroyed the hope I had cherished. Behold, O king, the foolishness of my mind. I think that hope is vaster than a mountain with all its trees. Or, perhaps, it is vaster than the firmament itself. Or, perhaps, O king, it is really immeasurable. Hope, O chief of the Kurus, is exceedingly difficult of being understood and equally difficult of being subdued. Beholding this last attribute of hope, I ask, what else is so unconquerable as this? Bhishma said, I shall narrate to thee, O Yudhishthira, in this connection, the discourse between Sumitra and Rishabha that took place in olden times. Listen to it. A royal sage of the Haya race, Sumitra by name, went out hunting. he pursued a deer, having pierced it with a straight shaft. Possessed of great strength, the deer ran ahead, with the arrow sticking to him. The king was possessed of great strength, and accordingly pursues with great speed his prey. The animal, endued with fleetness, quickly cleared a low ground and then a level plain. The king, young, active and strong, and armed with bow and sword and cased in mail, still pursued it. Unaccompanied by anybody, in chasing the animal through the forest, the king crossed many rivers and streams and lakes and copses. Endued with great speed, the animal, at its will, showing itself now and then to the king, ran on with great speed. Pierced with many shafts by the king, that denizen of wilderness, O monarch, as if in sport, repeatedly lessened the distance between itself and the pursuer, repeatedly putting forth its speed and traversing one forest after another. It now and then showed itself to the king at a near point. At last, that crusher of foes, taking a very superior shaft, sharp, terrible, and capable of penetrating into the very vitals, fixed it on his bowstring. The animal then, of huge proportions, as if laughing at the pursuer's efforts, suddenly distanced him by reaching a point full 4 miles ahead of the range of the shaft. That arrow of blazing splendor accordingly fell on the ground. The deer entered a large forest, but the king still continued the chase. Section XV. Bhishma said, the king, having entered that large forest, came upon an asylum of ascetics. Fatigued with the toil he had undergone, he sat himself down for rest. Beholding him armed with bow, worn out with toil, and hungry, the ascetics approached him and honoured him in due form. Accepting the honours offered by the rishis, the king inquired of them about the progress and advancement of their penances. Having duly answered the inquiries of the king, those rishis endued with wealth of asceticism asked that tiger among rulers about the reason that led his steps to that retreat. And they said, Blessed be thou, in pursuit of what delightful object hast thou, O king, come to this asylum, walking on foot and armed with sword and bow and arrows? We wish to hear whence thou art coming, O giver of honours. Tell us also in what race thou art born, and what thy name is. Thus addressed, O bull among men, the king proceeded to duly give unto all those Brahmanas an account of himself, O Bharata, saying, I am born in the race of the Hayas. By name I am Sumitra, and I am the son of Mitra. I chase herds of deer, slaying them in thousands with my arrows. Accompanied by a large force and my ministers and the ladies of my household, I came out on a hunting expedition. I pierced a deer with an arrow, but the animal with the shaft sticking to his body ran with great speed. In chasing it I have, without a set purpose, arrived at this forest and find myself in your presence, shorn of splendour, toil-worn, and with hope disappointed. What can be more pitiable than this? Viz., that I have arrived at this asylum, spent with fatigue, shorn of the signs of royalty, and disappointed of my hopes. I am not at all sorry, ye ascetics, at my being now shorn of the signs of royalty or at my being now at a distance from my capital. I feel, however, a poignant grief in consequence of my hope having been disappointed. The prince of mountains, viz., Himavat, and that vast receptacle of waters, viz., the ocean, cannot, for its vastness, measure the extent of the firmament. Ye ascetics, similarly, I also cannot discern the limit of hope. Ye that are endued with wealth of penances are omniscient. There is nothing unknown to you. You are also highly blessed. I therefore solicit you for resolving my doubt. Hope as cherished by man, and the wide firmament, which of these two appears vaster to you? I desire to hear in detail what is so unconquerable to hope. If the topic be one upon which it is not improper for ye to discourse, then tell me all about it without delay. I do not wish, ye foremost of regenerate ones, to hear anything from you that may be a mystery improper to discourse upon. If again the discourse be injurious to your penances, I would not wish you to speak. If the question asked by me be a worthy topic of discourse, I would then wish to hear the cause in detail. Devoted to penances as ye are, do ye all instruct me on the subject. Section XVI. Bhishma said, then that best of rishis, viz., the regenerate Rishabha, sitting in the midst of all those rishis, smiled a little and said these words, formerly, O tiger among kings, while travelling among sacred places, I arrived, O Lord, at the beautiful asylum of Nara and Narayana. There lies the delightful spot called Vadri, and there also is that lake in the firmament, whence the sacred Ganga takes her rise. 381. There the sages were Cyrus, O king, always, reads the eternal Vedas. Having performed my ablutions in that lake and offered with due rites oblations of water unto the biteress and the dogs, I entered the asylum. Within that retreat the rishis Nara and Narayana always pass their time in true pleasure. 382. Not far from that spot I repaired to another retreat for taking up my abode. While seated there I beheld a very tall and emaciated rishi, clad in rags and skins, approaching towards me. Possessed of the wealth of penances, he was named Danu. Compared, O mighty armed one, with other men, his height seemed to be 8 times greater. As regards his leanness, O royal sage, I can say that I have never beheld its like. His body, O king, was as thin as one's little finger. His neck and arms and legs and hair were all of extraordinary aspect. His head was proportionate to his body, and his ears and eyes also were the same. His speech, O best of kings, and his movements were exceedingly feeble. Beholding that exceedingly emaciated Brahmana, I became very cheerless and frightened. Saluting his feet, I stood before him with joined hands. Having informed him of my name and family, and having told him also the name of my father, O bull among men, I slowly sat myself down on a seat that was indicated by him. Then, O monarch, that foremost of virtuous men, viz., Tanu, began to discourse in the midst of the rishis dwelling in that asylum upon topics connected with righteousness and profit. While engaged in discourse, a king, possessed of eyes like lotus petals and accompanied by his forces and the ladies of his household, came to that spot on a car drawn by fleet steeds. The name of that king was Viridama. Of handsome features, he was possessed of great fame. His son's name was Boridama. The child had been missing, and the sire, exceedingly cheerless, came there in course of his wanderings amid the forest in pursuit of the missing one. I shall find my son here, I shall find my son here. Dragged on by hope, in this way, the king wandered through that forest in those days. Addressing the emaciated rishi he said, without doubt that highly virtuous son of mine is exceedingly difficult to be traced by me. Alas, he was my only child. He is lost and can nowhere be found. Though incapable of being found out, my hope, however, of finding him is very great. Filled with that hope, which is being constantly disappointed, I am verily on the point of death. Hearing these words of the king, that foremost of Munis, viz., the holy Tanu, remained for a short while with head hanging down and himself buried in contemplation. Beholding him buried in contemplation, the king became exceedingly cheerless. In great grief he began to say slowly and softly, What, O celestial Rishi, is unconquerable and what is greater than hope? O Holy One, tell me this if I may hear it without impropriety. The Muni said, A holy and great Rishi had been insulted by thy son. He had done it through ill luck, moved by his foolish understanding. The Rishi had asked thy son for a golden jar and vegetable bags. Thy son contemptuously refused to gratify the ascetic. thus treated by thy son, the great sage became disappointed. Thus addressed, the king worshipped that ascetic who was worshipped by all the world. Of virtuous soul, the Redeemer sat there, spent with fatigue even as thou, O best of men, now art. The great Rishi, in return, offered the king, according to the rites observed by the dwellers of the forests, water to wash his feet and the usual ingredients that make up the argaya. Then all the rishis, O tiger among kings, sat there, surrounding that bull among men like the stars of the constellation of Ursa Major surrounding the pole star. And they asked the unvanquished king as to the cause of his arrival at that asylum. Section XVI. The king said, I am a king called by the name of the Redeemer. My fame has spread in all directions. My son Redeemer hath been lost. It is in quest of him that I have come to this forest. Ye foremost of Brahmanas, that child was my only son, and, ye sinless ones, he is of very tender years. He cannot, however, be found here. I am wandering everywhere for finding him out. Rishabha continued. After the king had said these words, the ascetic Danu hung down his head. He remained perfectly silent, without uttering a single word in answer. In former days that Brahmana had not been much honoured by the king. In disappointment, O monarch, he had for that reason practised austere penances for a long time, resolving in his mind that he should never accept anything in gift from either kings or members of any other order. And he said to himself, Hope agitates every man of foolish understanding. I shall drive away hope from my mind. Even such had been his determination. The Redeemer once more questioned that foremost of ascetics in these words. The king said, What is the measure of the thinness of hope? What on earth is exceedingly difficult of acquisition? Tell me this, O Holy One, for thou art well conversant with morality and profit. Rishabha continued, himself recollecting all the past incidents, about his own disregard at the hands of the king, and calling them back to the recollection of the king also. That holy Brahmana of emaciated body addressed the king and said the following words. The sage said, There is nothing, O king, that equals hope in slenderness. I had solicited many kings and found that nothing is so difficult of acquisition as an image that hope sets before the mind. The king said, At thy words, O Brahmana, I understand what is slender and what is not so. 383. I understand also how difficult of acquisition are the images set by hope before the mind. I regard these words of thine as utterances of Sruti. O thou of great wisdom, one doubt, however, has arisen in my mind. It behoveth thee, O sage, to explain it in detail unto me that ask thee. What is more slender than thy body? Tell me this, O Holy One. If, of course, O best of sages, the topic be one which may be discoursed upon without impropriety. The emaciated sage said, A contented applicant is exceedingly difficult to meet with. Perhaps there is none such in the world. Something rarer still, O sire, is the person that never disregards an applicant. The hope that rests upon such persons as do not, after passing their promises, do good to others according to the best of their powers and according as the applicants deserve, is slenderer than even my body. 384. The hope that rests upon an ungrateful man, or upon one that is cruel, or one that is idle, or one that injures others, is slenderer than even my body. 384. The hope cherished by a sire that has but one son, of once more seeing that son after he had been lost or missed, is slenderer than even my body. The hope that old women entertain of bringing forth sons, O king, and that is cherished by rich men, is slenderer than even my body. The hope that springs up in the hearts of grown-up maidens of marriage when they hear anybody only talk of it in their presence, is slenderer than even my body. 385. Hearing these words, O monarch, King Viridama, and the ladies of his household, prostrated themselves before that bull among Brahmanas and touched his feet with their bent heads. The king said, I beg thy grace, O Holy One. I wish to meet with my child. What thou hast said, O best of Brahmanas, is very true. There is no doubt of the truth of thy utterances. Rishabha continued, the holy Tanu, that foremost of virtuous persons, smiling, caused, by means of his learning and his penances, the king's son to be brought to that spot. Having caused the prince to be brought thither, the sage rebuked the king, his father. 386. That foremost of virtuous persons then displayed himself to be the god of righteousness. Indeed, having displayed his own wonderful and celestial form, he entered an adjacent forest, with heart freed from wrath and the desire of revenge. I saw all this, O king, and heard the words I have said. Drive off thy hope, that is even slenderer than any of those which the sage indicated. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, O monarch, by the high Sudrishabha, King Sumitra speedily cast off the hope that was in his heart and which was slenderer than any of the kinds of hope indicated by the emaciated Rishi. Do thou also, O son of Kunti, hearing these words of mine, be calm and collected like Himavat. Overcome with distress. 387. Thou hast questioned me and heard my answer. Having heard it, O monarch, it behoves thee to dispel these regrets of thine. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, like one that drinks nectar, I am never satiated with listening to thee as thou speakest. As a person possessing a knowledge of self is never satiated with meditation, even so I am never satiated with hearing thee. Do thou, therefore, O grandsire, discourse once more upon morality. I am never satiated with drinking the nectar of thy discourse upon morality. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Gotama and the illustrious Yama. Gotama owned a wide retreat on the Parupatra hills. Listen to me as to how many years he dwelt in that abode. For 60,000 years that sage underwent ascetic austerities in that asylum. One day, the regent of the world, Yama, O tiger among men, repaired to that great sage of cleansed soul while he was engaged in the severest austerities. Yama beheld the great ascetic Gotama of rigid penances. The regenerate sage, understanding that it was Yama who had come, speedily saluted him and sat with joined hands in an attentive attitude, waiting for his commands. The royal Dharma, beholding that bull among Brahmanas, duly saluted him, in return, and addressing him asked what he was to do for him. Gotama said, by doing what acts does one liberate oneself from the debt one owes to one's mother and father? How also does one succeed in winning regions of pure bliss that are so difficult of attainment? Yama said, devoting oneself to the duty of truth, and practicing purity and penances, one should ceaselessly worship one's mother and father. One should also perform horse sacrifices with presents in profusion unto the Brahmanas. By such acts one wins many regions of felicity, of wonderful aspect. Section CXXX. Yudhishthira said, what course of conduct should be adopted by a king shorn of the friends, having many enemies, possessed of an exhausted treasury, and destitute of troops, O Bharata? What, indeed, should be his conduct when he is surrounded by wicked ministers, when his counsels are all divulged, when he does not see his way clearly before him, when he assails another kingdom, when he is engaged in grinding a hostile kingdom, and when though weak he is at war with a stronger ruler? What, indeed, should be the conduct of the king the affairs of whose kingdom are irregulated, and who disregards the requirements of place and time, who is unable, in consequence of his oppressions, to bring about peace and cause disunion among his foes? Should he seek the acquisition of wealth by evil means, or should he lay down his life without seeking wealth? Bhishma said, conversant as thou art with duties, thou hast, O bull of Bharata's race, asked me a question relating to mystery, in connection with duties. 388. Without being questioned, O Yudhishthira, I could not venture to discourse upon this duly. Morality is very subtle. One understands it, O bull of Bharata's race, by the aid of the texts of scriptures. By remembering what one has heard and by practicing good acts, one in some place may become a righteous person. By acting with intelligence, the king may or may not succeed in acquiring wealth. 389. Aided by thy own intelligence, do thou think what answer should be given to thy question on this head. Listen, O Bharata, to the means, fraught with great merit, by which kings may conduct themselves during seasons of distress. For the sake of true morality, however, I would not call those means righteous. If the treasury be filled by oppression, conduct like this brings the king to the verge of destruction. Even this is the conclusion of all intelligent men who have thought upon the subject. The kind of scriptures or science which one always studies gives him the kind of knowledge which it is capable of giving. Such knowledge verily becomes agreeable to him. Ignorance leads to barrenness of invention in respect of means. Contrivance of means, again, through the aid of knowledge, becomes the source of great felicity. Without entertaining any scruples and any malice. 390. Listen to these instructions. Through the decrease of the treasury, the king's forces are decreased. The king should, therefore, fill his treasury, by any means, like to one creating water in a wilderness which is without water. Agreeably to this code of quasi-morality practiced by the ancients, the king should, when the time for it comes. 391. Show compassion to his people. This is eternal duty. For men that are able and competent. 392. The duties are of one kind. In seasons of distress, however, one's duties are of a different kind. Without wealth the king may, by penances and the like, acquire religious merit. Life, however, is much more important than religious merit. And as life cannot be supported without wealth, no such merit should be sought which stands in the way of the acquisition of wealth. A king that is weak, by acquiring only religious merit, never succeeds in obtaining just and proper means for sustenance, and since he cannot, by even his best exertions, acquire power by the aid of only religious merit, therefore the practices in seasons of distress are sometimes regarded as not inconsistent with morality. The learned, however, are of opinion that those practices lead to sinfulness. After the season of distress is over, what should the Kshatriya do? He should, at such a time, conduct himself in such a way that his merit may not be destroyed. He should also act in such a way that he may not have to succumb to his enemies. 393. Even these have been declared to be his duties. He should not sink in despondency. He should not, in times of distress, seek to rescue, from the peril of destruction, the merit of others or of himself. On the other hand, he should rescue his own self. This is the settled conclusion. 394. There is this Shruti, viz., that it is settled that Brahmanas, who are conversant with duties, should have proficiency in respect of duties. Similarly, as regards the Kshatriya, his proficiency should consist in exertion, since might of arms is his great possession. When a Kshatriya's means of support are gone, what should he not take excepting what belongs to ascetics and what is owned by Brahmanas? Even as a Brahmana in the season of distress may officiate at the sacrifice of a person for whom he should never officiate, at other and ordinary times, and eat forbidden food, so there is no doubt that a Kshatriya, in distress, may take wealth from every one except ascetics and Brahmanas. For one afflicted by an enemy and seeking the means of escape, what can be an improper outlet? For a person immured within a dungeon and seeking escape, what can be an improper path? When a person becomes afflicted, he escapes by even an improper outlet. For a kshatriya that has, in consequence of the weakness of his treasury and army, become exceedingly humiliated, neither a life of mendicancy nor the profession of a Vaisya or that of the Sudra had been laid down. The profession ordained for a kshatriya is the acquisition of wealth by battle and victory. He should never beg of a member of his own order. The person who supports himself at ordinary times by following the practices primarily laid for him, may in seasons of distress support himself by following the practices laid down in the alternative. In a season of distress, when ordinary practices cannot be followed, a kshatriya may live by even unjust and improper means. The very brahmanas, it is seen, do the same when their means of living are destroyed. When the brahmanas, at such times, conduct themselves thus, what doubt is there in respect of kshatriyas? This is, indeed, settled. Without sinking into despondency and yielding to destruction, a kshatriya may, by force, take what he can from persons that are rich. Know that the kshatriya is the protector and the destroyer of the people. Therefore, a kshatriya in distress should take, by force, what he can, with a view to, ultimately, protect the people. No person in this world, O king, can support life without injuring other creatures. The very ascetic leading a solitary life in the depths of the forest is no exception. A kshatriya should not live, relying upon destiny. 395, especially he, O chief of the Kuras, who is desirous of ruling. The king and the kingdom should always mutually protect each other. This is an eternal duty. As the king protects, by spending all his possessions, the kingdom when it sinks into distress, even so should the kingdom protect the king when he sinks into distress. The king, even at the extremity of distress, should never give up 396, his treasury, his machinery for chastising the wicked, his army, his friends and allies and other necessary institutions and the chiefs existing in his kingdom. Men conversant with duty say that one must keep one's seeds, deducting them from one's very food. This is a truth cited from the treatise of Samvara, well known for his great powers of illusion. Fie on the life of that king whose kingdom languishes. Fie on the life of that man who from want of means goes to a foreign country for a living. The king's roots are his treasury and army. His army, again, has its roots in his treasury. His army is the root of all his religious merits. His religious merits, again, are the root of his subjects. The treasury can never be filled without oppressing others. How then can the army be kept without oppression? The king, therefore, in seasons of distress, incurs no fault by oppressing his subjects for filling the treasury. For performing sacrifices, many improper acts are done. For this reason a king incurs no fault by doing improper acts, when the object is to fill his treasury in a season of distress. For the sake of wealth, practices other than those which are proper are followed, in seasons of distress. If, at such times, such improper practices be not adopted, evil is certain to result. All those institutions that are kept up for working destruction and misery exist for the sake of collecting wealth. 397. Guided by such considerations, an intelligent king should settle his course at such times. As animals and other things are necessary for sacrifices, as sacrifices are for purifying the heart, and as animals, sacrifices, and purity of the heart are all for final emancipation, even so policy and chastisement exist for the treasury exists for the army, and policy and treasury and army, all the three exist for vanquishing foes and protecting or enlarging the kingdom. I shall here cite an example illustrating the true ways of morality. A large tree is cut down for making of it a sacrificial stake. In cutting it, other trees that stand in its way have also to be cut down. These also, in falling down, kill others standing on the spot. Even so, they that stand in the way of making a well-filled treasury must have to be slain. I do not see how else success can be had. By wealth, both the worlds, viz., this and the other, can be had, as also truth and religious merit. A person without wealth is more dead than alive. Wealth for the performance of sacrifices should be acquired by every means. The demerit that attaches to an act done in a season of distress is not equal to that which attaches to the same act if done at other times, O Bharata. The acquisition of wealth and its abandonment cannot both be possibly seen in the same person, O King. I do not see a rich man in the forest. With respect to every wealth that is seen in this world, every one contends with every one else, saying, "This shall be mine, this shall be mine." This is nothing, O scorcher of foes, that is so meritorious for a king as the possession of a kingdom. It is sinful for a king to oppress his subjects with heavy impositions at ordinary times. In a season, however, of distress, it is quite different. Some acquire wealth by gifts and sacrifices. Some who have a liking for penances acquire wealth by penances. Some acquire it by the aid of their intelligence and cleverness. A person without wealth is said to be weak, while he that has wealth becomes powerful. A man of wealth may acquire everything. A king that has well-filled treasury succeeds in accomplishing everything. By his treasury a king may earn religious merit, gratify his desire for pleasure, obtain the next world, and this also. The treasury, however, should be filled by the aid of righteousness and never by unrighteous practices, such, that is, as pass for righteous in times of distress. Section C. Apadamanu Sasna Pava. Yudhishthira said, "What, besides this, should be done by a king that is weak and procrastinating, that does not engage in battle from anxiety for the lives of his friends, that is always under the influence of fear, and that cannot keep his counsels secret? What, indeed, should that king do whose cities and kingdom have been partitioned and appropriated by foes, who is divested of wealth, who is incapable, through such poverty, of honouring his friends and attaching them to himself, whose ministers are disunited or bought over by his enemies, who is obliged to stand in the face of foes, whose army has dwindled away, and whose heart has been agitated by some strong enemy?" Bhishma said, "If the invading enemy be of pure heart and if he be conversant with both morality and profit, a king of the kind you have indicated should, with no loss of time, make peace with the invader and bring about the restoration of those portions of the kingdom that have already been conquered. If, again, the invader be strong and sinful and seek to obtain victory by unrighteous means, the king should make peace with him, too, by abandoning a portion of his territories. If the invader be unwilling to make peace, the king should then abandon his very capital and all his possessions for escaping from danger. If he can save his life, he may hope for similar acquisitions in future. What man conversant with morality is that would sacrifice his own self, which is a more valuable possession, for encountering that danger from which escape can be had by the abandonment of his treasury and army? A king should protect the ladies of his household. If these fall into the hands of the enemy, he should not show any compassion for them, by incurring the risk of his own arrest in delivering them. As long as it is in his power, he should never surrender his own self to the enemy." Yudhishthira said, "When his own people are dissatisfied with him, when he is oppressed by invaders, when his treasury is exhausted, and when his counsels are divulged, what should the king then do?" Bhishma said, "A king, under such circumstances, should, if his enemy be righteous, seek to make peace with him. If the enemy be unrighteous, he should then put forth his valour. He should, by such means, seek to cause the foe to withdraw from his kingdom, or fighting bravely, he should lay down his life and ascend to heaven. A king can conquer the whole earth with the help of even a small force if that force be loyal, cheerful, and devoted to his good. If slain in battle, he is sure to ascend to heaven. If he succeeds in slaying his enemies, he is sure to enjoy the earth. By laying down one's life in battle, one obtains the companionship of Indra himself. Section XXI. Yiddish theory said, when practice is fraught with high morality and beneficial to the world, viz., those that appertain to righteous rule, disappear, when all the means and resources for the support of life fall into the hands of robbers, when, indeed, such a calamitous time sets in, by what means should a Brahmana, O grandsire, who from affection is unable to desert his sons and grandsons, subsist? Bhishma said, when such a time sets in, the Brahmana should live by the aid of knowledge. Everything in this world is for them that are good. Nothing here is for them that are wicked. He who making himself an instrument of acquisition, takes wealth from the wicked and gives it unto them that are good, is said to be conversant with the morality of adversity. Desirous of maintaining his rule, the king, O monarch, without driving his subjects to indignation and rebellion, may take what is not freely given by the owner, saying, "This is mine." That wise man who, cleansed by the possession of knowledge and might and of righteous conduct at other times, acts censurably in such season, does not really deserve to be censured. They who always support themselves by putting forth their might never like any other method of living. They that are endued with might, O Yiddish theory, always live by the aid of prowess. The ordinary scriptures that exist for seasons of distress, without exceptions of any kind, should be practiced by a king at such times. A king, however, that is endued with intelligence, while following those scriptures, would do something more. 398. At such times, however, the king should not oppress Ritwishas, and Purohitas and preceptors and Brahmanas, all of whom are honoured and held in high esteem. By oppressing them, even at such times, he incurs reproach and sin. This that I tell thee is regarded as an authority in the world. Indeed, this is the eternal eye, by which practices in seasons of distress are to be viewed. One should be guided by this authority. By this is to be judged whether a king is to be called good or wicked. It is seen that many persons residing in villages and towns, actuated by jealousy and wrath, accuse one another. The king should never, at their words, honour or punish anybody. Slander should never be spoken. If spoken, it should never be heard. When slanderous converse goes on, one should close one's ears or leave the place outright. Slanderous converse is the characteristic of wicked men. It is an indication of depravity. They, on the other hand, O king, who speak of the virtues of others in assemblies of the good, are good men. As a pair of sweet-tempered bulls governable and well broken and used to bear burthens, put their necks to the yoke and drag the cart willingly, even so should the king bear his burthens, in seasons of distress. Others say that a king, at such times, should conduct himself in such a way that he may succeed in gaining a large number of allies. Some regard ancient usage as the highest indication of righteousness. Others, viz., they that are in favour of the conduct pursued by Sankha towards Lakita, do not hold this opinion. They do not advance such an opinion through either malice or covetousness. 399. Examples are seen of even great rishis who have laid down that even preceptors, if addicted to evil practices, should be punished. But a provable authority there is none for such a proposition. The gods may be left to punish such men when they happen to be violent, guilty of wicked practices. The king who fills his treasury by having recourse to fraudulent devices certainly falls away from righteousness. The code of morality which is honoured in every respect by those that are good and in affluent circumstances, and which is approved by every honest heart, should be followed. He is said to be conversant with duty who knows duty as depending on all the four foundations. It is difficult to find out the reasons on which duties stand, even as it is difficult to find out the legs of the snake. 400. As a hunter of beasts discovers the track of a shaft-struck deer by observing spots of blood on the ground, even so should one seek to discover the reasons of duties. Thus should a man tread with humility along the path trod by the good. Such, indeed, was the conduct of the great royal sages of old, O Yudhishthira. Section XXI. Bhishma said, the king should, by drawing wealth from his own kingdom as also from the kingdoms of his foes, fill his treasury. From the treasury springs his religious merit, O son of Kunti, and it is in consequence of the treasury that the roots of his kingdom extend. For these reasons the treasury must be filled, and when filled it should be carefully protected, by putting a stop to all useless expenditure, and even sought to be increased. This is the eternal practice. The treasury cannot be filled by acting with purity and righteousness, nor by acting with heartless cruelty. It should be filled by adopting a middle course. How can a weak king have a treasury? How again can a king who has no treasury have strength? How can a weak man have kingdom? Whence again can one without a kingdom obtain prosperity? For a person of high rank, adversity is like death. For this reason the king should always increase his treasury, an army, and allies and friends. All men disregard a king with an empty treasury. Without being gratified with the little that such a king can give, his servants never express any alacrity in his business. In consequence of his affluence, the king succeeds in obtaining great honors. Indeed, affluence conceals his very sins, like robes concealing such parts of a feminine form as should not be exposed to the view. Those with whom the king has formerly quarrelled become filled with grief at the sight of his new affluence. Like dogs they once more take service under him, and though they wait only for an opportunity to slay him, he takes to them as if nothing has happened. How, O Bharata, can such a king obtain happiness? The king should always exert for acquiring greatness. He should never bend down in humility. 401. Exertion is manliness. He should rather break at an unfavourable opportunity than bend before anyone. He should rather repair to the forest and live there with the wild animals. But he should not still live in the midst of ministers and officers who have like robbers broken through all restraints. Even the robbers of the forest may furnish a large number of soldiers for the accomplishment of the fiercest of deeds, O Bharata. If the king transgresses all wholesome restraints, all people become filled with alarm. The very robbers who know not what compassion is, dread such a king. 402. For this reason, the king should always establish rules and restraints for gladdening the hearts of his people. Rules in respect of even very trivial matters are hailed with delight by the people. There are men who think that this world is nothing and the future also is a myth. He that is an atheist of this type, though his heart is agitated by secret fears, should never be trusted. If the robbers of the forest, while observing other virtues, commit depredations in respect only of property, those depredations may be regarded as harmless. The lives of thousands of creatures are protected in consequence of robbers observing such restraints. Slaying an enemy who is flying away from battle, ravishment of wives, ingratitude, plundering the property of a Brahmana, depriving a person of the whole of his property, violation of maidens, continued occupation of villages and towns as their lawful lords, and adulterous congress with other people's wives. These are regarded as wicked acts among even robbers, and robbers should always abstain from them. It is again certain that those kings who strive, by making peace, to inspire confidence upon themselves in the hearts of the robbers, succeed, after watching all their ins and outs, in exterminating them. For this reason, in dealing with robbers, it is necessary that they should not be exterminated outright. 403. They should be sought to be brought under the king's sway. The king should never behave with cruelty towards them, thinking that he is more powerful than they. Those kings that do not exterminate them outright have no fear of extermination to themselves. They, however, that do exterminate them have always to live in fear in consequence of that act. Section XXX. Bhishma said, in this connection, persons acquainted with the scriptures declare this text in respect of duty, viz., for a kshatriya possessed of intelligence and knowledge, the earning of religious merit and the acquisition of wealth constitute his obvious duties. He should not, by subtle discussions on duty and unseen consequences in respect of a future world, abstain from accomplishing those two duties. As it is useless to argue, upon seeing certain footprints on the ground, whether they are wolves or not, even so is all discussion upon the nature of righteousness and the reverse. Nobody in this world ever sees the fruits of righteousness and unrighteousness. A kshatriya, therefore, should seek the acquisition of power. He that is powerful is master of everything. Wealth leads to the possession of an army. He that is powerful 404 obtains intelligent advisers. He that is without wealth is truly fallen. A little, of anything in the world, is regarded as the dirty remnant of a feast. 405. If a strong man does even many bad acts, nobody, through fear, says or does anything for censuring or checking him. If righteousness and power be associated with truth, they can then rescue men from great perils. If, however, the two be compared, power will appear to be superior to righteousness. It is from power that righteousness springs. Righteousness rests upon power as all immobile things upon the earth. As smoke depends upon the wind for its motion, even so righteousness depends upon power. Righteousness, which is the weaker of the two, depends for its support upon a tree. Righteousness is dependent on them that are powerful, even as pleasure is dependent upon them that are given to enjoyment. There is nothing that powerful men cannot do. Everything is pure with them that are powerful. A powerless man, by committing evil acts, can never escape. Men feel alarmed at his conduct even as they are alarmed at the appearance of a wolf. One fallen away from a state of affluence leads a life of humiliation and sorrow. A life of humiliation and reproach is like death itself. The learned have said that when in consequence of one's sinful conduct one is cast off by friends and companions, one is pierced repeatedly by the wordy darts of others, and one has to burn with grief on that account. Professors of scriptures have said with respect to the expiation of sinfulness that one should, if stained with sinfulness, study the 3 Vedas, wait upon and worship the Brahmanas, gratify all men by looks, words, and acts, cast off all meanness, marry in high families, proclaim the praises of others while confessing one's own worthlessness, recite mantras, perform the usual wart rites, assume a mildness of behavior, and abstain from speaking much, and perform austere penances, seek the refuge of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. Indeed, one who has committed many evil acts should do all this without being angry at the reproaches uttered by men. By conducting oneself in this way, one may soon become cleansed of all his sins and regain the regard of the world. Indeed, one wins great respect in this world and great rewards in the next, and enjoys diverse kinds of happiness here by following such conduct and by sharing his wealth with others. Section CXXXV. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story of a robber who, having in this would been observant of restraints, did not meet with destruction in the next. There was a robber of the name of Kairya, born of a Kshatriya father and a Nishada mother. Kaivya was a practicer of Kshatriya duties, capable of smiting, possessed of intelligence and courage, conversant with the scriptures, destitute of cruelty, devoted to the Brahmanas, and worshipping his seniors and preceptors with reverence. He protected the ascetics in the observance of their practices. Though a robber, he still succeeded in winning felicity in heaven. Morning and evening he used to excite the wrath of the deer by chasing them. He was well conversant with all the practices of the Nishadas as also of all animals living in the forest. Well acquainted with the requirements of time and place, he roved over the mountains. Acquainted as he was with the habits of all animals, his arrows never missed their aim, and his weapons were strong. Alone, he could vanquish many hundreds of troops. He worshipped his old, blind, and deaf parents in the forest every day. With honey and flesh and fruits and roots and other kinds of excellent food, he hospitably entertained all persons deserving of honor and did them many good offices. He showed great respect for those Brahmanas that had retired from the world for taking up their residence in the woods. Killing the deer, he often took flesh to them. As regards those that were unwilling, from fear of others, to accept gifts from him because of the profession he followed, he used to go to their abodes before dawn and leave flesh at their doors. 406. One day many thousands of robbers, destitute of compassion in their conduct and regardless of all restraints, desired to elect him as their leader. The robbers said, "Thou art acquainted with the requirements of place and time. Thou hast wisdom and courage. Thy firmness also is great in everything thou undertakest. Be thou our foremost of leaders, respected by us all. We will do as thou wilt direct. Protect us duly, even as a father or mother." Kaivya said, "Never kill a woman, or one that from fear keeps away from the fight, or one that is a child, or one that is an ascetic. One that abstains from fight should never be slain, nor should women be seized or brought away with force. None of you should ever slay a woman amongst all creatures. Let Brahmanas be always blessed, and you should always fight for their good. Truth should never be sacrificed. The marriages of men should never be obstructed. No injury should be inflicted on those houses in which the deities, the Pitras, and guests are worshipped. Amongst creatures, Brahmanas deserve to be exempted by you in your plundering excursions. By giving away even your all, you should worship them. He who incurs the wrath of the Brahmanas, he for whose discomfiture they wish, fails to find a rescuer in the three worlds. He who speaks ill of the Brahmanas and wishes for their destruction, himself meets with destruction like darkness at sunrise. Residing here, ye shall acquire the fruits of your valor. Troops shall be sent against those that will refuse to give us our dues. The rod of chastisement is intended for the wicked. It is not intended for self-aggrandizement. They who oppress the god deserve death, it is said. They who seek to aggrandize their fortunes by afflicting kingdoms in unscrupulous ways, very soon come to be regarded as vermin in a dead body. Those robbers, again, that would conduct themselves by conforming to these restraints of the scriptures, would soon win salvation although leading a plundering life. Bhishma continued, those robbers, thus addressed, obeyed all the commands of Kaivya. By desisting from sin, they obtained great prosperity. By behaving himself in such a way, by thus doing good to the honest, and by thus restraining the robbers from bad practices, Kaivya won great success in the next world. He who always thinks of this narrative of Kaivya will not have any fear from the denizens of the forest, in fact, from any earthly creature. Such a man will have no fear from any creature, O Bharata. He will have no fear from wicked men. If such a man goes to the forest, he will be able to live there with the security of a king. Section XXV. Bhishma said, in this connection, viz., the method by which a king should fill his treasury, persons acquainted with the scriptures of olden days cite the following verses sung by Brahman himself. The wealth of persons who are given to the performance of sacrifices, as also the wealth dedicated to the deities, should never be taken. A kshatriya should take the wealth of such persons as never perform religious rites and sacrifices, as are on that account regarded to be equal to robbers. All the creatures that inhabit the earth and all the enjoyments that appertain to sovereignty, O Bharata, belong to the kshatriyas. All the wealth of the earth belongs to the kshatriya, and not to any person else. That wealth the kshatriya should use for keeping up his army and for the performance of sacrifice. Tearing up such creepers and plants as are not of any use, men burn them for cooking such vegetables as serve for food. 407. Men conversant with duty have said that his wealth is useless who does not, with libations of clarified butter, feed the gods, the Pitris, and men. A virtuous ruler, O king, should take away such wealth. By that wealth a large number of good people can be gratified. He should not, however, hoard that wealth in his treasury. He who makes himself an instrument of acquisition and taking away wealth from the wicked gives them to those that are good is said to be conversant with the whole science of morality. A king should extend his conquests in the next world according to the measure of his power, and as gradually as vegetable products are seen to grow. As some ants are seen to grow from no adequate cause, even so sacrifice spring from no adequate cause. 408. As flies and gnats and ants are driven off from the bodies of kine and other domestic cattle, at the time of milking them, even so should persons who are averse to the performance of sacrifices should be similarly driven off from the kingdom. This is consistent with morality. As the dust that lies on the earth, if pounded between two stones, becomes finer and finer, even so questions of morality, the more they are reflected upon and discussed, become finer and finer. Section XXVI. Bhishma said, these two, viz., one that provides for the future, and one possessed of presence of mind, always enjoy happiness. The man of procrastination, however, is lost. In this connection, listen attentively to the following excellent story of a procrastinating person in the matter of settling his course of action. In a lake that was not very deep and which abounded with fishes, there lived 3 sakala fishes that were friends and constant companions. Amongst those 3, one had much forethought and always liked to provide for what was coming. Another was possessed of great presence of mind. The third was procrastinating. One day, certain fishermen coming to that lake began to bail out its waters to a lower ground through diverse outlets. Beholding the water of the lake gradually decreasing, the fish that had much foresight, addressing his 2 companions on that occasion of danger, said, a great danger is about to overtake all the aquatic creatures living in this lake. Let us speedily go to some other place before our path becomes obstructed. He that resists future evil by the aid of the good policy never incurs serious danger. Let my counsels prevail with you. Let us all leave this place. That one amongst the 3 who was procrastinating then answered, it is well said. There is, however, no need of such haste. This is my deliberate opinion. Then the other fish, who was noted for presence of mind, addressed his procrastinating companion and said, when the time for anything comes, I never fail to provide for it according to policy. Hearing the answers of his 2 companions, he of great forethought and considerable intelligence immediately set out by a current and reached another deep lake. The fishermen, seeing that all the water had been bailed out, shut in the fishes that remained, by diverse means. Then they began to agitate the little water that remained, and as they began to catch the fish, the procrastinating sakala was caught with many others. When the fishermen began to tie to a long string the fishes they had caught, The sackler, who was noted for presence of mind, thrust himself into the company of those that had been so tied and remained quietly among them, biting the string, for he thought that he should do it to give the appearance of being caught. The fishermen believed that all the fishes attached to the string had been caught. They then removed them to a place of deep water for washing them. Just at that time the sackler, noted for presence of mind, leaving the string, quickly escaped. That fish, however, who had been procrastinating, foolish and senseless and without intelligence as he was, and, therefore, unable to escape, met with death. Thus every one meets with destruction, like the procrastinating fish, who from want of intelligence cannot divine the hour of danger. That man, again, who regarding himself clever does not seek his own good in proper time, incurs great danger like the sackler who had presence of mind. Hence these two only, viz., he that has much forethought and he that has presence of mind, succeed in obtaining happiness. He, however, that is procrastinating meets with destruction. Diverse are the divisions of time, such as Kashtha, Kala, Muhurta, day, night, Lava, month, fortnight, the 6 seasons, Kalpa, year. The divisions of the earth are called place. Time cannot be seen. As regards the success of any object or purpose, it is achieved or not achieved according to the manner in which the mind is set to think of it. These two, viz., the person of forethought and the person of presence of mind, have been declared by the rishis to be the foremost of men in all treatises on morality and profit and in those dealing with emancipation. One, however, that does everything after reflection and scrutiny, one that avails oneself of proper means for the accomplishment of one's objects, always succeeds in achieving much. Those again that act with due regard to time and place succeed in winning results better than the mere man of foresight and the man of presence of mind. Section XXVI. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O bull of Bharata's race, said that intelligence which provides against the future, as well as that which can meet present emergencies, is everywhere superior, while procrastination brings about destruction. I desire, O grandsire, to hear of that superior intelligence aided by which a king, conversant with the scriptures and well versed with morality and profit, may not be stupefied even when surrounded by many foes. I ask thee this, O chief of Kuru's race. It behoveth thee to discourse to me on this. I desire to hear everything comfortable to what has been laid down in the scriptures, about the manner in which a king should conduct himself when he is assailed by many foes. When a king falls into distress, a large number of foes, provoked by his past acts, range themselves against him and seek to vanquish him. How may a king, weak and alone, succeed in holding up his head when he is challenged on all sides by many powerful kings leagued together? How does a king at such times make friends and foes? How should he, O bull of Bharata's race, behave at such a time towards both friends and foes? When those that have indications of friends really become his foes, what should the king then do if he is to obtain happiness? With whom should he make war and with whom should he make peace? Even if he be strong, how should he behave in the midst of foes? O scorcher of foes! This I regard to be the highest of all questions connected with the discharge of kingly duties. There are few men for listening to the answer of this question and none to answer it save Santanu's son, Bhishma, firmly wedded to truth and having all his senses under control. O thou that art highly blessed, reflect upon it and discourse to me on it. Bhishma said, O Yudhishthira, this question is certainly worthy of thee. Its answer is fraught with great happiness. Listen to me, O son, as I declare to thee, O Bharata, all the duties generally known that should be practiced in seasons of distress. A foe becomes a friend and a friend also becomes a foe. The course of human actions, through the combination of circumstances, becomes very uncertain. As regards, therefore, what should be done and what should not, it is necessary that paying heed to the requirements of time and place, one should either trust one's foes or make war. One should, even exerting oneself to one's best, make friends with men of intelligence and knowledge that desire one's welfare. One should make peace with even one's foes, when, O Bharata, one's life cannot otherwise be saved. That foolish man who never makes peace with foes, never succeeds in winning any gain or acquiring any of those fruits for which others endeavor. He again who makes peace with foes and quarrels with even friends after a full consideration of circumstances, succeeds in obtaining great fruits. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between a cat and a mouse at the foot of a banyan. Bhishma continued, there was a large banyan in the midst of an extensive forest, covered with many kinds of creepers. It was the resort of diverse kinds of birds. It had a large trunk from which numerous branches extended in all directions. Delightful to look at, the shade it afforded was very refreshing. It stood in the midst of the forest, and animals of diverse species lived on it. A mouse of great wisdom, named Palita, lived at the foot of that tree, having made a hole there with 100 outlets. On the branches of the tree there lived a cat, of the name of Lomaza, in great happiness, daily devouring a large number of birds. Some time after, a chandler came into the forest and built a hut for himself. Every evening after sunset he spread his traps. Indeed, spreading his nets made of leathern strings, he went back to his hut, and happily passing the night in sleep, returned to the spot at the dawn of day. Diverse kinds of animals fell into his traps every night, and it so happened that one day the cat, in a moment of heedlessness, was caught in the snare. O thou of great wisdom, when his foe the cat, who was at all times an enemy of the mouse species, was thus caught in the net, the mouse Palitu came out of his hole and began to rove about fearlessly. While trustfully roving through the forest in search of food, the mouse after a little while saw the meat that the chandler had spread there as lure. Getting upon the trap, the little animal began to eat the flesh. Laughing mentally, he even got upon his enemy entangled helplessly in the net. Intent on eating the flesh, he did not mark his own danger, for as he suddenly cast his eyes he saw a terrible foe of his arrived at that spot. That foe was none else than a restless mongoose of coppery eyes, of the name of Harita. Living in underground holes, its body resembled the flower of a reed. Allured to that spot by the scent of the mouse, the animal came there with great speed for devouring his prey. And he stood on his haunches, with head upraised, licking the corners of his mouth with his tongue. The mouse beheld at the same time another foe living in the trees, then sitting on the branch of the banyan. It was a night-prowling owl of the name of Chandraka of sharp beaks. Having become an object of sight with both the mongoose and the owl, the mouse, in great alarm, began to think in this strain, at such a season of great danger, when death itself is staring me in the face, when there is fear on every side, how should one act that wishes for one's good? Encompassed on all sides by danger, seeing fear in every direction, the mouse, filled with alarm for his safety, made a high resolution. Warding off even innumerable dangers by hundreds of means, one should always save one's life. Danger, at the present moment, encompasses me on every side. If I were to descend from this trap on the ground, without adequate precautions, the mongoose will surely seize and devour me. If I remain on this trap, the owl will surely seize me. If, again, that cat succeeds in disentangling himself from the net, he also is certain to devour me. It is not proper, however, that a person of our intelligence should lose his wits. I shall, therefore, strive my best to save my life, aided by proper means and intelligence. A person possessed of intelligence and wisdom and conversant with the science of policy never sinks, however great and terrible the danger that threatens him. At present, however, I do not behold any other refuge than this cat. He is an enemy, but he is in distress. The service that I can do him is very great. Sought to be made a prey by 3 foes, how should I now act for saving my life? I should now seek the protection of one of those foes, viz., the cat. Taking the aid of the science of policy, let me counsel the cat for his good, so that I may, with my intelligence, escape from all the 3. The cat is my great foe, but the distress into which he has fallen is very great. Let me try whether I can succeed in making this foolish creature understand his own interests. Having fallen into such distress, he may make peace with me. A person, when afflicted by a stronger one, should make peace with even an enemy. Professors of the science of policy say that even this should be the conduct of one who, having fallen into distress, seeks the safety of his life. It is better to have a learned person for an enemy than a fool for a friend. As regards myself, my life now rests entirely in the hands of my enemy the cat. I shall now address the cat on the subject of his own liberation. Perhaps, at this moment, it would not be wrong to take the cat for an intelligent and learned foe. Even thus did that mouse, surrounded by foes, pursue his reflections. Having reflected in this strain, the mouse, conversant with the science of profit and well acquainted with occasions when war should be declared and peace made, gently addressed the cat, saying, I address thee in friendship, O cat. Art thou alive? I wish thee to live. I desire the good of us both. O amiable one, thou hast no cause for fear. Thou shalt live in happiness. I shall rescue thee, if, indeed, thou dost not slay me. There is an excellent expedient in this case, which suggests itself to me, and by which you may obtain your escape, and I may obtain great benefit. By reflecting earnestly, I have hit upon that expedient for thy sake and for my sake, for it will benefit both of us. There are the mongoose and the owl, both waiting with evil intent. Only so long, O cat, as they do not attack me, is my life safe. For that wretched owl with restless glances and horrid cries is eyeing me from the branch of that tree. I am exceedingly frightened by it. Friendship, as regards the good, is 7-paced. 409. Possessed of wisdom as thou art my friend. I shall act towards thee as a friend. Thou needest have no fear now. Without my help, O cat, thou wilt not succeed in tearing the net. I, however, shall cut the net for serving thee, if thou abstain from killing me. Thou hast lived on this tree, and I have lived at its foot. Both of us have dwelt here for many long years. All this is known to thee. He upon whom nobody places his trust, and he who never trusts another, are never applauded by the wise. Both of them are unhappy. For this reason, let our love for each other increase, and let there be union amongst us too. Men of wisdom never applaud the endeavour to do an act when its opportunity has passed away. Know that this is the proper time for such an understanding amongst us. I wish that thou shouldst live, and thou also wishest that I should live. A man crosses a deep and large river by a piece of wood. It is seen that the man takes the piece of wood to the other side, and the piece of wood also takes the man to the other side. Like this, our compact also will bring happiness to both of us. I will rescue thee, and thou also wilt rescue me. Having said these words that were beneficial to both of them, that were fraught with reason and on that account highly acceptable, the mouse Palita waited in expectation of an answer. Hearing these well-chosen words, fraught with reason and highly acceptable, that the mouse said, the mouse is possessed of judgment and forethought, viz., the cat spoke in reply. Endued with great intelligence, and possessed of eloquence, the cat, reflecting upon his own state, praised the words of the speaker and honoured him by gentle words in return. Possessed of sharp teeth and having eyes that resembled the stones called lapis lazuli, the cat called Lomeza, gently eyeing the mouse, answered as follows: I am delighted with thee, O amiable one. Blessed be thou that wishest me to live. Do that, without hesitation, which thou thinkest to be of beneficial consequences. I am certainly in great distress. Thou art, if possible, in greater distress still. Let there be a compact between us without delay. I will do that which is opportune and necessary for the accomplishment of our business, O puissant one. If thou rescuest me, thy service will go for nothing. I place myself in thy hands. I am devoted to thee. I shall wait upon and serve thee like a disciple. I seek thy protection and shall always obey thy behests. Thus addressed, the mouse Palita, addressing in return the cat who was completely under his control, said these words of grave import and high wisdom: Thou hast spoken most magnanimously. It could scarcely be unexpected from one like thee. Listen to me as I disclose the expedient I have hit upon for benefiting both of us. I will crouch myself beneath thy body. I am exceedingly frightened at the monks. Do thou save me. Kill me not. I am competent to rescue thee. Protect me also from the owl, for that wretch too wishes to seize me for his prey. I shall cut the noose that entangles thee. I swear by truth, O friend. Hearing these judicious words fraught with reason, Lomeza, filled with delight, cast his eyes upon Palita and applauded him with exclamations of welcome. Having applauded Palita, the cat, disposed to friendliness, reflected for a moment, and gladly said without losing any time, Come quickly to me. Blessed be thou, thou art, indeed, a friend dear to me as life. O thou of great wisdom, through thy grace I have almost got back my life. Whatever it is in my power to do for thee now, tell me and I shall do it. Let there be peace between us, O friend. Liberated from this danger, I shall, with all my friends and relatives, do all that may be agreeable and beneficial to thee. O amiable one, freed from this distress, I shall certainly seek to gladden thee, and worship and honour thee on every occasion in return for thy services. A person by doing even abundant services in return never becomes equal to the person that did him good in the first instance. The former does those services for the sake of services received. The latter, however, should be held to have acted without any such motive. Bhishma continued, the mouse, having thus made the cat understand his own interests, trustfully crouched beneath his enemy's body. Possessed of learning, and thus assured by the cat, the mouse trustfully laid himself thus under the breast of the cat as if it were the lap of his father or mother. Beholding him thus ensconced within the body of the cat, the monks and the owl both became hopeless of seizing their prey. Indeed, seeing that close intimacy between the mouse and the cat, both Harita and Chandraka became alarmed and filled with wonder. Both of them had strength and intelligence. Clever in seizing their prey, though near, the monks and the owl felt unable to wean the mouse and the cat from that compact. Indeed, beholding the cat and the mouse make that covenant for accomplishing their mutual ends, the monks and the owl both left that spot and went away to their respective abodes. After this, the mouse Palita, conversant with the requirements of time and place, began, as he lay under the body of the cat, to cut strings of the noose slowly, waiting for the proper time to finish his work. Distressed by the strings that entangled him, the cat became impatient upon seeing the mouse slowly cutting away the noose. Beholding the mouse employed so slowly in the work, the cat, wishing to expedite him in the task, said, How is it, O amiable one, that thou dost not proceed with haste in thy work? Dost thou disregard me now, having thyself succeeded in thy object? O slayer of foes, do thou cut these strings quickly. The hunter will soon come here. Thus addressed by the cat, who had become impatient, the mouse, possessed of intelligence, said these beneficial words, fraught with his own good, and to the cat, who did not seem to possess much wisdom: wait in silence, O amiable one. Expedition is not necessary. Drive all thy fears. We know the requirements of time. We are not wasting time. When an act is begun at an improper time, it never becomes profitable when accomplished. That act, on the other hand, which is begun at the proper time, always produces splendid fruits. If thou be freed at an improper time, I shall have to stand in great fear of thee. Therefore, do thou wait for the proper time. Do not be impatient, O friend. When I shall see the hunter approach towards this spot armed with weapons, I shall cut the strings at that moment of fear to both of us. Free then, thou wilt ascend the tree. At that time thou wilt not think of anything else save the safety of thy life. And when thou, O Lomasa, wilt fly away in fear, I shall enter my hole, and thou wilt get upon the tree. Thus addressed by the mouse in words that were beneficial to him, the cat, possessed of intelligence and eloquence, and impatient of saving his life, replied unto the mouse in the following words. Indeed, the cat, who had quickly and properly done his own part of the covenant, addressing the mouse, who was not expeditious in discharging his part, said, I rescued thee from a great danger with considerable promptness. Alas! Honest persons never do the business of their friends in this way. Filled with delight while doing it, they do it otherwise. Thou shouldst do what is for my good with greater expedition. O thou of great wisdom, do thou exert a little so that good may be done to both of us. If, on the other hand, remembering our former hostility, thou art only suffering the time to slip away, know, O wicked wight, that the consequence of this act of thine will surely be to lessen the duration of thy own life. 410. If I have ever, before this, unconsciously done thee any wrong, thou shouldst not bear it in remembrance. I beg thy forgiveness. Be gratified with me. After the cat had said these words, the mouse, possessed of intelligence and wisdom and knowledge of the scriptures, said these excellent words unto him. I have, O cat, heard what thou hast said in furtherance of thy own object. Listen, however, to me as I tell thee what is consistent with my own objects. That friendship in which there is fear and which cannot be kept up without fear, should be maintained with great caution, like the hand of the snake charmer from the snake's fangs. The person that does not protect himself after having made a covenant with a stronger individual, finds that covenant to be productive of injury instead of benefit. Nobody is anybody's friend. Nobody is anybody's well-wisher. Persons become friends or foes only from motives of interest. Interest enlists interest, even as tame elephants catch wild individuals of their species. After, again, an act has been accomplished, the doer is scarcely regarded. For this reason, all acts should be so done that something may remain to be done. When I shall set thee free, thou wilt, afflicted by the fear of the hunter, fly away for thy life without ever thinking of seizing me. Behold, all the strings of this net have been cut by me. Only one remains to be cut. I will cut that also with haste. Be comforted, O Lomasa. While the mouse and the cat were thus talking with each other, both in serious danger, the night gradually wore away. A great fear, however, penetrated the heart of the cat. When at last morning came, the chandler, whose name was Pariah, appeared on the scene. His visage was frightful. His hair was black and tawny. His hips were very large and his aspect was very fierce. Of a large mouth that extended from ear to ear, and exceedingly filthy, his ears were very long. Armed with weapons and accompanied by a pack of dogs, the grim-looking man appeared on the scene. Beholding the individual who resembled a messenger of Yama, the cat became filled with fear. Penetrated with fright, he addressed Palita and said, "What shalt thou do now?" The mouse very quickly cut the remaining string that held fast the cat. Freed from the noose, the cat ran with speed and got upon the banyan. Palita also, freed from that situation of danger and from the presence of a terrible foe, quickly fled and entered his hole. Lomasa meanwhile had climbed the high tree. The hunter, seeing everything, shook up his net. His hopes frustrated, he also quickly left that spot. Indeed, O bull of Bharata's race, the Chandala returned to his abode. Liberated from that great peril, and having obtained back his life which is so very valuable, the cat from the branches of that tree addressed the mouse Palita then staying within the hole, and said, "Without having conversed with me, thou hast suddenly run away. I hope thou dost not suspect me of any evil intent. I am certainly grateful, and thou hast done me a great service. Having inspired me with trustfulness and having given me my life, why dost thou not approach me at a time when friends should enjoy the sweetness of friendship? Having made friends, he that forgets them afterwards is regarded a wicked person and never succeeds in obtaining friends at times of danger and need. I have been, O friend, honoured and served by thee to the best of thy power. It behoveth thee to enjoy the company of my poor self who has become thy friend. Like disciples worshipping their preceptor, all the friends I have, all my relatives and kinsmen, will honour and worship thee. I myself too shall worship thee with all thy friends and kinsmen. What grateful person is there that will not worship the giver of his life? Be thou the lord of both my body and home. Be thou the disposer of all my wealth and possessions. Be thou my honoured counsellor, and do thou rule me like a father. I swear by my life that thou hast no fear from us. In intelligence thou art Usanas himself. By the power of thy understanding thou hast conquered us. Possessed of the strength of policy, thou hast given us our life. Addressed in such soothing words by the cat, the mouse, conversant with all that is productive of the highest good, replied in these sweet words that were beneficial to himself, "I have heard, O Lomasa, all that thou hast said. Listen now as I say what appears to me. Friends should be well examined. Foes also should be well studied. In this world, a task like this is regarded by even the learned as a difficult one depending upon acute intelligence. Friends assume the guise of foes, and foes assume the guise of friends. When compacts of friendship are formed, it is difficult for the parties to understand whether the other parties are really moved by lust and wrath. There is no such thing as a foe. There is no such thing in existence as a friend. It is force of circumstances that creates friends and foes. He who regards his own interests insured as long as another person lives and thinks them endangered when that other person will cease to live, takes that other person for a friend and considers him so as long as those interests of his are not clashed against. There is no condition that deserves permanently the name either of friendship or hostility. Both friends and foes arise from considerations of interest and gain. Friendship becomes changed into enmity in the course of time. A foe also becomes a friend. Self-interest is very powerful. He who reposes blind trust on friends and always behaves with mistrust towards foes without paying any regard to considerations of policy, finds his life to be unsafe. He who, disregarding all considerations of policy, sets his heart upon an affectionate union with either friends or foes, comes to be regarded as a person whose understanding has been unhinged. One should not repose trust upon a person undeserving of trust, nor should one trust too much a person deserving of trust. The danger that arises from blind reposing of confidence is such that it cuts the very roots of the person that reposes such confidence. The father, the mother, the son, the maternal uncle, the sister's son, other relatives and kinsmen, are all guided by considerations of interest and profit. Father and mother may be seen to discard the dear son if fallen. 411. People take care of their own selves. Behold the efficacy of self-interest. O thou that art possessed of great wisdom, his escape is very difficult, who immediately after he is freed from danger seeks the means of his enemy's happiness. Thou camest down from the tree-top to this very spot. Thou couldst not, from levity of understanding, ascertain that a net had been spread here. A person, possessed of levity of understanding, fails to protect his own self. How can he protect others? Such a person, without doubt, ruins all his acts. Thou tellest me in sweet words that I am very dear to thee. Hear me, however, O friend, the reasons that exist on my side. One becomes dear from an adequate cause. One becomes a foe from an adequate cause. This whole world of creatures is moved by the desire of gain, in some form or other. One never becomes dear to another, without cause. The friendship between two uterine brothers, the love between husband and wife, depends upon interest. I do not know any kind of affection between any persons that does not rest upon some motive of self-interest. If, as is sometimes seen, uterine brothers or husband and wife having quarrelled reunite together from a natural affection, such a thing is not to be seen in persons unconnected with one another. One becomes dear for one's liberality. Another becomes dear for his sweet words. A third becomes so in consequence of his religious acts. Generally, a person becomes dear for the purpose he serves. The affection between us arose from a sufficient cause. That cause exists no longer. On the other hand, from adequate reason, that affection between us has come to an end. What is that reason, I ask, for which I have become so dear to thee, besides thy desire of making me thy prey? Thou shouldst know that I am not forgetful of this. Time spoils reasons. Thou seekest thy own interests. Others, however, possessed of wisdom, understand their own interests. The world rests upon the example of the wise. Thou shouldst not address such words to a person possessed of learning and competent to understand his own interests. Thou art powerful. The reason of this affection that thou showest for me now is ill-timed. Guided, however, by my own interests, I myself am firm in peace and war that are themselves very unstable. The circumstances under which peace is to be made or war declared are changed as quickly as the clouds change their form. This very day thou wert my foe. This very day, again, thou wert my friend. This very day thou hast once more become my enemy. Behold the levity of the considerations that move living creatures. There was friendship between us as long as there was reason for its existence. That reason, dependent upon time, has passed away. Without it, that friendship also has passed away. Thou art by nature my foe. From circumstances thou becomest my friend. That state of things has passed away. The old state of enmity that is natural has come back. Thoroughly conversant as I am with the dictates of policy that have been thus laid down, tell me why I should enter today, for thy sake, the net that is spread for me. Through thy power I was freed from a great danger. Through my power thou hast been freed from a similar danger. Each of us has served the other. There is no need of uniting ourselves again in friendly intercourse. O amiable one, the object thou hadst hath been accomplished. The object I had has also been accomplished. Thou hast now no use for me except to make me your meal. I am thy food. Thou art the eater. I am weak. Thou art strong. There cannot be a friendly union between us when we are situated so unequally. I understand thy wisdom. Having been rescued from the net, Thou applaudest me so that thou mayst succeed in easily making a meal of me. Thou wert entangled in the net for the sake of food. Thou hast been freed from it. Thou feelest now the pangs of hunger. Having recourse to that wisdom which arises from a study of the Scriptures, thou seekest verily to eat me up today. I know that thou art hungry. I know that this is thy hour for taking food. Thou art seeking for thy prey, with thy eyes directed towards me. Thou hast sons and wives. Thou seekest still friendly union with me and wishest to treat me with affection and do me services. O friend, I am incapable of acceding to this proposal. Seeing me with thee, why will not thy dear spouse and thy loving children cheerfully eat me up? I shall not, therefore, unite with thee in friendship. The reason no longer exists for such union. If, indeed, thou dost not forget my good offices, think of what will be beneficial to me and be comfortable. What person is the possessed of any wisdom that will place himself under the power of a foe that is not distinguished for righteousness, that is in pangs of hunger, and that is on the lookout for a prey? Be happy then, I will presently leave thee. I am filled with alarm even if I behold thee from a distance. I shall not mingle with thee, cease in thy attempts, O Lomasa. If thou thinkest that I have done thee a service, follow then the dictates of friendship when I may happen to rove trustfully or heedlessly. Even that will be gratitude in thee. A residence near a person possessed of strength and power is never applauded, even if the danger that existed be regarded to have passed away. I should always stand in fear of one more powerful than myself. If thou dost not seek thy own interests, of the kind indicated, tell me then what is there that I should do for thee. I shall certainly give thee everything except my life. For protecting one's own self one should give up one's very children, and kingdom, and jewels, and wealth. One should sacrifice one's all for protecting one's own self. If a person lives, he can recover all the affluence that he may have to give unto foes for protecting his life. It is not desirable to give up life like one's wealth. Indeed, one's own self should always be protected by, as I have already said, giving up one's wives and wealth. Persons who are mindful of protecting their own selves and who do all their acts after a proper consideration and survey, never incur danger as the consequence of their acts. They that are weak always know him for a foe who is possessed of greater strength. Their understanding, firm in the truths of the Scriptures, never loses its steadiness. Thus rebuked soundly by the mouse Palita, the cat, blushing with shame, addressed the mouse and said the following words. Lomasa said, Truly I swear by thee that to injure a friend is in my estimation very censurable. I know thy wisdom. I know also that thou art devoted to my good. Guided by the signs of profit, thou said that there is cause for a breach between thee and me. It doth not behove thee, however, O good friend, to take me for what I am not. I cherish a great friendship for thee in consequence of thy having granted me my life. I am, again, acquainted with duties. I am an appreciator of other people's merits. I am very grateful for services received. I am devoted to the service of friends. I am, again, especially devoted to thee. For these reasons, O good friend, it behoveth thee to reunite thyself with me. If I am commanded by thee, I can, with all my kinsmen and relatives, lay down my very life. They that are possessed of learning and wisdom see ample reason for placing their trust in persons of such mental disposition as ourselves. O thou that art acquainted with the truths of morality, it behoveth thee not to cherish any suspicion in respect of me. Thus addressed by the cat, the mouse reflecting a little, said these words of grave import unto the former, Thou art exceedingly good. I have heard all that thou hast said and am glad to hear thee. For all that, however, I cannot trust thee. It is impossible for thee, by such eulogies or by gifts of great wealth, to induce me to unite with thee again. I tell thee, O friend, that they who are possessed of wisdom never place themselves, when there is not sufficient reason, under the power of a foe. A weak person, having made a compact with a stronger one when both are threatened by foes, should, when that common danger passes away, conduct himself heedfully and by considerations of policy. Having gained his object, the weaker of the two parties should not again repose confidence on the stronger. One should never trust a person who does not deserve to be trusted, nor should one repose blind confidence upon a person deserving of trust. One should always endeavor to inspire others with confidence in himself. One should not, however, himself repose confidence in foes. For these reasons one should, under all circumstances, protect his own self. One's possessions and children and everything are so long valuable as one is alive. In brief, the highest truth of all treatises on policy is mistrust. For this reason, mistrust of all is productive of the greatest good. However weak people may be, if they mistrust their foes, the latter, even if strong, never succeed in getting them under power. O cat, one like myself should always guard one's life from persons like thee. Do thou also protect thy own life from the chandler whose rage has been excited. 412. While the mouse thus spake, the cat, frightened at the mention of the hunter, hastily leaving the branch of the tree, ran away with great speed. Having thus displayed his power of understanding, the mouse parleyed to all so, conversant with the truths of Scripture and possessed of wisdom, entered another hole. Bhishma continued, even thus the mouse parleyed, possessed of wisdom, though weak and alone, succeeded in baffling many powerful foes. One possessed of intelligence and learning should make peace with a powerful foe. The mouse and the cat owed their escape to their reliance upon each other's services. I have thus pointed out to thee the course of Kshatriya duties at great length. Listen now to me in brief. When two persons who were once engaged in hostilities make peace with each other, it is certain that each of them has it in his heart to overreach the other. In such a case, he that is possessed of wisdom succeeds by the power of his understanding in overreaching the other. He, on the other hand, who is destitute of wisdom suffers himself, in consequence of his heedlessness, to be overreached by the wise. It is necessary, therefore, that, in fear one should seem to be fearless, and while really mistrusting others one should seem to be trustful. One who acts with such heedfulness never trips, or tripping, is never ruined. When the time comes for it, one should make peace with an enemy, and when the time comes, one should wage war with even a friend. Even thus should one conduct oneself, O king, as they have said that are conversant with the considerations of peace and war. Knowing this, O monarch, and bearing the truths of Scripture in mind, one should, with all his senses about one and without heedfulness, act like a person in fear before the cause of fear actually presents itself. One should, before the cause of fear has actually come, act like a person in fear, and make peace with foes. Such fear and heedfulness lead to keenness of understanding. If one acts like a man in fear before the cause of fear is at hand, one is never filled with fear when that cause is actually present. From the fear, however, of a person who always acts with fearlessness, very great fear is seen to arise. 413. Never cherish fear. Such a counsel should never be given to anyone. The person that cherishes fear moved by a consciousness of his weakness, always seeks the counsel of wise and experienced men. For these reasons, one should, when in fear, seem to be fearless, and when mistrusting others, should seem to be trustful. One should not, in view of even the gravest acts, behave towards others with falsehood. Thus have I recited to thee, O Yudhishthira, the old story of the mouse and the cat. Having listened to it, do thou act duly in the midst of thy friends and kinsmen, deriving from that story a high understanding, and learning the difference between friend and foe and the proper time for war and peace. Thou wilt discover means of escape when overwhelmed with danger, making peace, at a time of common danger, with one that is powerful. Thou shouldst act with proper consideration in the matter of uniting thyself with a foe, when the common danger has passed away. Indeed, having gained thy object, thou shouldst not trust the foe again. This path of policy is consistent with the aggregate of three, viz., virtue, profit, and pleasure, O king. Guided by this route, do thou win prosperity by once more protecting thy subjects. O son of Pandu, always seek the companionship of Brahmanas in all thy acts. Brahmins constitute the great source of benefit both in this world and the next. They are teachers of duty and morality. They are always grateful, O puissant one. If worshipped, they are sure to do thee good. Therefore, O king, thou shouldst always worship them. Thou wilt then, O king, duly obtain kingdom, great good, fame, achievements and progeny in their proper order. With eyes directed to this history of peace and war between the mouse and the cat, this history couched in excellent words and capable of sharpening the intelligence, a king should always conduct himself in the midst of his foes. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast laid it down, O mighty one, that no trust should be placed upon foes. But how would the king maintain himself if he were not to trust anybody? From trust, O king, thou hast said, great danger arises to kings. But how, O monarch, can a king, without trusting others, conquer his foes? Kindly remove this doubt of mine. My mind has become confused, O grandsire, at what I have heard thee say on the subject of mistrust. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to what happened at the abode of Brahmadatta, viz., the conversation between Pujani and King Brahmadatta. There was a bird named Pujani who lived for a long time with King Brahmadatta in the inner apartments of his palace at Kampalir. Like the bird Jivajivaka, Pujani could mimic the cries of all animals. Though a bird by birth, she had great knowledge and was conversant with every truth. While living there, she brought forth an offspring of great splendor. At the very same time the king also got by his queen a son. Pujani, who was grateful for the shelter of the king's roof, used every day to go to the shores of the ocean and bring a couple of fruits for the nourishment of her own young one and the infant prince. One of those fruits she gave to her own child and the other she gave to the prince. The fruits she brought were sweet as nectar and capable of increasing strength and energy. Every day she brought them and every day she disposed of them in the same way. The infant prince derived great strength from the fruit of Pujani's giving that he ate. One day the infant prince, while borne on the arms of his nurse, saw the little offspring of Pujani. Getting down from the nurse's arms, the child ran towards the bird, and moved by childish impulse, began to play with it, relishing the sport highly. At length, raising the bird which was of the same age with himself in his hands, the prince pressed out its young life and then came back to his nurse. The dam, O king, who had been out in her search after the accustomed fruits, returning to the palace, beheld her young one lying on the ground, killed by the prince. Beholding her son deprived of life, Pujani, with tears gushing down her cheeks, and heart burning with grief, wept bitterly and said, Alas! Nobody should live with a Kshatriya or make friends with him or take delight in any intercourse with him. When they have any object to serve, they behave with courtesy. When that object has been served, they cast off the instrument. The Kshatriyas do evil unto all. They should never be trusted. Even after doing an injury, they always seek to soothe and assure the injured for nothing. I shall certainly take due vengeance for this act of hostility upon this cruel and ungrateful betrayer of confidence. he has been guilty of a triple sin in taking the life of one that was born on the same day with him and that was being reared with him in the same place, that used to eat with him, and that was dependent on him for protection. Having said these words unto herself, Pujani, with her talons, pierced the eyes of the prince, and deriving some comfort from the tact of vengeance, once more said, a sinful act, perpetrated deliberately, assails the doer without any loss of time. They, on the other hand, who avenge themselves of an injury, never lose their merit by such conduct. If the consequence of a sinful act be not seen in the perpetrator himself, they would certainly be seen, O king, in his sons or sons' sons or daughters' sons. Brahmadatta, beholding his son blinded by Pujani and regarding the act to have been a proper vengeance for what his son had done, said these words unto Pujani. Brahmadatta said, an injury was done by us to thee. Thou hast avenged it by doing an injury in return. The account has been squared. Do not leave thy present abode. On the other hand, continue to dwell here, O Pujani. Pujani said, if a person having once injured another continues to reside with that other, they that are possessed of learning never applaud his conduct. Under such circumstances it is always better for the injurer to leave his old place. One should never place one's trust upon the soothing assurances received from an injured party. The fool that trusts such assurances soon meets with destruction. Animosity is not quickly cooled. The very sons and grandsons of persons that have injured each other meet with destruction, in consequence of the quarrel descending like an inheritance. In consequence, again, of such destruction of their offspring, they lose the next world also. Amongst men that have injured one another, mistrust would be productive of happiness. One that has betrayed confidence should never be trusted in the least. One who is not deserving of trust should not be trusted, nor should too much trust be placed upon a person deserving of trust. The danger that arises from blind confidence brings about a destruction that is complete. One should seek to inspire others with confidence in oneself. One, however, should never repose confidence on others. The father and the mother only are the foremost of friends. The wife is merely a vessel for drawing the seeds. The son is only one's seed. The brother is a foe. The friend or companion requires to have his palms oiled if he is to remain so. One's own self it is that enjoys or suffers one's happiness or misery. Amongst persons that have injured one another, it is not advisable there should be real peace. The reasons no longer exist for which I lived here. The mind of a person who has once injured another becomes naturally filled with mistrust, if he sees the injured person worshipping him with gifts and honors. Such conduct, especially when displayed by those that are strong, always fills the weak with alarm. A person possessed of intelligence should leave that place where he first meets with honor in order to meet only with dishonor and injury next. In spite of any subsequent honor that he might obtain from his enemy, he should behave in this way. I have dwelt in thy abode for a long time, all along honored by thee. A cause of enmity, however, has at last arisen. I should, therefore, leave this place without any hesitation. Brahmadatta said, one who does an injury in return for an injury received is never regarded as offending. Indeed, the avenger squares his account by such conduct. Therefore, O Pujani, continue to reside here without leaving this place. Pujani said, no friendship can once more be cemented between a person that has injured and him that has inflicted an injury in return. The hearts of neither can forget what has happened. Brahmadatta said, it is necessary that union should take place between an injurer and the avenger of that injury. Mutual animosity, upon such a union, has been seen to cool. No fresh injury also has followed in such cases. Pujani said, animosity, springing from mutual injuries, can never die. The person injured should never trust his foes, thinking, "Oh, I have been soothed with assurances of goodwill." In this world, men frequently meet with destruction in consequence of misplaced confidence. For this reason it is necessary that we should no longer meet each other. They who cannot be reduced to subjection by the application of even force and sharp weapons, can be conquered by insincere conciliation like wild elephants through a tame she-elephant. Brahmadatta said, from the fact of two persons residing together, even if one inflicts upon the other deadly injury, an affection arises naturally between them, as also mutual trust, as in the case of the chandler and the dog. Amongst persons that have injured one another, co-residence blunts the keenness of animosity. Indeed, that animosity does not last long, but disappears quickly like water poured upon the leaf of a lotus. Pujani said, hostility springs from 5 causes. Persons possessed of learning know it. Those 5 causes are woman, land, harsh words, natural incompatibility, and injury. 414. When the person with whom hostility occurs happens to be a man of liberality, he should never be slain, particularly by a kshatriya, openly or by covert means. In such a case, the man's fault should be properly weighed. 415. When hostility has arisen with even a friend, no further confidence should be reposed upon him. Feelings of animosity lie hid like fire in wood. Like the obvious fire within the waters of the ocean, the fire of animosity can never be extinguished by gifts of wealth, by display of prowess, by conciliation, or by scriptural learning. The fire of animosity, once ignited, the result of an injury once inflicted, is never extinguished, O king, without consuming outright one of the parties. One, having injured a person, should never trust him again as one's friend, even though one might have, after the infliction of the injury, worshipped him with wealth and honors. The fact of the injury inflicted fills the injurer with fear. I never injured thee. Thou also didst never do me an injury. For this reason I dwelt in thy abode. All that is changed, and at present I cannot trust thee. Brahmadatta said, it is time that does every act. Acts are of diverse kinds, and all of them proceed from time. Who, therefore, injures whom? 416. Birth and death happen in the same way. Creatures act, that is, take birth and live, in consequence of time, and it is in consequence also of time that they cease to live. Some are seen to die at once. Some die one at a time. Some are seen to live for long periods. Like fire consuming the fuel, time consumes all creatures. O blessed lady, I am, therefore, not the cause of your sorrow, nor art thou the cause of mine. It is time that always ordains the weal and woe of embodied creatures. Do thou then continue to dwell here according to thy pleasure, with affection for me and without fear of any injury from me. What thou hast done has been forgiven by me. Do thou also forgive me, O Pujani. Pujani said, if time, according to thee, be the cause of all acts, then of course nobody can cherish feelings of animosity towards anybody on earth. I ask, however, why friends and kinsmen seek to avenge themselves the slain. Why also did the gods and the Asuras in days of you smite each other in battle? If it is time that causes weal and woe and birth and death, why do physicians then seek to administer medicines to the sick? If it is time that is moulding everything, what need is there of medicines? Why do people, deprived of their senses by grief, indulge in such delirious rhapsodies? If time, according to thee, be the cause of acts, how can religious merit be acquired by persons performing religious acts? Thy son killed my child. I have injured him for that. I have by that act, O king, become liable to be slain by thee. Moved by grief for my son, I have done this injury to thy son. Listen now to the reason why I have become liable to be killed by thee. Men wish for birds either to kill them for food or to keep them in cages for sport. There is no third reason besides such slaughter or remunement for which men would seek individuals of our species. Birds, again, from fear of being either killed or immured by men, seek safety in flight. Persons conversant with the Vedas have said that death and immurement are both painful. Life is dear unto all. All creatures are made miserable by grief and pain. All creatures wish for happiness. Misery arises from various sources. Decrepitude, O Brahmadatta, is misery. The loss of wealth is misery. The adjacence of anything disagreeable or evil is misery. Separation or dissociation from friends and agreeable objects is misery. Misery arises from death and immurement. Misery arises from causes connected with women and from other natural causes. The misery that arises from the death of children alters and afflicts all creatures very greatly. Some foolish persons say that there is no misery in others' misery. 417. Only he who has not felt any misery himself can say so in the midst of men. He, however, that has felt sorrow and misery, would never venture to say so. One that has felt the pangs of every kind of misery feels the misery of others as one's own. What I have done to thee, O king, and what thou hast done to me, cannot be washed away by even 100 years. After what we have done to each other, there cannot be a reconciliation. As often as thou wilt happen to think of thy son, thy animosity towards me will become fresh. If a person, after avenging oneself of an injury, desires to make peace with the injured, the parties cannot be properly reunited even like the fragments of an earthen vessel. Men conversant with scriptures have laid it down that trust never produces happiness. Usanas himself sang 2 verses unto Prahlada in days of old. He who trusts the words, true or false, of a foe, meets with destruction like a seeker of honey, in a pit covered with dry grass. 418. Animosities are seen to survive the very death of enemies, for persons would speak of the previous quarrels of their deceased sires before their surviving children. Kings extinguish animosities by having recourse to conciliation, but, when the opportunity comes, break their foes into pieces like earthen jars full of water dashed upon stone. If the king does injury to anyone, he should never trust him again. By trusting a person who has been injured, one has to suffer great misery. Brahmadatta said, no man can obtain the fruition of any object by withholding his trust from others. By cherishing fear, one is always obliged to live as a dead person. Pujani said, he whose feet have become sore, certainly meets with a fall if he seeks to move he may howsoever cautiously. A man who has got sore eyes, by opening them against the wind, finds them exceedingly pained by the wind. He who, without knowing his own strength, sets foot on a wicked path and persists in walking along it, soon loses his very life as the consequence. The man who, destitute of exertion, tills his land, disregarding the season of rain, never succeeds in obtaining a harvest. He who takes everyday food that is nutritive, be it bitter or astringent or palatable or sweet, enjoys a long life. He, on the other hand, who disregards wholesome food and takes that which is injurious without an eye to consequences, soon meets with death. Destiny and exertion exist, depending upon each other. They that are of high souls achieve good and great feats, while eunuchs only pay court to destiny. Be it harsh or mild, an act that is beneficial should be done. The unfortunate man of inaction, however, is always overwhelmed by all sorts of calamity. Therefore, abandoning everything else, one should put forth his energy. Indeed, disregarding everything, men should do what is productive of good to themselves. Knowledge, courage, cleverness, strength, and patience are said to be one's natural friends. They that are possessed of wisdom pass their lives in this world with the aid of these 5 houses, precious metals, land, wife, and friends, these are said by the learned to be secondary sources of good. A man may obtain them everywhere. A person possessed of wisdom may be delighted everywhere. Such a man shines everywhere. He never inspires anybody with fear. If sought to be frightened, he never yields to fear himself. The wealth, however little, that is possessed at any time by an intelligent man is certain to increase. Such a man does every act with cleverness. In consequence of self-restraint, he succeeds in winning great fame. Home-keeping men of little understanding have to put up with termagant wives that eat up their flesh like the progeny of a crab eating up their dam. There are men who through loss of understanding become very cheerless at the prospect of leaving home. They say unto themselves, these are our friends. This is our country. Alas, how shall we leave these ? One should certainly leave the country of one's birth, if it be afflicted by plague or famine. One should live in one's own country, respected by all, or repair to a foreign country for living there. I shall, for this reason, repair to some other region. I do not venture to live any longer in this place, for I have done a great wrong to thy child. O king, one should from a distance abandon a bad wife, a bad son, a bad king, a bad friend, a bad alliance, and a bad country. One should not place any trust on a bad son. What joy can one have in a bad wife? There cannot be any happiness in a bad kingdom. In a bad country one cannot hope to obtain a livelihood. There can be no lasting companionship with a bad friend whose attachment is very uncertain. In a bad alliance, when there is no necessity for it, there is disgrace. She indeed is a wife who speaks only what is agreeable. He is a son who makes the sire happy. He is a friend in whom one can trust. That, indeed, is one's country where one earns one's living. He is a king of strict rule who does not oppress, who cherishes the poor and in whose territories there is no fear. Wife, country, friends, son, kinsmen, and relatives, all these one can have if the king happens to be possessed of accomplishments and virtuous eyes. If the king happens to be sinful, his subjects, in consequence of his oppressions, meet with destruction. The king is the root of one's triple aggregate, that is, virtue, wealth, and pleasure. He should protect his subjects with heedfulness. Taking from his subjects a 1/6 share of their wealth, he should protect them all. That king who does not protect his subjects is truly a thief. That king who, after giving assurances of protection, does not, from rapacity, fulfill them, that ruler of sinful soul, takes upon himself the sins of all his subjects and ultimately sinks into hell. That king, on the other hand, who, having given assurances of protection, fulfills them, comes to be regarded as a universal benefactor in consequence of protecting all his subjects. The Lord of all creatures, viz., Manu, has said that the king has 7 attributes. He is mother, father, preceptor, protector, fire, Vaisravana, and Yama. The king, by behaving with compassion towards his people, is called their father. The subject that behaves falsely towards him takes birth in his next life as an animal or a bird. By doing good to them and by cherishing the poor, the king becomes a mother unto his people. By scorching the wicked he comes to be regarded as fire, and by restraining the sinful he comes to be called Yama. By making gifts of wealth unto those that are dear to him, the king comes to be regarded as Guvara, the grantor of wishes. By giving instruction in morality and virtue, he becomes a preceptor, and by exercising the duty of protection he becomes the protector. That king who delights the people of his cities and provinces by means of his accomplishments is never divested of his kingdom in consequence of such observance of duty. That king who knows how to honor his subjects never suffers misery either here or hereafter. That king whose subjects are always filled with anxiety or overburdened with taxes, and overwhelmed by evils of every kind, meets with defeat at the hands of his enemies. That king, on the other hand, whose subjects grow like a large lotus in a lake, succeeds in obtaining every reward here and at last meets with honor in heaven. Hostility with a person that is powerful is, O king, never applauded. That king who has incurred the hostility of one more powerful than himself, loses both kingdom and happiness. Bhishma continued, the bird, having said these words, O monarch, unto King Brahmadatta, took the king's leave and proceeded to the region she chose. I have thus recited to thee, O foremost of kings, the discourse between Brahmadatta and Pujani. What else dost thou wish to hear? Section CXL. Yudhishthira said, when both righteousness and men, O Bharata, decay in consequence of the gradual lapse of yuga, and when the world becomes afflicted by robbers, how, O grandsire, should a king then behave? 419. Bhishma said, I shall tell thee, O Bharata, the policy the king should pursue at such distressful times. I shall tell thee how he should bear himself at such a time, casting off compassion. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between Bhradwaj and King Satranjaya. There was a king named Satranjaya among the Sauviras. He was a great car warrior. Repairing to Bhradwaj, he asked the rishi about the truths of the science of profit, saying, how can an unacquired object be acquired? How again, when acquired, can it be increased? How also, when increased, can it be protected? And how, when protected, should it be used? Thus questioned about the truths of the science of profit, the regenerate rishi said the following words fraught with excellent reason unto the truly for explaining those truths. The rishi said, the king should always stay with the rod of chastisement uplifted in his hand. He should always display his prowess. Himself without lacquers, he should mark the lacquers of his foes. Indeed, his eyes should ever be used for that purpose. At the sight of a king who has the rod of chastisement ever uplifted in his hand, every one is struck with fear. For this reason, the king should rule all creatures with the rod of chastisement. Men possessed of learning and knowledge of truth applaud chastisement. Hence, of the four requisites of rule, viz., conciliation, gift, disunion, and chastisement, chastisement is said to be the foremost. When the foundation of that which serves for a refuge is cut away, all the refugees perish. When the roots of a tree are cut away, how would the branches live? A king possessed of wisdom should cut away the very roots of his foe. He should then win over and bring under his sway the allies and partisans of that foe. When calamities overtake the king, he should, without losing time, counsel wisely, display his prowess properly, fight with ability, and even retreat with wisdom. In speech only should the king exhibit his humility, but at heart he should be sharp as a razor. He should cast off lust and wrath, and speak sweetly and mildly. When the occasion comes for intercourse with an enemy, a king possessed of foresight should make peace, without reposing blind trust on him. When the business is over, he should quickly turn away from the new ally. One should conciliate a foe with sweet assurances, as if he were a friend. One, however, should always stand in fear of that foe as living in a room within which there is a snake. He whose understanding is to be dominated by thee, with the aid of thine intellect, should be comforted by assurances given in the past. He who is of wicked understanding should be assured by promises of future good. The person, however, that is possessed of wisdom, should be assured by present services. The person who is desirous of achieving prosperity should join hands, swear, use sweet words, worship by bending down his head, and shed tears. 420. One should bear one's foe on one's shoulders as long as time is unfavorable. When, however, the opportunity has come, one should break him into fragments like an earthen jar on a stone. It is better, O monarch, that a king should blaze up for a moment like charcoal of ebony wood than that he should smoulder and smoke like chaff for many years. A man who has many purposes to serve should not scruple to deal with even an ungrateful person. If successful, one can enjoy happiness. If unsuccessful, one loses esteem. Therefore, in accomplishing the acts of such persons, one should, without doing them completely, always keep something unfinished. A king should do what is for his good, imitating a cuckoo, a boar, the mountains of Meru, an empty chamber, an actor, and a devoted friend. 421. The king should frequently, with heedful application, repair to the houses of his foes, and even if calamities befall them, ask them about their good. They that are idle never win affluence, nor they that are destitute of manliness and exertion, nor they that are stained by vanity, nor they that fear unpopularity, nor they that are always procrastinating. The king should act in such a way that his foe may not succeed in detecting his lackeys. He should, however, himself mark the lackeys of his foes. He should imitate the tortoise which conceals its limbs. Indeed, he should always conceal his own holes. He should think of all matters connected with finance like a crane. 422. He should put forth his prowess like a lion. He should lie in wait like a wolf and fall upon and pierce his foes like a shaft. Drink, dice, women, hunting, and music, these he should enjoy judiciously. Addiction to these is productive of evil. He should make bows with bamboos, etc. He should sleep cautiously like the deer. He should be blind when it is necessary that he should be so, or he should even be deaf when it is necessary to be deaf. The king possessed of wisdom should put forth his prowess, regardful of time and place. If these are not favorable, prowess becomes futile. Marking timeliness and untimeliness, reflecting upon his own strength and weakness, and improving his own strength by comparing it with that of the enemy, the king should address himself to action. That king who does not crush a foe reduced to subjection by military force, provides for his own death like the crab when she conceives. A tree with beautiful blossoms may be lacking in strength. A tree carrying fruits may be difficult of climbing, and sometimes trees with unripe fruits look like trees with ripe fruits. Seeing all these facts, a king should not allow himself to be depressed. If he conducts himself in such a way, then he would succeed in upholding himself against all foes. The king should first strengthen the hopes of those that approach him as suitors. He should then put obstacles in the way of the fulfillment of those hopes. He should say that those obstacles are merely due to occasion. He should next represent that those occasions are really the results of grave causes. As long as the cause of fear does not actually come, the king should make all his arrangements like a person inspired with fear. When, however, the cause of fear comes upon him, he should smite fearlessly. No man can reap good without incurring danger. If, again, he succeeds in preserving his life amid danger, he is sure to earn great benefits. 423. A king should ascertain all future dangers. When they are present, he should conquer them, and lest they grow again, he should, even after conquering them, think them to be unconquered. The abandonment of present happiness and the pursuit of that which is future is never the policy of a person possessed of intelligence. The king who, having made peace with a foe, sleeps happily in truthfulness is like a man who, sleeping on the top of a tree, awakes after a fall. When one falls into distress, one should raise oneself by all means in one's power, mild or stern, and after such rise, when competent, one should practice righteousness. The king should always honor the foes of his foes. He should take his own spies as agents employed by his foes. The king should see that his own spies are not recognized by his foe. He should make spies of atheists and ascetics and send them to the territories of his enemies. Sinful thieves, who offend against the laws of righteousness and who are thorns in the side of every person, enter gardens and places of amusement and houses set up for giving drinking water to thirsty travellers, and public inns and drinking spots and houses of ill fame and holy places and public assemblies. These should be recognized and arrested and put down. The king should not trust the person that does not deserve to be trusted, nor should he trust too much the person that is deserving of trust. Danger springs from trust. Trust should never be placed without previous examination. Having by plausible reasons inspired confidence in the enemy, the king should smite him when he makes a false step. The king should fear him from whom there is no fear. He should also always fear them that should be feared. Fear that arises from an unfeared one may lead to total extermination. By attention to the acquisition of religious merit, by taciturnity, by the reddish garb of ascetics, and wearing matted locks and skins, one should inspire confidence in one's foe, and then, when the opportunity comes, one should jump upon him like the wolf. A king desirous of prosperity should not scruple to slay son or brother or father or friend, if any of these seek to thwart his objects. The very preceptor, if he happens to be arrogant, ignorant of what should be done and what should not, and a treader of unrighteous paths, deserves to be restrained by chastisement. Even as certain insects of sharp stings cut off all flowers and fruits of the trees on which they sit, the king should, after having inspired confidence in his foe by honours and salutations and gifts, turn against him and shear him of everything, without piercing the very vitals of others, without accomplishing many stern deeds, without slaughtering living creatures after the manner of the fishermen. One cannot acquire great prosperity. There is no separate species of creatures called foes or friends. Persons become friends or foes according to the force of circumstances. The king should never allow his foe to escape, even if the foe should indulge piteous lamentations. He should never be moved by these. On the other hand, it is his duty to destroy the person that has done him an injury. A king desirous of prosperity should take care to attach to himself as many men as he can, and to do them good. In behaving towards his subjects, he should always be free from malice. He should also, with great care, punish and check the wicked and disaffected. When he intends to take wealth, he should say what is agreeable. Having taken wealth, he should say similar things. Having struck off one's head with his sword, he should grieve and shed tears. A king desirous of prosperity should draw others unto himself by means of sweet words, honours, and gifts. Even thus should he bind men unto his service. The king should never engage in fruitless disputes. He should never cross a river with the aid only of his two arms. To eat cow horns is fruitless and never invigorating. By eating them one's teeth are broken while the taste is not gratified. The triple aggregate has 3 disadvantages with 3 inseparable adjuncts. Carefully considering those adjuncts, the disadvantages should be avoided. 424. The unpaid balance of a debt, the unquenched remnant of a fire, and the unslain remnant of foes, repeatedly grow and increase. Therefore, all those should be completely extinguished and exterminated. Debt, which always grows, is certain to remain unless wholly extinguished. The same is the cause with defeated foes and neglected maladies. These always produce great feats. One should, therefore, always eradicate them. Every act should be done thoroughly. One should be always heedful. Such a minute thing as a thorn, if extracted badly, leads to obstinate gangrene. By slaughtering its population, by tearing up its roads and otherwise injuring them, and by burning and pulling down its houses, a king should destroy a hostile kingdom. A king's should be far-sighted like the vulture, motionless like a crane, vigilant like a dog, valiant like a lion, fearful like a crow, and penetrate the territories of his foes like a snake with ease and without anxiety. A king should win over a hero by joining his palms, a coward by inspiring him with fear, and a covetous man by gifts of wealth, while with an equal he should wage war. He should be mindful of producing disunion among the leaders of sects and of conciliating those that are dear to him. He should protect his ministers from disunion and distractions. If the king becomes mild, the people disregard him. If he becomes stern, the people feel it as an affliction. The rule is that he should be stern when the occasion requires sternness, and mild when the occasion requires mildness. By mildness should the mild be cut. By mildness one may destroy that which is fierce. There is nothing that mildness cannot effect. For this reason, mildness is said to be sharper than fierceness. That king who becomes mild when the occasion requires mildness, and who becomes stern when sternness is required, succeeds in accomplishing all his objects, and in putting down his foes. Having incurred the animosity of a person possessed of knowledge and wisdom, one should not draw comfort from the conviction that one is at a distance from one's foe. Far-reaching are the arms of an intelligent man by which he injures when injured. That should not be sought to be crossed which is really uncrossable. That should not be snatched from the foe which the foe would be able to recover. One should not seek to dig at all if by digging one would not succeed in getting at the root of the thing for which one digs. One should never strike him whose head one would not cut off. A king should not always act in this way. This course of conduct that I have laid down should be pursued only in seasons of distress. Inspired by the motive of doing thee good, I have said this for instructing thee as to how thou shouldst bear thyself when assailed by foes. Bhishma continued, the ruler of the kingdom of the Sauraviras, hearing these words spoken by that Brahmana, inspired with the desire of doing him good, obeyed those instructions cheerfully and obtained with his kinsmen and friends blazing prosperity. Section CXLI. Yudhishthira said, when the high righteousness suffers decay and is transgressed by all, when unrighteousness becomes righteousness, and righteousness assumes the form of its reverse, when all wholesome restraints disappear, and all truths in respect of righteousness are disturbed and confounded, when people are oppressed by kings and robbers, when men of all the four modes of life become stupefied in respect of their duties, and all acts lose their merit, when men see causes of the fear on every direction in consequence of lust and covetousness and folly, when all creatures cease to trust one another, when they slay one another by deceitful means and deceive one another in their mutual dealings, when houses are burnt down throughout the country, when the Brahmanas become exceedingly afflicted, when the clouds do not pour a drop of rain, when every one's hand is turned against every one's neighbour, when all the necessaries of life fall under the power of robbers, when, indeed, such a season of terrible distress sets in, by what means should a Brahmana live who is unwilling to cast off compassion on his children? How, indeed, should a Brahmana maintain himself at such a time? Tell me this, O grandsire. How also should the king live at such a time when sinfulness overtakes the world? How, O scorcher of foes, should the king live so that he might not fall away from both righteousness and profit? Bhishma said, O mighty armed one, the peace and prosperity of subjects, 425, sufficiency and seasonableness of rain, disease, death and other fears, are all dependent on the king. 426, I have no doubt also in this, O bull of Bharata's race, that Krita, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali, as regards their setting in, are all dependent on the king's conduct. When such a season of misery as has been described by thee sets in, the righteous should support life by the aid of judgment. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between Viswamitra and the Chandler in a hamlet inhabited by Chandlers. Towards the end of Treta and the beginning of Dwapara, a frightful drought occurred, extending over 12 years, in consequence of what the gods had ordained. At that time, which was the end of Treta and the commencement of Dwapara, when the period came for many creatures superannuated by age to lay down their lives, the thousand-eyed deity of heaven poured no rain. The planet Vrihaspati began to move in a retrograde course, and Soma, abandoning his own orbit, receded towards the south. Not even could a dewdrop be seen. What need then be said of clouds gathering together? The rivers all shrank into narrow streamlets. Everywhere lakes and wells and springs disappeared and lost their beauty in consequence of that order of things which the gods brought about. Water having become scarce, the places set up by charity for its distribution became desolate. 427. The Brahmanas abstained from sacrifices and recitation of the Vedas. They no longer uttered vashats and performed other propitiatory rites. Agriculture and keep of cattle were given up. Markets and shops were abandoned. Stakes for tethering sacrificial animals disappeared. People no longer collected diverse kinds of articles for sacrifices. All festivals and amusements perished. Everywhere heaps of bones were visible, and every place resounded with the shrill cries and yells of fierce creatures. 428. The cities and towns of the earth became empty of inhabitants. Villages and hamlets were burnt down. Some afflicted by robbers, some by weapons, and some by bad kings, and in fear of one another, began to fly away. Temples and places of worship became desolate. They that were aged were forcibly turned out of their houses. Kine and goats and sheep and buffaloes fought for food and perished in large numbers. The Brahmanas began to die on all sides. Protection was at an end. Herbs and plants were dried up. The earth became shorn of all her beauty and exceedingly awful, like the trees in a crematorium. In that period of terror, when righteousness was nowhere, O Yudhishthira, men in hunger lost their senses and began to eat one another. The very rishis, giving up their vows and abandoning their fires and deities, and deserting their retreats in woods, began to wander hither and thither in search of food. The holy and great Rishi Viswamitra, possessed of great intelligence, wandered homeless and afflicted with hunger. Leaving his wife and son in some place of shelter, the Rishi wandered, fireless 429, and homeless, and regardless of food, clean and unclean. One day he came upon a hamlet, in the midst of a forest, inhabited by cruel hunters addicted to the slaughter of living creatures. The little hamlet abounded with broken jars and pots made of earth. Dog skins were spread here and there. Bones and skulls, gathered in heaps, of boars and asses, lay in different places. Cloths stripped from the dead lay here and there, and the huts were adorned with garlands of used-up flowers. 430. Many of the habitations again were filled with sloughs cast off by snakes. The place resounded with the loud crowing of cocks and hens and the dissonant bray of asses. Here and there the inhabitants disputed with one another, uttering harsh words in shrill voices. Here and there were temples of gods bearing devices of owls and other birds. Resounding with the tinkle of iron bells, the hamlet abounded with canine packs standing or lying on every side. The great Rishi Viswamitra, urged by pangs of hunger and engaged in search after food, entered that hamlet and endeavoured his best to find something to eat. Though the son of Kusika begged repeatedly, yet he failed to obtain any meat or rice or fruit or out or any other kind of food. He then, exclaiming, "Alas, great is the distress that has overtaken me," fell down from weakness in that hamlet of the Chandlers. The sage began to reflect, saying to himself, "What is best for me to do now? Indeed, O best of kings, the thought that occupied him was of the means by which he could avoid immediate death. He beheld, O king, a large piece of flesh, of a dog that had recently been slain with a weapon, spread on the floor of a chandler's hut. The sage reflected and arrived at the conclusion that he should steal that meat. And he said unto himself, I have no means now of sustaining life. Theft is allowable in a season of distress for even an eminent person. It will not detract from his glory. Even the Brahmana, for saving his life, may do it. This is certain. In the first place, one should steal from a low person. Failing such a person, one may steal from one's equal. Failing an equal, one may steal from even an eminent and righteous man. I shall then, at this time when my life itself is ebbing away, steal this meat. I do not see demerit in such theft. I shall, therefore, rob this haunch of dog's meat. Having formed this resolution, the great sage Viswamitra laid himself down for sleep in that place where the chandler was. Seeing some time after that the night had advanced and that the whole chandler hamlet had fallen asleep, the holy Viswamitra, quietly rising up, entered that hut. The chandler who owned it, with eyes covered with phlegm, was lying like one asleep. Of disagreeable visage, he said these harsh words in a broken and dissonant voice. The chandler said, Who is there, engaged in undoing the latch? The whole chandler hamlet is asleep. I, however, am awake and not asleep. Whoever thou art about to be slain. These were the harsh words that greeted the sage's ears. Filled with fear, his face crimson with blushes of shame, and his heart agitated by anxiety caused by that act of theft which he had attempted, he answered, saying, O thou that art blessed with a long life, I am Viswamitra. I have come here oppressed by the pangs of hunger. O thou of righteous understanding, do not slay me, if thy sight be clear. Hearing these words of that great rishi of cleansed soul, the chandler rose up in terror from his bed and approached the sage. Joining his palms from reverence and with eyes bathed in tears, he addressed Kusika's son, saying, What do you seek here in the night, O Brahmana? Conciliating the chandler, Viswamitra said, I am exceedingly hungry and about to die of starvation. I desire to take away that haunch of dog's meat. Being hungry, I have become sinful. One solicitous of food has no shame. It is hunger that is urging me to this misdeed. It is for this that I desire to take away that haunch of dog's meat. My life breaths are languishing. Hunger has destroyed my Vedic law. I am weak and have lost my senses. I have no scruple about clean or unclean food. Although I know that it is sinful, still I wish to take away that haunch of dog's meat. After I had failed to obtain any alms, having wandered from house to house in this your hamlet, I set my heart upon this sinful act of taking away this haunch of dog's meat. Fire is the mouth of the gods. He is also their priest. He should, therefore, take nothing save things that are pure and clean. At times, however, that great God becomes a consumer of everything. Know that I have now become even like him in that respect. Hearing these words of the great Rishi, the chandler answered him, saying, Listen to me. Having heard the words of truth that I say, act in such a way that thy religious merit may not perish. Hear, O regenerate Rishi, what I say unto thee about thy duty. The wise say that a dog is less clean than a jackal. The haunch, again, of a dog is a much worse part than other parts of his body. This was not wisely resolved by thee, therefore, O great Rishi, this act that is inconsistent with righteousness, this theft of what belongs to a chandler, this theft, besides, of food that is unclean. Blessed be thou, do thou look for some other means for preserving thy life. O great sage, let not thy penances suffer destruction in consequence of this thy strong desire for dog's meat. knowing as thou dost the duties laid down in the scriptures, thou shouldst not do an act whose consequences are confusion of duties. 431. Do not cast off righteousness, for thou art the foremost of all persons observant of righteousness. Thus addressed, O king, the great Rishi Viswamitra, afflicted by hunger, O bull of Bharata's race, once more said, a long time has passed away without my having taken any food. I do not see any means again for preserving my life. One should, when one is dying, preserve one's life by any means in one's power without judging of their character. Afterwards, when competent, one should seek the acquisition of merit. The Kshatriyas should observe the practices of Indra. It is the duty of the Brahmanas to behave like Agni. The Vedas are fire. They constitute my strength. I shall, therefore, eat even this unclean food for appeasing my hunger. That by which life may be preserved should certainly be accomplished without scruple. Life is better than death. Living, one may acquire virtue. Solicitous of preserving my life, I desire, with the full exercise of my understanding, to eat this unclean food. Let me receive thy permission. Continuing to live, I shall seek the acquisition of virtue and shall destroy by penances and by knowledge the calamities consequent on my present conduct, like the luminaries of the firmament destroying even the thickest gloom. The Chandler said, by eating this food one, like thee, cannot obtain long life. Nor can one, like thee, obtain strength from such food, nor that gratification which ambrosia offers. Do thou seek for some other kind of alms. Let not thy heart incline towards eating dog's meat. The dog is certainly an unclean food to members of the regenerate classes. Viswamitra said, any other kind of meat is not to be easily had during a famine like this. Besides, O Chandler, I have no wealth wherewith to buy food. I am exceedingly hungry. I cannot move any longer. I am utterly hopeless. I think that all the 6 kinds of taste are to be found in that piece of dog's meat. The Chandler said, only the 5 kinds of 5-clawed animals are clean food for Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas, as laid down in the scriptures. Do not set thy heart upon what is unclean for thee. Viswamitra said, the great Rishi Agastya, while hungry, ate up the Asura named Vatapi. I am fallen into distress. I am hungry. I shall therefore eat that haunch of dog's meat. The Chandler said, do thou seek some other alms? It behoves thee not to do such a thing. Verily, such an act should never be done by thee. If, however, it pleases thee, thou mayst take away this piece of dog's meat. Viswamitra said, they that are called good authorities in matters of duty. I am following their example. I now regard this dog's haunch to be better food than anything that is highly pure. The Chandler said, that which is the act of an unrighteous person can never be regarded as an eternal practice. That which is an improper act can never be a proper one. Do not commit a sinful act by deception. Viswamitra said, a man who is a rishi cannot do what is sinful. 432. In the present case, deer and dog, I think, are same, both being animals. I shall, therefore, eat this dog's haunch. The Chandler said, solicited by the Brahmanas, the Rishi, Agastya, did that act. Under the circumstances it could not be a sin. That is righteousness in which there is no sin. Besides, the Brahmanas, who are the preceptors of 3 other orders, should be protected and preserved by every means. Viswamitra said, I am a Brahmana. This my body is a friend of mine. It is very dear to me and is worthy of the highest reverence from me. It is from the desire of sustaining the body that the wish is entertained by me of taking away the dog's haunch. So eager have I become that I have no longer any fear of thee and thy fierce brethren. The Chandler said, Men lay down their lives, but they still do not set their hearts on food that is unclean. They obtain the fruition of all their wishes even in this world by conquering hunger. Do thou also conquer thy hunger and obtain those rewards. Viswamitra said, as regards myself, I am observant of rigid vows and my heart is set on peace. For preserving the root of all religious merit, I shall eat food that is unclean. It is evident that such an act would be regarded as righteous in a person of cleansed soul. To a person, however, of uncleansed soul, the eating of dog's flesh would appear sinful. Even if the conclusion to which I have arrived be wrong, and if I eat this dog's meat, I shall not, for that act, become one like thee. The Chandler said, It is my settled conclusion that I should endeavour my best to restrain thee from this sin. A Brahmana by doing a wicked act falls off from his high state. It is for this that I am reproving thee. Viswamitra said, Kine continue to drink, regardless of the croaking of the frogs. Thou canst lay no claim to what constitutes righteousness, and what not. Do not be a self-eulogizer. The Chandler said, I have become thy friend. For this reason only I am preaching to thee. Do what is beneficial. Do not, from temptation, do what is sinful. Viswamitra said, If thou be a friend desirous of my happiness, do thou then raise me up from this distress. In that case, relinquishing this dog's haunch, I may consider myself saved by the aid of righteousness, and not by that of sinfulness. The Chandler said, I dare not make a present of this piece of meat to thee, nor can I quietly suffer thee to rob me of my own food. If I give thee this meat, and if thou take it, thyself being a Brahmana, both of us will become liable to sink in regions of woe in the next world. Viswamitra said, By committing this sinful act today I shall certainly save my life, which is very sacred. Having saved my life, I shall afterwards practice virtue and cleanse my soul. Tell me which of these two is preferable, to die without food, or save my life by taking this food that is unclean. The Chandler said, In discharging the duties that appertain to one's order or race, one's own self is the best judge of its propriety or impropriety. Thou thyself knowest which of those two acts is sinful. He who would regard dog's meat as clean food, I think, would in matters of food abstain from nothing. Viswamitra said, In accepting an unclean present, or in eating unclean food, there is sin. When one's life, however, is in danger, there is no sin in accepting such a present or eating such food. Besides, the eating of unclean food, when unaccompanied by slaughter and deception, and when the act will provoke only mild rebuke, is not matter of much consequence. The Chandler said, If this be thy reason for eating unclean food, it is then clear thou dost not regard the Veda and Arya morality. Taught by what thou art going to do, I see, O foremost of Brahmanas, that there is no sin in disregarding the distinction between food that is clean and food that is unclean. Viswamitra said, It is not seen that a person incurs a grave sin by eating forbidden food. That one becomes fallen by drinking wine is only a wordy precept for restraining men from drinking. The other forbidden acts, of the same species, whatever they be, in fact, every sin, cannot destroy one's merit. The Chandler said, That learned person who takes away dog's meat from an unworthy place, like this, from an unclean wretch, like me, from one who, like me, leads such a wicked life, commits an act that is opposed to the behavior of those that are called good. In consequence, again, of his connection with such a deed, he is certain to suffer the pangs of repentance. Bhishma continued, The Chandler, having said these words unto Kusika's son, became silent. Viswamitra then, of cultivated understanding, took away that haunch of dog's meat. The great ascetic, having possessed himself of that piece of dog's meat for saving his life, took it away into the woods and wished with his wife to eat it. He resolved that having first gratified the deities according to due rites, he should then eat that haunch of dog's meat at his pleasure. Igniting a fire according to the Brahma rites, the ascetic, agreeably to those rites that go by the name of Indranya, began himself to cook that meat into sacrificial charu. He then, O Bharata, began the ceremonies in honor of the gods and the Pitris, by dividing that charu into as many portions as were necessary, according to the injunctions of the scriptures, and by invoking the gods with Indra at their head, for accepting their shares. Meanwhile, the chief of the celestials began to pour copiously, reviving all creatures by those showers. He caused plants and herbs to grow once more. Viswamitra, however, having completed the rites in honor of the gods and the Pitris and having gratified them duly, himself ate that meat. Burning all his sins afterwards by his penances, the sage, after a long time, acquired the most wonderful, ascetic, success. Even thus, when the end in a view is the preservation of life itself, should a high-souled person possessed of learning and acquainted with means rescue his own cheerless self, when fallen into distress, by all means in his power. By having recourse to such understanding one should always preserve one's life. A person, if alive, can win religious merit and enjoy happiness and prosperity. For this reason, O son of Kunti, a person of cleansed soul and possessed of learning should live and act in this world, relying upon his own intelligence in discriminating between righteousness and its reverse. Section XI. Yiddish theory said, if that which is so horrible and which like falsehood should never be an object of regard, be cited as duty, then what act is the from which I should forbear? Why also should not robbers then be respected? I am stupefied. My heart is pained. All the ties that bind me to morality are loosened. I cannot tranquilize my mind and venture to act in the way suggested by you. Bhishma said, I do not instruct thee in respect of duty, taught by what I have heard from the Vedas alone. What I have told thee is the result of wisdom and experience. This is the honey that the learned have gathered. Kings should gather wisdom from various sources. One cannot accomplish his course through the world with the aid of morality that is one-sided. Duty must spring from the understanding, and the practices of those that are good should always be ascertained, O son of Kuru. Attend to these words of mine. Only kings that are possessed of superior intelligence can rule, expecting victory. A king should provide for the observance of morality by the aid of his understanding and guided by knowledge derived from various sources. The duties of a king can never be discharged by rules drawn from a morality that is one-sided. A weak-minded king can never display wisdom in the discharge of his duties, in consequence of his not having drawn any wisdom from the examples before him. Righteousness sometimes takes the shape of unrighteousness. The latter also sometimes takes the shape of the former. He who does not know this becomes confounded when confronted by an actual instance of the kind. Before the occasion comes, one should, O Bharata, comprehend the circumstances under which righteousness and its reverse become confused. Having acquired this knowledge, a wise king should, when the occasion comes, act accordingly, aided by his judgment. The acts he does at such a time are misunderstood by ordinary people. Some persons are possessed of true knowledge. Some persons have false knowledge. Truly ascertaining the nature of each kind of knowledge, a wise king derives knowledge from them that are regarded as good. They that are really breakers of morality find fault with the scriptures. They that have themselves no wealth proclaim the inconsistencies of the treatises on the acquisition of wealth. Those who seek to acquire knowledge for the object only of carrying their sustenance by it, O king, are sinful besides being enemies of morality. Wicked men, of immature understandings, can never know things truly, even as persons unconversant with scriptures are unable in all their acts to be guided by reason. With eyes directed to the faults of the scriptures, they decry the scriptures. Even if they understand the true meaning of the scriptures, they are still in the habit of proclaiming that scriptural injunctions are unsound. Such men, by decrying the knowledge of others, proclaim the superiority of their own knowledge. They have words for their weapons and words for their arrows, and speak as if they are real masters of their sciences. Know, O Bharata, that they are traders in learning and rakshasas among men. By the aid of mere pretexts they cast off that morality which has been established by good and wise men. It has been heard by us that the texts of morality are not to be understood by either discussion or one's own intelligence. Indra himself has said that this is the opinion of the sage Brihaspati. Some are of opinion that no scriptural text has been laid down without a reason. Others, again, even if they properly understand the scriptures, never act according to them. One class of wise men declare that morality is nothing else than the approved course of the world. The man of true knowledge should find out for himself the morality laid down for the good. If even a wise man speaks of morality under the influence of wrath or confusion, of understanding or ignorance, his deliverances go for nothing. Discourses on morality made with the aid of an intelligence that is derived from the true letter and spirit of the scriptures are worthy of praise, and not those which are made with the help of anything else. Even the words heard from an ignorant person, if in themselves they be fraught with sense, come to be regarded as pious and wise. In days of old, Usanas said unto the deities this truth, which should remove all doubts, that scriptures are no scriptures if they cannot stand the test of reason. The possession or absence of knowledge that is mixed with doubts is the same thing. It behoves thee to drive off such knowledge after tearing it up by the roots. He who does not listen to these words of mine is to be regarded as one that has suffered himself to be misled. Dost thou not see that thou wert created for the accomplishment of fierce deeds? Behold me, O dear child, how, by betaking myself to the duties of the order of my birth, I have dispatched innumerable kshatriyas to heaven. There are some that are not delighted with me for this. The goat, the horse and the kshatriya were created by Brahman for a similar purpose, viz., for being useful to everybody. A kshatriya, therefore, should incessantly seek the happiness of all creatures. The sin that attaches to killing a person that should not be killed is equal to that which is incurred by not killing one who deserves to be killed. Even such is the established order of things which a weak-minded king thinks of never attending to. Therefore, a king should display severity in making all his subjects observe their respective duties. If this is not done, they will prowl like wolves, devouring one another. He is a wretch among kshatriyas in whose territories robbers go about plundering the property of other people like crows taking little fishes from water. Appointing high-born men possessed of Vedic knowledge as thy ministers, do thou govern the earth, protecting thy subjects righteously. That kshatriya who, ignorant of the established customs and contrivances, improperly levies taxes upon his people, is regarded as a eunuch of his order. A king should be neither severe nor mild. If he rules righteously, he deserves praise. A king should not cast off both the qualities, on the other hand, becoming severe, on occasions demanding severity. He should be mild when it is necessary to be so. Painful is the observance of kshatriya duties. I bear a great love for thee. Thou art created for the accomplishment of severe acts. Therefore, do thou rule thy kingdom. Sakra, possessed of great intelligence, has said that in times of distress the great duty of a king is chastising the wicked and protecting the good. Yudhishthira said, is there any such rule, in respect of kingly duties, which should, under no circumstances, be violated? I ask thee this, O foremost of virtuous persons. Tell me, O grandsire. Bhishma said, one should always worship Brahmanas venerable for learning, devoted to penances, and rich in conduct conformable to the injunctions of the Vedas. This, indeed, is a high and sacred duty. Let thy conduct towards the Brahmanas be always that which thou observest toward the gods. The Brahmanas, if enraged, can inflict diverse kinds of wrong, O king. If they be gratified, high fame will be thy share. If otherwise, great will be thy fear. If gratified, the Brahmanas become like nectar. If enraged, they become like poison. Section XLI. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of great wisdom, O thou that art conversant with every kind of scripture, tell me what the merit is of one who cherishes a suppliant that craves for protection. Bhishma said, great is the merit, O monarch, in cherishing a suppliant. Thou art worthy, O best of the Bharatas, of asking such a question. Those high-souled kings of old, viz., Sivi and others, O king, attained to great bliss in heaven by having protected suppliants. It is heard that a pigeon received with respect a suppliant foe according to due rights and even fed him with his own flesh. Yudhishthira said, how, indeed, did a pigeon in days of old feed a suppliant foe with his own flesh? What also was the end, O Bharata, that he won by such conduct? Bhishma said, listen, O king, to this excellent story that cleanses the hearer of every sin, the story, viz., that Bhrigu's son, Rama, had recited to King Muchukunda. This very question, O son of Pritha, had been put to Bhrigu's son by Muchukunda with due humility. And to him, desirous of listening with humility, the son of Bhrigu narrated this story of how a pigeon, O monarch, won success, entitling him to the highest heavenly bliss. The sage said, O mighty armed monarch, listen to me as I narrate to thee this story that is fraught with truths connected with virtue, profit, and pleasure. A wicked and terrible fowler, resembling the destroyer himself, used in days of old to wander through the great forest. He was black as a raven and his eyes were of a bloody hue. He looked like Yama himself. His legs were long, his feet short, his mouth large, and his cheeks protruding. He had no friend, no relative, no kinsman. He had been cast off by them all for the exceedingly cruel life he led. Indeed, a man of wicked conduct should be renounced from a distance by the wise, for he who injures his own self cannot be expected to do good to others. Those cruel and wicked-souled men that take the lives of other creatures are always like poisonous snakes, a source of trouble to all creatures. Taking his nets with him, and killing birds in the woods, he used to sell the meat of those winged creatures, O king, for livelihood. Following such conduct, the wicked-souled wretch lived for many long years without ever understanding the sinfulness of his life. Accustomed for many long years to sport with his wife in the forest in the pursuit of this profession, and stupefied by destiny, no other profession was liked by him. One day, as he was wandering through the forest intent on his business, a great storm arose that shook the trees and seemed about to uproot them. In a moment dense clouds appeared on the sky, with flashes of lightning playing amidst them, presenting the aspect of a sea covered with merchants' boats and vessels. He of 100 sacrifices having entered the clouds with a large supply of rain, in a moment the earth became flooded with water. While yet the rain fell to torrents, the fowler lost his senses through fear. Trembling with cold and agitated with fear, he roved through the forest. The killer of birds failed to find any high spot which was not under water. The paths of the forest were all submerged. In consequence of the force of the shower, many birds were deprived of life or dropped down on the ground. Lions and bears and other animals, availing themselves of some high spots they had found, lay down to rest. All the denizens of the forest were filled with fear in consequence of that frightful storm and shower. Frightened and hungry, they roamed through the woods in packs, small and large. The fowler, however, with limbs stiffened by cold, could neither stop where he was nor move. While in this state he eyed a she-pigeon lying on the ground, stiffened with cold. The sinful wight, though himself in the same predicament, beholding the bird, picked her up and immured her in a cage. Himself overwhelmed with affliction, he scrupled not to overwhelm a fellow creature with affliction. Indeed, the wretch, through force of habit alone, committed that sin even at such a time. He then beheld in the midst of that forest a lordly tree, blue as the clouds. It was the resort of myriads of birds desirous of shade and shelter. It seemed to have been placed by the Creator for the good of all creatures, like a good man in the world. Soon the sky cleared and became spangled with myriads of stars, presenting the aspect of a magnificent lake smiling with blooming lilies. Turning his eyes towards the clear firmament rich with stars, the fowler began to advance, still trembling with cold. Beholding the sky cleared of clouds, he cast his eyes on all sides, and seeing that night was already upon him, he began to think, "My home is at great distance from where I am." He then resolved to pass the night under the shade of that tree. Bowing down to it with joined hands, he addressed that monarch of the forest, saying, "I am a suppliant for the shelter unto all the deities that have this tree for their resort." Having said these words, he spread some leaves for a bed, and laid himself down on it, resting his head on a stone. Though overwhelmed with affliction, the man soon fell asleep. Section Xlif. Bhishma said, "In one of the branches of that tree, a pigeon with beautiful feathers, O king, lived for many years with his family. That morning his wife had gone out in search of food but had not yet returned. Seeing the night had come and his wife still unreturned, the bird began to indulge in lamentations. Oh, great has been the storm and painful the shower that came today. Alas, thou hast not yet returned, O dear wife. Woe is on me. What can be the cause that she has not yet come back to us? Is everything right with that dear spouse of mine in the forest? Separated from her, this my home appears to me empty. A householder's home, even if filled with sons and grandsons and daughters-in-law and servants, is regarded empty if destitute of the housewife. One's house is not one's home, one's wife only is one's home. A house without the wife is as desolate as their wilderness. If that dear wife of mine, of eyes fringed with red, of variegated plumes, and of sweet voice, does not come back today, my life itself will cease to be of any value. Of excellent vows, she never eats before I eat, and never bathes before I bathe. She never sits before I sit down, and never lies before I lie down. She rejoices if I rejoice, and becomes sorry when I am sorry. When I am away she becomes cheerless, and when I am angry she ceases not to speak sweetly. Ever devoted to her Lord and ever relying upon her Lord, she was ever employed in doing what was agreeable to and beneficial for her Lord. Worthy of praise is that person on earth who owns such a spouse. That amiable creature knows that I am fatigued and hungry. Devoted to me and constant in her love, my famous spouse is exceedingly sweet-tempered and worships me devoutly. Even the foot of a tree is one's home if one lives there with one's spouse as a companion. Without one's spouse, a very palace is truly a desolate wilderness. One's spouse is one's associate in all one's acts of virtue, profit and pleasure. When one sets out for a strange land, one's wife is one's trusted companion. It is said that the wife is the richest possession of her lord. In this world the wife is the only associate of her lord in all the concerns of life. 433. The wife is ever the best of medicines that one can have in sickness and woe. There is no friend like unto the wife. There is no refuge better than the wife. There is no better ally in the world than the wife in acts undertaken for the acquisition of religious merit. He that has not in his house a wife that is chaste and of agreeable speech, should go to the woods. For such a man there is no difference between home and wilderness. Section C. XLV. Bhishma said, hearing those piteous lamentations of the pigeon on the tree, the she-pigeon seized by the fowler began to say to herself as follows. The she-pigeon said, whether I have any merit or not, verily there is no limit to any good fortune when my dear Lord thus speaks of me. She is no wife with whom her Lord is not content. In the case of women, if their lords be gratified with them all, the deities also become so. Since the marriage union takes place in the presence of fire, the husband is the wife's highest deity. That wife with whom her husband is not pleased becomes consumed into ashes, even like a creeper adorned with bunches of flowers in a forest conflagration. Having reflected thus, the she-pigeon, afflicted with woe, and immured by the fowler within his cage, thus spoke unto her woe-stricken lord, I shall say what is now beneficial for thee. Hearing me, follow thou my counsel. O dear Lord, be thou the rescuer of a suppliant. This fowler lies here by thy abode, afflicted with cold and hunger. Do him the duties of hospitality. The sin that a person commits by slaying a Brahmana or that mother of the world, viz., a cow, is equal to that which one incurs by suffering a suppliant to perish, from want of help. Thou art possessed of knowledge of self. It ever behoves one like thee, therefore, to follow that course which has been ordained for us as pigeons by the order of our birth. 434. It has been heard by us that the householder who practices virtue according to the measure of his abilities, wins hereafter inexhaustible regions of bliss. Thou hast sons. Thou hast progeny. O bird, casting off all kindness for thy own body, therefore, and for winning virtue and profit, offer worship to this fowler so that his heart may be pleased. Do not, O bird, indulge in any grief on my account. See how unimportant I am. Thou mayst continue to live, taking other wives. The amiable she-pigeon, overcome with sorrow, and casting her eyes upon her lord from the fowler's cage within which she had been immured, said these words unto him. Section XLV. Bhishma said, hearing these words fraught with morality and